Introduction. Crossing into the world of Jackie Chan adventures, I have become the malevolent demon Shimu and acquired a parasitic system. Ding! You have successfully parasitized your father. Ding! You have successfully parasitized the 12 talismans. Ding! You have successfully obtained the flame dragon armor. Ding! You have successfully reached the world of the armored warriors, Emperor Hero. Ding! You have successfully arrived in the world of Journey to the West. Chapter 1. Birth and Feast. In a vast lair, shrouded in darkness, dampness, and a chilling odor of decay, 3 dragon eggs, each half the height of a man, stood upright upon the ground. Suddenly, one of the eggs cracked with a sharp sound. The shell broke apart. Struggling to emerge was a black hatchling the size of a dog. The hatchling was sticky all over, with a pair of small, limp wings pressed against its back, and its disproportionately large dragon head appeared rather silly compared to its body. As Likunba opened his eyes, he beheld a skeletal black-scaled behemoth, its forward curving gray horns, dragon scales tightly adhering to its facial structure, massive bones, and protruding spines creating a fierce yet grotesque visage. He stood momentarily dazed, his mind blank, before lowering his gaze to inspect his current form of newly hatched offspring, glistening with translucent slime. Udi Tangliang Diabolo Atox Mephisto. Sigmund Likunba instinctively uttered this name, the true name of the dragon. Upon pronouncing this long string of names, Likunba had an epiphany. He had been reborn as a black dragon of the 5-colored evil dragons in a certain dimension of the multiverse. Thus, Likunba gazed down at the colossal black beast that loomed over him. This was his black dragon mother. In that moment, a surge of complex emotions washed over Likunba. Yet, recalling the myriad of sufferings from his past life, Likunba silently accepted his current identity. A colossal dragon at the apex of the food chain, with an extended lifespan and unparalleled mastery of strength and magic, is not preferable to being an ordinary human. Likunba realized. From henceforth it would be named Udi Sigmund. As for Likunba, that name would remain sealed within the recesses of memory. Liana gazed down at her newly born, somewhat foolish son, and the icy glint in her vertically aligned yellow dragon eyes softened upon hearing him utter the dragon's true name. A massive, shark-like corpse emerged from the water, drifting slowly before landing heavily before Udi, stirring up a cloud of dust. Udi stared in astonishment. What was this force? Magic? The newly born Udi had yet to fully grasp the vast knowledge contained within the dragon heritage. Lowering his head, Udi observed the shark-like corpse encrusted in mud, emanating a faint scent of decay. It appeared exceedingly repulsive, yet the innate instincts of the black dragon compelled Udi to perceive it as a delectable feast. The conflict between his former human cognition and his present dragon instincts left Udi momentarily hesitant about whether to approach this repugnant food. However, the black dragon mother paid no heed to Udi's thoughts bored. She turned her massive form and retreated into the depths of the cave, eventually curling up in a nest adorned with treasures, comfortably closing her dragon eyes and drifting into slumber. Watching the departure of his black dragon mother, Udi wrestled with his indecision before lowering his head to begin consuming his own eggshell. He felt a certain aversion to the repugnant food. For newly hatched dragons, their very first meal often consists of their own eggshell. The shell of a dragon's egg is rich in trace elements, and by consuming it, the newly born hatchling can rapidly harden its soft scales and gain initial combat capabilities. Crunch, crunch. Before long, Udi found himself frozen in astonishment. Before him, several lines of text began to materialize. Udi, biological level 1, occupational level none, body length 2.4 m, vitality 2.5, current feast level 0, progress of first layer of feast 5. What is this? Udi was momentarily dazed, but upon carefully comprehending the purpose of this innate talent, he was filled with exuberance. Is this not the passive talent feast of Kog'Maw, the Void Terror? Of course, it differed slightly from the feast talent in the game. Perhaps due to the reality of this world or the fact that his race is that of a dragon, Kog'Maw's feast talent had transformed into a capability for Udi to convert consumed materials into growth energy for his own body, thereby augmenting his physical strength and size. Moreover, the stacking layers of the feast talent are limitless. Udi grinned, revealing his still immature dragon teeth, and gazed down at the uneaten eggshell. I shall eat, eat, eat. The crunching sounds of consumption resonated, accompanied by the steady increase of the first layer of the feast's progress. 5, 8, 15. Upon finishing all the eggshell, the progress of the first layer of the feast reached 23. Udi's gaze shifted toward the enormous rotting shark not far away. Knowledge gleaned from his dragon heritage informed him that this was the black dragon's preferred food, the swamp monster shark. An adult swamp monster shark could achieve a biological level of 5, measuring 7 meters in length, categorizing it as a mid-tier magical creature. Creatures of this level typically could only be hunted by black dragons that had reached the juvenile stage, far beyond the capabilities of the merely hatchling Udi. Sensing the enticing aroma of the decaying swamp monster shark, Udi could no longer suppress his physical hunger. All aversions faded away as he opened his dragon jaws, revealing his short, sharp teeth, and fiercely sank them into the rotting wound of the swamp monster shark. Splash! Delicious! Satisfying! The putrid flesh mingled with relatively fresh innards combined to form a uniquely delectable dish. No wonder the black dragon relished such seemingly revolting food, Udi mused. Then, all thoughts dissolved into a singular focus. Eat, eat, eat. Once the feast commenced, the insatiable hunger emanating from the depths of Udi's body and soul began to submerge his reason, returning only once the feast concluded. Within the vast, shadowy, damp lair, the horrifying sounds of Udi's tearing, swallowing, and chewing echoed. When Udi's reason returned, the 7-meter-long swamp monster shark had lost most of its flesh, with only the white bones remaining testament to Udi's formidable appetite. Though the hatchling could eat voraciously, it depended on the nature of the food. The energy contained within the flesh of mid-tier magical creatures, like the swamp monster shark, far surpassed that of ordinary beasts, making Udi's ability to consume a significant portion of it all the more astonishing for a newly hatched dragon. However, at this moment, Udi's thoughts were elsewhere. As the progress of the feast reached 100, Udi's consciousness was transported into a void realm. In this boundless, seemingly infinite world, Udi could distinctly perceive his body becoming stronger, his neural responses, cognitive abilities, magical resistance, physical resistance, density, speed, strength, endurance, vision, organ functionality, adaptability, biological magnetic field strength, bone density, muscle fibers, skin thickness, keratin layer, memory, soul, and other attributes were all gradually and steadily enhancing towards the pinnacle form of a perfect being. Chapter 2. Dragon Brother and Dragon Sister. A day has passed, marking the conclusion of the transformation of Udi's body, and he awakens in the realm of reality. He gazes at his current form. His original length of 2.4 meters has now expanded to 2.9 meters, a significant increase of half a meter. The once tender scales and diminutive wings have now become sleek and glossy, noticeably thicker, enhancing his defensive capabilities. The wings have also grown substantially, with the skeletal membranes appearing broader and more robust. My body has grown considerably stronger, Udi mused, filled with delight. He examined his status panel. Udi, biological level 1.2, professional level none. Length 2.4 m, 2.9 m. Vitality 2.5, 3.5. Current feast layer 1. Feast cooldown time 30 days. Firstly, his vitality has risen from 2.5 to 3.5. Vitality represents the overall strength and energy level of a living being. The higher the vitality, the stronger the individual. Many creatures with weak bloodlines, such as humans, could significantly enhance both their strength and lifespan by improving their vitality. However, for Udi, a dragon, this increase in vitality translates solely to an enhancement in his strength without extending his lifespan. This is due to the formidable potential of a dragon's bloodline. For humans, a slight boost in vitality might break their bloodline limitations, but for dragons, especially those in the hatchling stage, even a 10-point increase in vitality would still fall short of their bloodline potential ceiling. This implies that once my vitality reaches the limit of my black dragon lineage, and I subsequently accumulate feast layers, my lifespan will be extended to some degree. Udi felt a surge of excitement. Dragons are naturally long-lived. Even the least of the chromatic dragons, the white dragon, boasts a lifespan of around 2,000 years. Upon reaching the legendary tier, their lifespans can be significantly extended. In contrast, most human professionals, even at the legendary level, typically only live for 700 to 800 years. Only powerful casters and certain exceptional classes can surpass 1,000 years upon reaching the legendary tier. Yet, when compared to a newly hatched dragon, there remains a fundamental disparity. This illustrates the inherent differences in bloodlines. Aside from vitality, Udi also noted that his biological level has advanced from level 1 to level 2. The dragon's legacy provides a detailed interpretation of biological levels. A biological level refers to the innate power tier possessed by extraordinary beings. It improves as these beings grow. For Udi, even without the feast talent, as a black dragon, his biological level will naturally progress over time, rising from the newly born level 1 to level 19. As for level 20, it belongs to the realm of legends. Legendary status, even for top-tier magical beings like dragons, represents a challenging threshold that only the most exceptional individuals can cross. However, among the chromatic dragons, the likelihood and difficulty for red and white dragons to achieve legendary status are not comparable. The former can attain it with relative ease during their elder phases, while the latter, even at their peak, face a low probability of breaking into the legendary tier. Udi gathered his scattered thoughts and directed his gaze to the final line of text on his panel. Feast cooldown time, 30 days. There's still a cooldown period, Udi remarked, slightly displeased. Nonetheless, this irritation was fleeting after all. A month of cooldown might seem lengthy for humans, but for dragons, it passes in the blink of an eye. 1 month to accumulate a layer of feast means 12 layers in a year. This is sufficient to create a vast gap between myself and other dragons. Udi contemplated silently. Feeling somewhat bored, Udi surveyed his surroundings and chose a corner not far from the mire to lie down, curling his head around to connect with his stout tail, forming a black disc, and fell into a deep slumber. Hatchlings are naturally prone to sleep, and, through slumber, they can accelerate their growth. 5 days swiftly passed. Upon awakening from his slumber, Udi leisurely consumed the remains of the swamp magic shark he had not finished earlier. After 5 days in the dim and damp cave, the shark had decayed further. Consequently, its flavor had become even more delectable. Though mentally repulsed, Udi's body reveled in the experience, feeling both discomfort and pleasure simultaneously. Udi heard rustling nearby and turned to investigate the source of the noise. It was the 2 unhatched dragon eggs. Udi realized the time had come. Generally, dragon eggs laid by a dragoness tend to hatch within the same time frame, typically not exceeding a 10-day difference. Udi had undergone the feast evolution in 1 day and then slept for 5. Today marked the 7th day since his birth. Under Udi's curious gaze, the 2 black dragon eggs cracked open, revealing a large, adorable black head emerging from within. Hiloius, Sigmund, the newly hatched female dragon called out in a juvenile dragon tone. Bruck, Sigmund. This one is a male dragon. After the hatchlings shouted their names, they blinked their clear eyes adorably in search of their dragon mother. Where's our dragon mother? The gaze of the female and male dragons fixated on Udi. Where's our mother? Hiloius asked bluntly. Udi raised an eyebrow. Dragons do have brow ridges and felt a twinge of annoyance. The newly hatched sister's tone was rather brash. Udi turned away, presenting his rear to them, and continued to feast upon the delicious swamp magic shark on the ground. The smacking sounds were quite pronounced, very dragon-like. Stop! That is the food our mother left for me, Hiloius exclaimed, noticing Udi's silence. Yet, without needing Udi's response, she quickly sensed the immense presence deep within the lair. Feeling relieved, and followed Udi's eating motions to see the remnants of the swamp magic shark on the ground. In a rush, she broke free from her egg's confines and charged out. The seemingly slower brother, Bruck, quickly followed suit, breaking free from his egg and racing after Hiloius, shouting, "Wait for me. I deserve a share too." The 2 small dragons, each just over 2 meters in length, dashed to Udi's side. Udi leisurely lifted his head. With a swift flick of his tail, he sent Hiloius tumbling, followed by a punch that sent Bruck rolling back 2 circles. The swamp magic shark shall be protected by me, Udi. Currently public information. Swamp magic shark. Adult biological level reaches 5, typically measuring between 6.5 to 8 meters in length, capable of awakening abilities such as metallic serration standard individuals, mire manipulation exceptional individuals. They thrive in freshwater and marshy regions, exhibiting a bloodthirsty nature, even torturing weaker creatures for amusement after satiating their hunger, making them powerful solitary monsters. Chapter 3. Sem rescues Xiaoyu. A splitting into hell tomorrow awaits. This old fellow is truly formidable. Upon entering the room, Tang Fei recklessly touched the walls, and the exhilarating sensation was simply delightful. However, the parasitic points must be nearing completion. He genuinely anticipated the outcome. Gazing at the system panel, he noted the parasitic progress. Name, father skills, chi magic. Righteous aura, naturally counters demons by 20, Favorability. Parasitic level. 30. Would you like to consume 50 parasitic points to accelerate to 32? You can hasten the parasitic process through tasks and parasitic points. Tang Fei found himself exceedingly curious about what the future held. Shimu, how do you possess human weaponry? The Holy Master exclaimed. Having languished in hell for several centuries, the emergence of human weapons both intrigued and terrified him. Could it be that he had acquired the ability to traverse both realms? Yet, no matter how he speculated, he could never fathom the existence of the system. Taken aback by the query, Tang Fei chuckled. Having spent too long in hell, if I didn't acquire some trinkets to pass the time, I fear I would go mad. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master dispelled his doubts. He too had experienced the tedium of hell, a torment that truly warranted expletives. The Holy Master spat a mouthful of flames towards the heavens. Master, perhaps you should cool down a bit? Tang Fei jested, observing the smoke billowing from the Holy Master's mouth. Shimu, do you comprehend my ire? Calm down, my friend. I firmly believe you will break free from your shackles. Tang Fei reassured the Holy Master, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Why was he being treated with such courtesy? He felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Ding. Acquired 1 loyalty point from the Holy Master. Ding. Task initiated. Subdue the Holy Master and successfully implant within his essence. Task reward, 10 parasitic points. To his surprise, there existed a loyalty metric. Did this imply the possibility of summoning? Oh, how splendid. Ding. Do not gauge the system's power with your intellect. Damn, system. How I wish to strike you. Master, your concerns are unfounded. Stick with me, and there will be plenty to feast upon. Tang Fei proclaimed boldly. The Holy Master was left utterly perplexed. His brother seemed fundamentally altered since his emergence. After inducing slumber in the Holy Master and his subordinates with an ultra-powerful potion obtained through the system, Tang Fei sought to ensure his plans remained uninterrupted. Seated alone atop a high-rise, Tang Fei gazed down at the bustling city below, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He thought of his parents from a past life, uncertain of their fate. He also reflected upon the young man named Sem, whose essence he had just inhabited. In the original narrative, Sem was merely a virtual creation of Shimu, yet he found it astonishing that he was, in fact, a real person in this world. Due to the tragic demise of his adoptive parents, he contemplated ending his own life, only to serendipitously encounter Tang Fei and become entangled in the life of Sem. Perhaps he yearned to glimpse the world that his adoptive parents inhabited, though Sem was not them, yet the memories stirred a profound melancholy within him. For it was during his possession of Sem that they had passed away, leaving him to behold naught but 2 cold gravestones. Time marches on relentlessly, and while one may wish to remain in innocence, it is a luxury that time does not afford. Hidden within Sem, he gazed upon the distant gravestones, resolute in his heart that the time had come to execute his plan. In the antique shop owned by his father, Sem proved to be far more intriguing than the other children at school. They shared common interests, and he was eager to listen to her. They were like yin and yang, inseparable. Xiaoyu, while folding clothes, spoke to True. Good and evil? True inquired. Left and right, the dual facets of a single entity. I wonder if Sem understands this, Xiaoyu replied, lowering her adorable little head, evidently lacking confidence. Are you going to invite him to your school dance? True asked. You mean? Ask him out. We are friends, but what if he declines? What should I do then? Xiaoyu expressed her apprehension. Xiaoyu, should we tackle our homework? Tang Fei interjected. Later, I have something for you, he said, retrieving 2 jade pendants from his pocket. Originally a single piece, it had been divided. Aptly named, the bond of 3 lifetimes in jade, a pledge of unwavering hearts. Tang Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoyu blushed profusely upon hearing this. Ding. You have gained 30 points in Xiaoyu's favor. Please continue to make strides in this romantic pursuit. What the? Tang Fei reacted, bewildered. Ding. Host. Please refrain from using inappropriate language. It could lead to undesirable consequences. Tang Fei chose to ignore the system. That is annoying. It's a friendship necklace. A coin split in 2, she said, pointing to the friendship necklace around her neck. I'm genuinely curious about how we would look wearing them, Tang Fei thought, chuckling inwardly. I'm not a single man anymore. Take that, you lonely souls. Ding. System has detected a risk of host experiencing excessive amusement. Automatically expending all points to heal your bewildered mind. System, what the? Ding. Expenditure of parasitic points in progress. You are indeed formidable, my apologies. Let me find a mirror. Tang Fei headed toward a reflective surface nearby. Do you like it? You can wear it to the spring dance. Of course, I will wear mine as well, though I haven't decided if I'll attend yet. What about you? Xiaoyu asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Of course. I must go? Tang Fei replied. No, Xiaoyu, look over there. Tang Fei's face turned pale as he pointed to a colossal entity in the sky. Shimu. Sam, run. Xiaoyu instinctively shouted, pushing Sim away, only to be seized herself. Was momentarily taken aback, then shouted fervently, No, Xiaoyu, you monstrous creature, release her immediately, or you shall find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. Ding. You have successfully portrayed a fearless persona, earning 20 display points. Ding. You have evoked a touching sentiment, earning an additional 10 display points. Oh dear, the demon has emerged. Qinglong, quickly give him his tail. Only then will the enchantment take effect. The old man exclaimed. As Qinglong moved, the tail was subjected to immense torment. It was no small feat to hand the tail over to the demon amidst the struggle. The doppelganger, Shimu, gazed at the tail and declared, I sense the aura of the enchantment. With a swift motion, he unfurled his wings and snatched the backpack from Tang Fei's hands. Then, in a flash, seized the tail from Qinglong, who was still grappling with it, and stowed it away in the backpack. Grasping Xiaoyu, he fled while singing a little tune. Oh dear, Xiaoyu is destined to become the demon's feast. The old man scratched his head and shouted, Not on my watch. Qinglong immediately pursued, leaping onto the demon's head and delivering a powerful punch. Though it proved largely ineffective, the demon's physical form was far from fragile. Tang Fei's doppelganger, Shimu, forcefully shook his head, dislodging Qinglong like an unwelcome leech. No, Uncle Long, Xiaoyu cried out. Tang Fei remained unfazed, knowing that Qinglong, as the protagonist, was destined to survive. He turned to the old man and commanded, Old fool, hand over the antidote, or I cannot guarantee the safety of this young girl. Demon, you have successfully provoked my ire, Tang Fei declared, stepping forth as the hero to rescue the damsel in distress. What does this fellow intend to do? Qinglong, just regaining consciousness, was bewildered by Tang Fei's proclamation. Ding. You have earned 25 display points. Ding. This plan has materialized due to acquiring a special item. From the Armored Warrior interface, you have obtained the Flame Dragon Armor, with a rental period of 1 day. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. What? Both the old man and Qinglong exclaimed in unison. As they beheld Tang Fei clad in crimson armor, nearly everyone was left speechless. Magic? Human technology? Ding. You have embodied a technological marvel, earning 10 display points. Ding. You have demonstrated profound magical prowess, earning 20 display points. Xiaoyu, witnessing Tang Fei transformed into an armored warrior, felt a fluttering in her heart, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Could this be one of the 7 warriors my mother spoke of? The one who once subdued the Japanese mummy? True exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Little friend, this is not from Japan. It is the flame dragon hero from Huaxia. Tang Fei replied as he turned to True. Addressing his doppelganger, he added, You have infringed upon the galactic justice law. No, wait, Flame Bow. Upon summoning the Flame Bow, he unleashed several arrows at the doppelganger without a hint of remorse. It was rather exhilarating. He thought to himself, I could do this all day. The doppelganger returned a look that suggested he was ripe for a beating. The Flame Blade's demon banishing slash, a strike to vanquish evil and eliminate monsters, merges with the blazing fire, dissolving into the dawn. A blood-red blade of light swiftly severed the claw of the doppelganger, and with a meditative gesture, rescued Xiaoyu. After all, the doppelganger's claw would regenerate, but losing a beloved spouse would truly signify losing everything. Ding. You have displayed remarkable prowess, earning 30 points for your impressive performance. Additionally, with great kindness, I reattached its tail and called out to the stunned Dragon Dad and others. What are you standing there for? It's a spell. Dragon Dad and Dragon were nearly robotic in reciting the incantation, Evil Spirits, Depart. Evil Spirits, Depart. Accompanied by the sounds of a flute and the incantation, the doppelganger finally descended into hell. As for Tang Fei, he could only exclaim, Yay, let us celebrate with some savory pancakes. Sam, you're incredible. Is this science or magic? Xiaoyu inquired, touching the armor adorning Tang Fei. Just average, ranked 3rd in the world, Tang Fei humbly replied, scratching the back of his head. Sam, I believe we need to have a serious discussion. Chapter 4, The Great Deceiver Tang Fei. Huh, discuss what? Tang Fei scratched his head, appearing harmless. Science or magic? Dragon Dad asked with a solemn expression. Dad, you're going to scare Sam, Xiaoyu pouted, shaking Dragon Dad's arm. Having become so engrossed in the recent battle, Tang Fei had inadvertently muted the system's voice, and now he glanced at it, startled. Character, Chung Xiaoyu Passive Skill 1. Luck Enhancement 50 Passive Skill 2. Natural Affinity Affection Index 40. Keep up the good work. Host, no wonder he praised me to Dragon Dad. However, I shall not allow my future spouse to reason with me. To be frank, I am not Sam at present. Sam is currently in slumber. But rest assured, I will not harm Sam. First, I must silence their objections. I am a practitioner from the Shushan sword sect in the realm of cultivation, and this armor is my magical treasure, used to slay demons and save the world. Tang Fei explained in Chinese. Upon hearing this, Dragon Dad was instantly taken aback. He was well aware that practitioners were said to be the origin of magical spells. Xiao Yu also regarded this with skepticism, wondering if Sam was merely teasing her. Meanwhile, True appeared to be on the verge of falling asleep. Why did you only awaken now? Dragon inquired. Good question, Tang Fei exclaimed, slamming the table, startling Dragon Dad nearly out of his chair. You want to send Dragon Dad to the morgue? No. So please don't be so dramatic. Tang Fei witnessed the spit from Dragon Dad's mouth scattering in all directions. All right, old dad. Tang Fei chuckled outwardly. While internally he muttered, what the heck? This tale is lengthy, so let me be brief. During my quest to vanquish demons, I encountered a tremendous evil spirit, a swirling mass of black clouds, with a blood-red eye at its center. Any mortal who gazed upon it would be consumed. What does that have to do with your awakening? Dragon asked. Before Tang Fei could begin to respond, his father struck Cheng Long on the head with 2 upright fingers, causing Cheng Long to yelp in surprise. Father, Uncle Long protested. Are you not aware that interrupting someone while they speak is an exceedingly rude act? Tang Fei's father exclaimed. He gestured for Tang Fei to continue speaking. Tang Fei cleared his throat and began, though my understanding of the Tao is profound. I find myself outmatched by this malevolent creature. Fortunately, I possess an escape technique. Otherwise, I might have been reduced to a wretched entity expelled from my being. While I managed to flee, I sustained grave injuries. Utilizing a boundary-breaking talisman acquired in my youth, I escaped to the mortal realm, where I encountered my companion, Sam. I employed a possession technique to take refuge within Sam's body to recuperate. Recently, however, I was disturbed by a demon, forcing me to prematurely break the seal. Alas, my wounds have yet to heal completely, and in an hour's time, I shall succumb to slumber. During my unconsciousness, Sam is merely a defenseless child. By the way, Uncle Long, my adoptive parents have passed away, so since Sam calls you Uncle Long, you shall temporarily assume the role of his guardian. As he spoke, Tang Fei infused a hint of magical power into his words. Very well, Cheng Long responded, somewhat dazed. Do you now comprehend? Tang Fei addressed the gathering. Aside from his father, who was deep in thought, the others felt as though they were listening to a mythical tale. Where is your proof? Cheng Long asked. A bit irate, seemingly irritated by his earlier inexplicable acquiescence. Does my armor not count? Thus, Tang Fei became the god-brother of little you. He opened the system notification, which chimed, Congratulations, host, for astonishing those around you. Reward, 30 show-off points. Congratulations, host, for impressing the gullible. Reward, 10 show-off points. Congratulations, host, for exhibiting an air of profound mystery. Reward, 50 show-off points. Oh my, this is quite the windfall. I must hurry to the system shop and see if there are any treasures available. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to deceive these individuals. In the realm of martial arts, one encounters a plethora of skills. 9 transformations, profound art, 9 million prestige points. Exquisite sword technique, 6 million prestige points. Unity into 3 purities, 5 million prestige points. Supreme emotionless technique, 5 million prestige points in the domain of formations. Exquisite sword formation, 6 million prestige points. Great 12 divine killing formation, 4 million prestige points. Celestial star array, 4 million prestige points. 2 instruments micro dust formation, 2 million prestige points in the treasure section. Chaos pearl, 100 million prestige points. Creation jade plate, 100 million prestige points. Pango axe, 9 million prestige points. Exquisite sword 6 million prestige points in the talisman area. Destiny talisman, 100 million prestige points. Creation talisman, 100 million prestige points. Life talisman, 100 million prestige points. Suppression talisman, 100 million prestige points. Great teleportation talisman, 100 million prestige points. Great misfortune talisman, 100 million prestige points in the technology section. Virus, 8 million prestige points. Godhood gene modification liquid, 4 million prestige points. Super energy battle armor, 3 million prestige points in the realm of novels, animations, television, and film. 9 secrets from the world of, priced at 9 million prestige points. Void scripture from the world of, priced at 8 million prestige points. Nihility devouring flame from the world of, priced at 7 million prestige points. Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, from the world of. Priced at 6 million prestige points upon perusing the items within the system store, Tang Fei could not help but grimace. Alas, I am utterly impoverished. Ultimately, he expended 100 prestige points to acquire a volume of Shushan Immortal Method. The system proved to be quite generous, also gifting him with an Apple phone, a remarkable device capable of connecting him to his original world. Host, Tang Fei, Sky Demon, Prestige Points, 300 Parasite Points, 100 Parasite, 1 Father, 80 Degree of Parasitism, Skill, Shushan Immortal Method. Entry level can be accelerated through the expenditure of 10 Parasite Points or 20 Prestige Points. Treasure, Flame Dragon Armor, can be upgraded at the cost of 10 Parasite Points or 20 Prestige Points. Level, 50,060 Experience Points. Nascent Soul Stage Strength contemplating the narrative. He anticipated that the next demon to emerge would be his beloved sister, Ursha. Dear sister, I shall treat you splendidly, he thought with a chuckle. Grasping the recently awarded phone, he adeptly logged into his social media account, 3825. Gazing at his previous life as charming visage, he found himself momentarily entranced. Clearing his throat, he exclaimed, wait, is that a famous actress actually doing a fortune reading? My goodness. Tang Fei envisioned a vivid scene. Butler, Miss, the former son-in-law has returned home. Miss, does he recognize his mistakes? Butler, no, he has even brought back 2 miniature versions of you. Miss, immediately seal off the airport and alert all media. Butler, it's too late. Miss, what? Butler, the son-in-law has tweeted. How long have I been away from Earth? So many scandals have arisen. Money, houses, raising, understanding. Oh my, I am but a mere infant. The main character, Mocha, perished in solitude at home, lamenting the frigid bones of those lost upon the road. Observing the updates on his account, Tang Fei was genuinely shattered. Alas, may the departed find peace, may their journey be smooth, and may paradise be filled with an abundance of strawberries. System, please exchange for a reincarnation good luck talisman. This life has been far too tragic for him. Let him be reborn into a benevolent family. With great power comes great responsibility, Tang Fei silently prayed, hoping that the world would be filled with positive energy and that righteousness would endure. My path is one of guardianship. The great way is above. I, Tang Fei, shall steadfastly protect humanity's legacy and its eternal prosperity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for regaining their heart of the way, earning 200 parasitic points. Chapter 5. Tang Fei tames Basha, strategizes in the ocean. Welcome, my companion, the Holy Master said, gazing at Basha emerging from the gates of hell. At last, I am free. Let the deluge submerge this parched land. I have unlocked the final door, Basha. I should be restored to freedom, shouldn't I? The Holy Master cautiously remarked. With a flick of its tentacle, Basha drew the Holy Master closer and demanded, what did you say? You want freedom from me? This is my rightful claim. I have fulfilled my promise and liberated all our companions. But the other 60 demons remain trapped underground. How can you justify this? I must assist them in vanquishing you. I have done all that I could, yet Chenglong sabotaged my efforts. You cannot blame me. Buzzing filled the air as a red, demon-like tricycle sped forth, bearing none other than Chenglong and Old Father. Look, he has arrived. Hurry, Old Father. Chant the incantation. Chenglong pointed at Basha. Alas, Chenglong, I cannot escape this time. I shall not repeat past mistakes, he declared, gathering a water sphere in his hands and hurling it at Chenglong and Old Father, only to be thwarted by a blood-red beam of light. System, play the theme song from Armor Warrior, The Battle Towards Victory. I am about to make a grand entrance. Flame Dragon Armor, unite. Armor Fusion. To a lively tune, our protagonist Tang Fei made his dazzling appearance. Basha and his companions gaped in astonishment at this oddly clad figure, pointing at Tang Fei and questioning, what manner of being are you? Flame Dragon Knight. I wonder if this armor can seal demons? Tang Fei mused, anticipating the clash of fire and water. Come forth, Flame Blade. Summoning the blade, he struck Basha with a decisive blow, executing a flurry of strikes that shattered Basha's form. Yet, within mere seconds, it rejuvenated. By the heavens, they say women are made of water. I never believed it until now. Tang Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, futile. You cannot slay me. I am water, and water is me, as long as water flows. Basha shall not perish. Basha laughed triumphantly. Tang Fei's fury ignited. Do you fancy yourself the river Styx? Creating a sea of blood that never dries. Pretending to be immortal before me? Today, I shall claim you. Ding. The host has received a provocation from the path of ostentation, and can make the following choices. 1. Reseal Basha back into hell, rewarding the host with 20 ostentation points. 2. Successfully parasitize Basha, making her the host's devoted servant. Rewarding the host with 100 ostentation points and the remnants of the 9 transformations mystical arts. 3. Completely eliminate Basha, rewarding a mysterious gift package. As a youthful dreamer, the choice was clear. I would undoubtedly select the second option. I proceeded to enforce the parasitism. A blood-red orb suddenly flew into Basha's body. Basha, bewildered, thought, "What is this? It doesn't hurt at all. What kind of trick is this?" Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing a fool, rewarding the host with 10 points. Upon hearing this, Tang Fei's lips twitched as he gazed at the laughing Basha and inwardly cursed, "Laugh all you want. Soon enough, you'll be laughing in bed." Ding. Initial parasitism successful. Parasitism progress, 10-100. Would you like to spend 20 parasitism points to accelerate the process? Yes, I must accelerate it. Even the remnants of the 9 transformations mystical arts are vastly superior to those inferior techniques. Ding. Expenditure successful. Parasitism progress, 2100. Ding. Expenditure successful. Parasitism progress, 3100. Continue. Ding. Expenditure successful. Parasitism progress, 100-100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing Basha, gaining 100 ostentation points. Demon, Basha strength, water realm. Completed golden core stage favorability index. 100 acquired remnants of the 9 transformations mystical arts. Instantly, Tang Fei felt an influx of memories in his mind. Even in its incomplete form, it equated to 1,000 pieces of knowledge. His mind felt as if it would explode, and he realized how fortunate he was to have successfully parasitized Basha. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Seeing Tang Fei faint, Basha, though somewhat puzzled, did not dwell on it and carried him into the sea. Oh no. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xiaoyu, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, my wretched kingdom has turned into ruins. Basha felt a pang of sorrow as she gazed upon the dilapidated structures. It seems I must seek out a new kingdom. Gently, she laid Tang Fei down. Master, wait here, and I shall build a grand kingdom for you. And so, Basha departed. Just 30 minutes after her departure, Tang Fei awoke, bewildered by his unfamiliar surroundings. How did I end up in the sea? Fortunately, his true form was that of a demon, merely inhabiting a human body. Otherwise, exposed like this in the ocean, he would surely have drowned. Moreover, he could now directly harness Basha's power due to his successful parasitism. Utilizing the divination techniques within the 9 transformations mystical arts, he moved his fingers and understood the cause and effect of the situation. So that's it. Basha's intentions were good, but she acted a bit rashly. It seems there is a return to the plot. Is this mere coincidence, or is there an unseen hand at play? It seems that no matter what, Basha cannot return to hell. He aspires to construct an underwater kingdom and cultivate a formidable power. The system. Please recommend something within my financial means that could rescue Basha. Ding. The system is currently searching. Search successful. Substitute spell. A consumable item that allows Basha to enter hell and become void. Level. Earth level. Item grades are categorized as yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Universe, Primordial. Post-heaven spiritual treasures, pre-heaven spiritual treasures, chaotic spiritual treasures, divine. Price, 50 show-off points, 20 parasitic points. Clone doll, a consumable item. The clone cannot grow. Level, Earth level. Price, 50 show-off points. Upon seeing this clone doll, Tang Fei could not help but recall the clone residing in the hellish space. With a thought, a message from the clone arrived, mainly concerning the demon's desire to escape and their dissatisfaction with the Lord. The item gifted by the system in this novice package is of the highest grade, but the unfortunate truth is that this must be upgraded by oneself. System, please exchange for the substitute spell. Is there a way to send it directly after the exchange? Tang Fei inquired. After all, matters that can be resolved with money should not pose a problem. For 10 show-off points, it can be transmitted across space without voice. For 20 show-off points, it includes voice. How splendid to have a package deal. The system spent 20 show-off points to send it over. Fish canning factory. Perhaps you may consider this place your home? Fish canning factory? Basha grimaced. Basha, do not waste your breath on these insignificant ants. Listen closely to my words. This talisman will protect you from being consumed by the gate of hell. When the gate appears, seek me out and avoid unnecessary disputes. Remember this. Yes, master. Although Basha felt somewhat perplexed, she understood that some questions were best left unasked and had a clear understanding of herself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an enigmatic aura, earning 20 show-off points. Ding. There is something the system must inform you. You do not need to expend additional show-off points. For your relationship with Basha is parasitic, allowing you to communicate directly through parasitic points. Tang Fei, Chapter 6. Returning to the main line. System U. Tang Fei could not help but curse vehemently. Ding. Due to the host's unwarranted insults towards the system reserves the right to reclaim all show-off points and parasitic points. This serves as a warning to the host. Tang Fei, when I cursed you before, you weren't so severe. The system has automatically upgraded. Tang Fei activated the first turn of the 9 Revolutions profound art, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually enhancing his cultivation and fortifying his physique. The system's remnants, particularly the first 2 turns combined with the Shushan immortal method, were sufficient for Tang Fei to reach the celestial realm, becoming invincible in the human world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Basha planned to summon water through a magical formation to flood San Francisco, a historic event known as the Flood of San Francisco. Lord, do you dare to betray me? Basha's face was one of fierce wrath. You are correct. I suggest we separate the 2 of us and then bewilder him, Varong declared to Basha. Observing the ominous aura above Varong's head, Basha could not help but exclaim in fury, the magic of rage. That old man again. A water gun materialized from Basha's hand, aimed directly at Varong, unleashing a powerful stream. They have cast a spell upon you, she asserted. Let them experience the might of a dragon, the Holy Master proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Chung Long and True. Yet, could our dragon uncle truly be vanquished so easily? Such a notion was implausible. Chung Long and True executed a shoulder throw toward Basha, hurtling themselves into the fire. This maneuver was aptly named Fire Dragon Consumes Water. Monsters begone! Monsters begone! At that moment, the voice of the old man resonated. Just as Basha contemplated fleeing, she recalled Tang Fei's earlier words and decided against it. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable aversion toward the little girl standing beside the spellcasting old man. Seizing the opportunity before Chung Long and the others could react, she grasped Xiao Yu and, with a touch of her gourd, hurled her into the gates of hell, vanishing in an instant. No, Xiao Yu! Chung Long cried out. Old man, we must rescue Xiao Yu. Quickly, reopen that door. The door is sealed, just like the others, forever locked. Xiao Yu is trapped in the demon realm. The old man replied, his head bowed in resignation. Alas, why not me? True lamented, a frown etched upon his face. I refuse to believe there isn't another way. We could perform a grand reverse spell or seek out that predecessor within Sam's body, whatever it takes. The old man intervened, striking Chung Long lightly. Your clamor makes it difficult for me to devise a plan. Where is Sam now? Who knows? Be quiet and let me think. Far across the ocean, Tang Fei observed Basha, whom he had summoned, and with a flick of his finger, his expression morphed into an odd demeanor. Is this returning to the main storyline? Quite intriguing. Addressing Basha, he remarked, you should revert to your human form. I find this appearance rather unappealing. As one of the 8 great demons, the Sky Demon was well aware that every demon could transform into a human guise. Indeed, Master, Basha responded, not pondering how Tang Fei knew of her ability to metamorphose. With a graceful change, she transformed into a lovely young girl clad in a blue floral dress, her heart-shaped face adorned with sparkling blue eyes that gazed at Tang Fei. Tang Fei's long unperturbed subordinate stirred at the sight. Clearing his throat, Tang Fei suppressed his restless companion with his magical prowess and declared solemnly, I hereby bestow upon you the water spirit technique. Expedite the unification of the oceans and disseminate this method. Establishing dominance over the ocean is merely the first step. My ambition extends to the starry sea. As she beheld Tang Fei's imposing silhouette, Basha felt an overwhelming admiration. Congratulations, host, for adopting an impressively grandiose demeanor, earning 30 points for pretentiousness. Congratulations, host, for inciting whispers behind your back, earning 20 points for pretentiousness. The whispers surrounding him left Tang Fei somewhat bewildered. With a mere flick of his finger, he comprehended that Jackie Chan had just been discussing him. In an instant, he appeared before Jackie and his companions, who were troubled about how to rescue Xiao Yu. Addressing his father and the others, he remarked, do not speak. I understand. Accompanying his words was a gesture to silence them. His father responded with confusion, and Jackie Chan, along with True, echoed the sentiment. Congratulations to the host for achieving a trifecta of bewilderment. You are awarded 20 points for your audacity, along with a bewilderment fruit. Bewilderment fruit, bewilderment tree. Beneath the bewilderment tree, you and I. Divine elixir, bewilderment fruit grade, divine effect. Consuming one can propel you directly to the pinnacle of the world. It is recommended to be used in the Grand Realm. Goodness gracious, this system is truly remarkable. Greetings, everyone, I am Tang Fei, and I have struck gold, an extraordinary divine artifact. If you are my brethren, come at me. The 8th gate, The first 7 demonic gates of hell are eternally sealed, leaving only the gate of the Holy Master unbarred, which is Xiao Yu's sole hope of escaping the demon realm. Tang Fei shamelessly borrowed his father's lines from the original narrative. Ding. Congratulations to the host for executing an unfathomable act of audacity. You are awarded 57 points for your bravado. Ding. Congratulations to the host for executing a stroke of brilliance previously unimagined. You receive an additional 60 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for executing a truly terrifying act. You are awarded 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, the host's level of audacity has risen. You have earned the title of King of Bravado. Continue your endeavors to bring glory to the realm of audacity. But how can we locate the Holy Master's gate? True inquired, puzzled. There is but one method, his father declared. By utilizing the Panka treasure box, Jackie Chan added. But where is the box with the Holy Master? How do we find it? True questioned again, still confused. The Hesse Fish Factory, Tang Fei stated before closing his eyes, his consciousness gradually shifting to his doppelganger in hell. We are convening. Do not idle away the day. When you arrive, summon Sister Bagong. The demon of Earth's leader instructed Shimu. Understood, he replied casually, delivering a parasitic strike toward the leader. Ding. Parasitism failed. Force the parasitism. Tang Fei declared with the confidence of one who is wealthy. Ding. Parasitism failed. Ding. Parasitism successful. The host has gained the allegiance of the demon of Earth's leader and acquired the powers of the Earth demon, with the ability to siphon the strength of the host at will. Observing the demons around him, Tang Fei burst into a hearty laugh. Just as the leader intended to kneel, Tang Fei telepathically intervened. Do not kneel. I wish to be the hero who saves the maiden. He then glanced at a floating stone, spotting an adorable little creature. I see a cute little one. She seems to be planning to play hide and seek with us. Ding. Congratulations to the host for executing a disturbingly terrifying act of audacity. You are awarded 1,000 points for your bravado. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bewildering reward of 150 points for showing off. Tang Fei exclaimed, how could I possibly be that terrifying? Chapter 7. The Evolution of the Underworld and Reincarnation. As he spoke, Tang Fei flew to a floating stone and made a grimace at Xiao Yu, causing her to shriek in fright. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the temporary accomplishment of indulging in domestic abuse and chasing after love to the grave, rewarding the host with 400 points for showing off, along with a prop card for a square dance. The system encourages the host to continue their efforts. Prop, square dance, one-time use, type, card level, innate spiritual treasure function. This card randomly grants a catchy square dance tune, compelling the struck individual to dance involuntarily. Hello everyone. I am Tang Fei, how delightful. The system's props intrigued him, reminiscent of the terror he experienced in his past life, dominated by square dances. With a claw, he grabbed Xiao Yu and flew to where numerous demons were congregating, addressing them. Hey, my dear brothers and sisters, look what I have found. He lifted Xiao Yu while speaking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliciting a look of surprise, rewarding the host with 20 points for showing off. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instilling fear, rewarding the host with 100 points for showing off. Am I truly that frightening? Tang Fei mused, glancing at Xiao Yu in his grasp, who appeared quite delectable. Tang Fei observed his brothers and sisters chuckling, while the parasitic points in his hand seemed to flow freely towards several demons. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. Forced parasitism failed. Ding. Forced parasitism failed. Having previously incapacitated Xiao Yu, he knew the timing wasn't right for her to be aware of his actions. Ding. Forced parasitism successful. After expending an unknown quantity of parasitic points, Tang Fei finally succeeded in parasitizing all the demons. Master. Each demon knelt upon the floating stone, addressing Tang Fei. Due to her larger size, the eldest, Bo Gang, could only lower her head slightly to show respect. All rise, my loyal subjects. Ha! Tang Fei, indulging in his mischievous delight, declared, my dear subjects, heed my command. I assure you, you may venture forth, but remember not to stir up trouble as you did before. Afterward, he transmitted his plan to the demons. We shall remember, your majesty. The demons replied. Tang Fei remarked, it seems your performances surpass mine. Given your origins as native demons of China, I can understand that. Upon parasitizing these demons, Tang Fei's strength surged to the initial stage of a celestial being. Utilizing his formidable spiritual awareness to survey this so-called underworld, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Is this truly a world? There was no heavenly Tao. Only a pitiable, fragmented underpass absorbing the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy, gradually growing stronger, destined to one day ascend into a true great world. Tang Fei gazed upon the dilapidated tunnel, an insatiable desire to claim it for himself taking root in his heart. In ancient times, there was the venerable Hong Jun, who achieved harmony. Now, it is I, Tang Fei, who seeks to embody the Tao. Grant me the parasitic points. Let this tunnel be mine to inhabit. I shall take dominion over it. The ethereal parasitic points flowed like water into a dark orb. Ding. Parasite failed. Ding. Parasite successful. Instantly, Tang Fei sent a fragment of his true essence into the tunnel, and he felt an immediate connection. He was this world, and this world was him. With a mere thought, the landscape shifted dramatically, revealing a vast expanse of dark brown earth. With another thought, numerous ancient abodes materialized, each adorned with the inscription of the Hall of Yama. Soon after, a blood-red river, the source of which was unknown, appeared, spanned by the Bridge of Forgetfulness. The Blood Sea, the river of the underworld, the ancient ancestor Meng Pua, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were all conjured into existence by Tang Fei, resembling the narratives of primordial tales, albeit without their original potency. Far beyond the chaos, in the realm of the primordial, the powerful figures felt a disquietude that eluded their comprehension, truly a most peculiar occurrence. As the tunnel absorbed the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy, a small green sprout emerged upon the earth. As Tang Fei drew in more energy, the sprout burgeoned rapidly, eventually growing into a petite tree. Lo and behold, the world tree has manifested, Tang Fei exclaimed. Despite the passage of time, his humble demeanor remained unchanged. The surrounding demons gazed in awe, realizing their master was indeed formidable. No, he must be referred to as Your Majesty. Observing the astonished expressions of the demons, Tang Fei erupted into laughter, but soon sensed something amiss. Why were these demons so astounded yet devoid of any semblance of pretense? System, come forth. Speak. Have you consumed my pretentious points? You foolish host, the system retorted. The system will automatically upgrade and optimize. In the newly upgraded version, all successful parasitic endeavors cannot grant the host any pretentious points. System, do you believe I won't file a complaint against you with the System Consumer Association? Tang Fei cursed. You. The system fumed. Wait. Where do you intend to file this complaint? The System Consumer Association? Does such an entity even exist? Why was I not aware of it? I must inquire with other systems, it mumbled before falling silent. Tang Fei mused. Do you believe my fabrication? Yet, he found himself unable to connect with the system. Disappointed, he rubbed his nose and addressed the assembled demons. Have your discussions concluded? The demons nodded. Tang Fei calculated the passage of time and concluded that the Hell Gate of the Holy Master should soon activate. He awakened the unconscious Xiaoyu, her consciousness returning to her form, just as she witnessed Cheng Long and the Black Hand Gang vying for the Panka treasure box. Cheng Long, I shall assist you. He bellowed. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. Without allowing others a moment to react, he unleashed a fiery blade, launching a sealing strike that caught the Holy Master off guard. Hey Tiger Ah Fu. Ah Fu struck down Jackie Chan. Before him stood a fiery red blade, which instantaneously cleaved him in twain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for inciting the wrath of the world's heavenly Tao by eliminating a plot character. The heavenly Tao has mutated. It is advised that the host reflect upon this and has received a deduction of 1 pretentious point. The remaining Ah Fun, La Su, and Zhou fled in terror, just as the gates of hell swung open. In an instant, Tang Fei stepped through the hellish portal, summoning the flame dragon steed, and exclaimed to the bewildered Xiaoyu, I have come to rescue you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a favorability score of 10 points with Xiaoyu. The current favorability index stands at 50 points. The system encourages the host to continue the good work. System, are you serious about reclaiming a mere point? Tang Fei expressed a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ding. Rest assured, this is merely to accommodate the slight sentiments of the world's heavenly Tao. System, you claim my strength is sufficient. Can I not then parasitize the heavenly Tao? That is not permissible. The heavenly Tao of this world is at the quasi-saint level and cannot be forcibly parasitized. Furthermore, your points for parasitism have been depleted. You originally had a substantial number, but who could have anticipated that you would deceive me regarding the existence of a System Consumer Association? Hence, all your pretentious points have been successfully reclaimed by yours truly. Tang Fei muttered, damn it. Chapter 8, The Epic Chronicles and the Primal Artifact. After successfully rescuing Xiaoyu, Tang Fei silently observed the soul of the Holy Master detach from the body of Walong and enter the gates of hell. The Holy Master's siblings awaited the return of their beloved brother, vowing to extend the warmest hospitality. Now, Tang Fei found himself adeptly controlling his avatars. Unlike before when a single consciousness could only command one body, He valued this particular body immensely, for its material was divine, surpassing even his original form. Had it not been for the formidable beings who forcibly carved out a river of time to sever all ties of causality for Tang Fei in this world, he might have considered himself granted a second life. However, should he provoke an entity capable of such temporal manipulation, he might as well prepare for his demise. As Tang Fei watched the Holy Master being toyed with by his adorable kin, he could not help but bellow, "Cease. Do not strike any longer." The demons responded with confusion. The Holy Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for executing a display that moved the demons. Rewarding the host with 100 pretentious points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a favorability score of 70 with the Holy Master, with a task completion rate of 70. Task reward, 10 pretentious points. The system remained relentless. Tang Fei had indeed forgotten this task, considering the meager reward of pretentious points unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, one must not forget their roots. After all, he had ascended from humble beginnings, and without the journey through time or the system, he would likely still be dancing to social tunes, reciting the classic phrases of a spirited youth. Tang Fei could not help but declare to the assembled demons, "The realm is not merely a battleground. It is a tapestry of human emotions and connections." To enhance Tang Fei's display of bravado, the system graciously played a fitting melody. The Supreme Master mused, "Why do I find him so striking? He possesses such an air of leadership." Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying the essence of a spiritual leader, earning 300 points for his display of flair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for portraying a remarkably handsome yet terrifying demon, earning an additional 500 points. Tang Fei's expression darkened, resembling coal as he gazed at the ethereal figure of the Supreme Master. He cast the remaining parasitic points toward the Supreme Master. Initially, he had no intention of succeeding in the parasitism, but to his astonishment, with a resounding crack, he succeeded. This left Tang Fei utterly bewildered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 10 points for his display of flair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a series of tasks. Now commencing the next challenge, to parasitize the ancient chronicle of the primordial era and either subdue or eliminate the phantasmal entity known as the blood-eyed demon, a creation of this celestial order. The host has also been equipped with the art of golden words, where words manifest as spells. Please continue your efforts, esteemed host. Task rewards, the spearhead of the god-slaying spear and a card from the river god. Note, the blood-eyed demon exists at the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. My heavens, the emergence of the blood-eyed demon is truly remarkable. Master, what shall we do next? The earth demon inquired, its voice thunderous. Before Tang Fei appeared an ethereal screen. Demon, earth demon, Dekue realm. Peak of the initial stage of the nascent soul, can spend 100 parasitic points to upgrade to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, parasitism mode, forced parasitism degree of parasitism. 100. Tang Fei spoke imperiously. For now, we shall adhere to the plan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will inform you. The great Luo golden immortal realm seemed to indicate the gravity of the situation. It appeared that external assistance would be necessary, Tang Fei mused inwardly. Meanwhile, matters on his end were quite dire. His Supreme Master was permanently sealed within the gates of hell, and Xiao Yu had been rescued by Sam. It was a scenario of mutual delight, yet was the ordeal truly over? The answer was a resounding no. Just as Chung Long and the others were reveling in their merriment, the Supreme Master's soul emerged from hell and possessed Chung Long's body. In an instant, Chung Long's eyes glowed a blood-red hue. As Xiao Yu played with Chung Long, she screamed in terror, "Sam, Dad." "Ah, silence, you little brat," the Supreme Master growled, but still drew the attention of Chung Long and the others. "Oh dear," Chung Long exclaimed, ruffling his hair, while Tang Fei felt as though his own hair would be pulled out in frustration. "Cease your arrogance, you demon dragon. Take this, an attack from me, old Tang," Tang Fei proclaimed, summoning his armor and preparing to strike Chung Long, who was now possessed. Chung Long. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instilling fear, earning 100 points for his display of flair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for astonishing everyone present, earning an additional 450 points for his display of flair. Tang Fei could not truly strike down with his knife. As he approached the top of Chung Long's head, he abruptly halted, observing Chung Long's indecisive demeanor. "Hurry, in my life. I feel as though I can no longer control my own body," Chung Long uttered in fragmented sentences. "No, I cannot do that." Tang Fei shook his head. The master chuckled heartily, kicking Tang Fei over a meter away before bouncing off playfully. Uncle Long and Xiao Yu, with tears welling in her eyes, embraced Tang Fei. He gently patted Xiao Yu's head, offering her comfort, while a sense of guilt gnawed at him, pondering whether his actions were somewhat beastly. Yet, the Xiao Yu from the original story was not one to cry so easily. Dingling. Xiao Yu's phone rang. Hello. Uncle Long. Rising from Sem's chest, she wiped her tears and addressed Sem. I'm fine. Xiao Yu, I am currently at the airport. The master is boarding a flight to Australia. To Australia? For what purpose? Xiao Yu inquired, perplexed. You shall know soon enough. The master responded with his distinctive tone. Uncle Long, Uncle Long. Sheriff Blake exclaimed, I request to use satellite tracking to locate Uncle Long. Which Uncle Long? Cheng Long. The voice on the other end inquired. Yes, it's Cheng Long. Also, I need a plane, the fastest one available. This series of events left Tang Fei utterly bewildered. Split personality? The system could no longer hold its tongue. You fool. Do you not realize that one only reveals their vulnerable side in front of their beloved? Tang Fei exclaimed. The Uluru in Australia. It is said that those who take stones from Uluru will be cursed and die mysteriously. This curse is likely intended to protect the Chronicles of Time, which is a divine artifact. Curiosity piqued. Tang Fei picked up a stone as prompted by the system. Ding. Death curse detected. Would you like to spend 50 points to absorb it? Absorb. Tang Fei commanded without hesitation. Ding. Absorption successful. Host. Tang Fei, Sky Demon, Realm, Peak Mid-Stage Celestial, Continuous Enhancement in progress. Points, 500, 000. Techniques, 9 transmutations of the Mysterious Art, Fragment, Shushan Immortal Technique, Water Spirit Art, Earth Spirit Art, Mountain Spirit Art, Wind Spirit Art, Thunder Spirit Art, Moon Spirit Art, Heaven Spirit Art, Fire Spirit Art. Parasites, 10. Parasite Entities, Di Kuei, Zhongsu, Bo Gang, Zhoulan, Basha, Xiaofeng, the Master, and Dad, who are not yet fully parasitized. The abilities of the demon itself encompass mastery over the skies and weather, the transformation of celestial hues, alteration of atmospheric conditions, and the manipulation of winds and clouds. A shroud of darkness and crimson clouds envelopes all living beings, shifting the colors of the heavens, creating myriad celestial phenomena, tearing apart the fabric of space, disregarding causality, and controlling meteorological changes. With wings spread wide, it conjures tempests and can assume a humanoid form, possessing formidable skills in disguise that render its demonic nature nearly undetectable. Tang Fei relishes these powers, relishing the ability to change the weather and the sky's colors, seeing them as tools for ostentation. The disregard for causality, in particular, serves as a lethal weapon. Moreover, he has successfully optimized the abilities of other demons, imparting these skills to them. Without boasting, Tang Fei asserts that these techniques are sufficient to elevate the strength of these demons to the realm of the profound immortal. The realms of existence can be classified as follows: abstaining from grains, foundational establishment, divine entry, golden core, primordial infant, tribulation crossing, great achievement, wandering immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, profound immortal, great luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, saint, heavenly path, and great path. What exhilaration! It feels as though life has reached its zenith. By the way, can I now choose to parasitize, dear system? Tang Fei inquired. The system replied, no, due to the system's upgrade, this task has been cancelled, and the expenditure of parasitic points to accelerate parasitism is no longer viable. Tang Fei huffed, urging, quickly, open the door. A dazzling green vortex appeared before the Holy Master, who stepped through without hesitation. Following closely behind, Xiao Yu leaped in after the Holy Master, nearly stumbling, but was caught by Same. Xiao Yu's heart raced wildly, beating furiously within her chest. The annals of time have wondrously recorded all of history. The elder watched as the Holy Master approached the Grand Tome. Just then, the elder made an untimely appearance, followed by a loud exclamation that startled the two young ones who had dared to indulge. Tang Fei could only think, I was careless. I didn't dodge. Xiao Yu observed the Holy Master, who, utilizing a rabbit talisman, dashed forward and executed a right whip kick followed by a left front kick. The Holy Master was knocked down, and fortuitously, a page from the annals of time was seized by Xiao Yu. Oh my wife is truly fierce. Tang Fei stood in astonishment while silently mourning the Holy Master for 3 seconds. The history lesson has concluded. Holy Master. Xiao Yu, with one hand holding the torn page and the other provocatively waving at the Holy Master, taunted him. Enraged, the Holy Master exhaled fire, yet Same intervened, conveying a mental message. Hurry and execute the plan. Amidst this brief interlude, Tang Fei successfully managed to parasitize the Annals of Time, transforming it into his personal weapon. Item, Annals of Time level, Primordial ability, record history, alter history, traverse history. In the annals of time, the realm of hell has completely vanished, as it has become a private domain of Tang Fei. Thus, the historical records can no longer document it. However, under the same master, the constraints have diminished. With a mere flicker of thought, information regarding the Hell Realm began to inscribe itself upon the Tome of Time. Tang Fei harbored no concerns about alterations impacting him, for the tome had now become an integral part of his essence. He intended to refine it into a benevolent corpse, a technique passed down by the venerable Hongjun during the primordial era, which involves the severing of one's own benevolent, malevolent, and self-corpse to transcend into a saint devoid of emotion. Tang Fei did not aspire to practice this method in its entirety. Rather, he sought to draw inspiration from it to carve his own path. He planned to first cultivate the two corpses, the benevolent and the malevolent. While he currently lacked the ability to sever his self-corpse, in the future, Tang Fei did not intend to sever his benevolent or malevolent corpses, for the existence of parasitic points allowed him to merge them directly, thus retaining his humanity while harnessing the power of both corpses. He would then choose to validate his path through strength, combining the power of the two corpses with an act of merit, paving a boundless future. Suddenly, Tang Fei felt a surge of optimism regarding his prospects. At that moment, the Saint Lord resumed his scribbling upon the Tome of Time, causing a profound transformation in the world. Chapter 9. The Bloodthirsty Blade. This is the best of times, yet also the worst of times. We possess nothing, and we stand in sorrow. Little Yu gazed at the dark crimson sky and the occasional appearance of colossal dragons, then glanced at the torn page in her hand. Lost in contemplation, her father had once said that the Tome of Time wondrously records all of history, and the Saint Lord must have rewritten it. So she must now be in a world of demons. I must hurry to find Uncle Long, Sam, and my father, she cursed inwardly. Little Yu, how did you end up here? Her parents, clad in tattered gray-blue garments, appeared frail and worn. Little Yu was taken aback, intending to respond that she had come from the deer paradise, but in this demon world devoid of human technology, she found herself at a loss for words. Why aren't you in the palace? Her father inquired. Where did you get those strange clothes? Her mother asked with confusion, just as Little Yu prepared to answer. A loud horn blared in the distance. Hurry, we must go and pay our respects. Her parents, visibly anxious, urgently pulled her outside. Pay respects to whom? The Saint Lord? Little Yu pondered, feeling a sense of confusion, yet complied and knelt alongside her parents, stealthily lifting her head. She was not surprised to see the Saint Lord seated in a grand flower palanquin. Indeed, a palanquin traditionally used in weddings in Huaxia, being drawn by 3 enormous green dragons adorned with bright red flowers. Little Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Is the Saint Lord getting married? In another realm of hell, a notification sounded. Congratulations, host. The parasitic sovereign has acquired peak abilities, and the system has automatically synchronized with the host. In an ephemeral moment, Tang Fei felt the entirety of the 12 zodiac talismans' power surging within him. The rat talisman transformed stillness into motion, akin to the technique of summoning soldiers from scattered beans, yet due to the system's optimization, it surpassed that method in sophistication. It could summon beings one major realm higher than himself, but to call forth those of even greater realms would require a sacrifice. Such summoned entities would not be under the protagonist's control. The ox talisman augmented his combat prowess by 60-fold. The tiger talisman harmonized his inner energies, allowing him to delineate the duality of good and evil, making it the quintessential choice for transcending to sanctity. The rabbit talisman enhanced his speed by 60. The dragon talisman amplified the power of its dragon eruption by 60, proportional to his realm. The snake talisman granted invisibility, enhancing stealth by 60. The horse talisman allowed for instantaneous healing from any injury, albeit at the cost of its essence. The goat talisman enabled the soul to exit the body, retaining all capabilities of the physical form, while the soul remained aware of all occurrences within the body, capable of making judgments. The monkey talisman permitted transformation of all things, yet the essence remained unchanged. The chicken talisman allowed levitation and the mental control of any object, usable in conjunction with the powers of the moon demon. The dog talisman granted immortality, provided one refrained from self-destructive behavior. Regardless of the world's collapse, one would remain unscathed. The pig talisman enhanced the power of its lightning gaze by 60, contingent on one's realm. At that moment, as the energies of the 12 talismans surged into Tang Fei's being, he leapt past several stages, breaking through to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. While his 9 revolutions profound art continued to evolve the remaining techniques. Blood-eyed demon, great Luo golden immortal. Apologies, but with the rat talisman in hand, I can mass-produce great Luo golden immortals. Congratulations, host, for successfully exhibiting a bewildering prowess, earning 503 display points. Congratulations, host. The parasitic sovereign has showcased a magnificent display today, earning 001 display point. Congratulations, host, for attaining the title of parasitic Earth Sovereign. The acquisition of display points came in waves. Tang Fei transitioned from initial surprise to joy, ultimately silencing the incessant system notifications due to their overwhelming nature. While the entities he parasitized could not showcase their prowess to generate display points, their displays would still yield points for him, albeit in lesser quantities. It seemed a stroll outside was in order. Wife, I'm on my way. In the human realm, today, you shall cleanse the master's bathhouse. Cheng Long handed a rag to Xiaoyu. I refuse, she retorted, tossing the rag aside. She then filled the bathtub with muck. Cheng Long turned around and presented her with a jar of foul-smelling sludge, replete with grains, commonly referred to as Oli Ji. Upon catching a whiff of the odor, Xiaoyu felt as though she had plunged into a realm surrounded by grains, discarding the sludge as she retched violently. Oh, by the way, today is Claw Day. Do not forget to assist the master with his nail trimming. Cheng Long produced a large pair of scissors from an unknown source. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Jackie Chan inquired, observing Xiaoyu vomiting beside him. Uncle Long, you are not a minion of the demon. Please listen to me. I am not a servant of the Lord, nor are you. It is humanity, not demons, that rules the world. Demons were long ago subdued by the undying deity, but they later emerged again, only to be reconquered by us. However, now the Lord has possessed you and discovered the spell book to alter the past. Xiaoyu passionately gestured as she spoke, leaving Jackie Chan in a state of utter bewilderment. Haha, Xiaoyu, this is utterly absurd. Have you lost your mind? Humanity ruling the world? Jackie Chan shook his head in confusion and turned to attend to the grooming of his master's nails. Xiaoyu, in a state of panic, stopped him and insisted, it's true. We built cities, invented cars and computers. Look at my watch. She displayed her electronic watch to Jackie Chan. What is a watch? Jackie Chan inquired, his curiosity piqued. As he leaned in, Xiaoyu, noticing his intrigue, pressed a button on her watch and exclaimed, haha, I am a water deer. The sudden sound startled Jackie Chan, causing him to break into a cold sweat. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he whispered to Xiaoyu, you do realize that magic is prohibited, right? Ah, it's not magic. It's technology, human technology. This is something you bought for me. I suspect you might not even remember. She replied, her voice trailing off as her mood dipped. If what you say is true, then why do I not remember any of it? Jackie Chan crouched down beside the dejected Xiaoyu. Just as she was about to respond, a familiar and affectionate voice interjected. That is because the Lord has manipulated history using the power of the chronological tome, and your memories have all been altered. Tang Fei made a timely entrance, captivating everyone present. Sime, you remember the past too? Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy at no longer feeling alone, relishing the warmth of companionship. Tang Fei looked at Xiaoyu and said, I must apologize, Xiaoyu. I have been concealing something from you. My name is not Sime, but Tang Fei, and you may refer to me as such. There is no ancient spirit residing within me. I am the protagonist of this tale. After I was gravely wounded by the blood-eyed demon, my spirit inhabited the body of the deceased Sime. I am truly sorry for the lies I once told you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Tang Fei gazed at Xiaoyu with sincerity, causing her cheeks to flush. Naturally, she chose to forgive him. Ding Xiaoyu's affinity increased by 5. Her current affinity level is now 70. Please continue to strive for improvement. What are you two discussing? Jackie Chan, listening from the side, appeared utterly perplexed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully feigned ignorance. Reward, 100 points for acting bewildered. Uncle Long, to cut a long story short, the blood-eyed demon that grievously injured me has also resurfaced, Tang Fei declared. Having been an admirer of Jackie Chan in his past life and being younger than him, it felt only natural to address him as Uncle Long. The capabilities of the blood-eyed demon are formidable, nearly bordering on divine. The only way to subdue it is to vanquish a demon with another demon. Certainly, there are alternative methods, ones I had not considered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting a rather unreliable FAAD, rewarding the host with 120 charisma points. Observing the two individuals wearing expressions of distress, Tang Fei could not help but offer reassurance. Follow Dao Ji. Oh no, follow me, Tang Fei, and you shall encounter no misadventures. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying an incredibly unreliable persona, rewarding the host with a bloodthirsty blade and a cosmic-level technique. Blood demon body. How intriguing. It appears that I am destined to transform into a grand overlord. The cultivation method of the blood demon body relies on blood, while the bloodthirsty blade serves the purpose of blood absorption, creating a harmonious synergy. The bloodthirsty blade, categorized at a cosmic level, possesses the ability to absorb blood at a rate of 100 from those beneath its wielder's realm, while the effectiveness diminishes against those of higher standing, save for corpses. Tang Fei transmitted the blood demon body technique to the ancient ancestor of the river of hell he had conjured in the infernal realm. For the time being, he would wield the bloodthirsty blade as his weapon. The blade itself was entirely crimson, featuring a handle adorned with a blood-red dragon's head clasping a white pearl, its red eyes exuding a menacing allure. Let us seek out the other members of the dragon squad. Xiaoyu suggested. Chapter 10. Is the heavenly Tao anxious? With a blood-red sky, demons roamed the earth, while deities resided in hell. For those who dine, a spirit of feasting. To eat is to elevate oneself above others. Should one lack enthusiasm for meals, one must question their sanity. Tang Fei retrieved a roasted leg of lamb from his hellish domain, addressing Cheng Long and Xiaoyu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying an unreliable quadratic persona, rewarding the host with 390 charisma points. Cheng Long and Xiaoyu stiffly accepted the lamb leg and followed closely behind Tang Fei. Servants are not permitted within the library. Cheng Long halted at the entrance, stating, "We are not servants. We are merely the masters, and this is merely a key to escort our guest home." Tang Fei replied with a smile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying a lofty persona, rewarding the host with 150 charisma points. Oh dear, this is a restricted area. How did you manage to enter? Quickly, leave. A voice exclaimed, heralding the appearance of Old Father. Old Father. Xiaoyu's large, glistening eyes sparkled, as if she were captivated by him. Only the Master's book attendant may enter. Old Father chided, giving Cheng Long a light tap on the head. Old Father, we require your assistance. We are searching for a book, Xiaoyu pleaded, clutching Old Father's arm. Impossible. These tomes pertain to magic, and even I am forbidden from perusing them. Old Father replied, attempting to usher Xiaoyu away. The Chronicles of Time? Xiaoyu inquired. Never heard of it. Old Father continued to propel Xiaoyu forward. Are you certain? It could be over here, or perhaps over there. Xiaoyu dashed about the library haphazardly. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction. Tang Fei thought of a song, his lips twitching slightly. No, I have resided in this library for 60 years. I am certain it does not exist. Old Father, exhausted, squatted on the ground. Really? Xiaoyu looked at Old Father with skepticism. Indeed. The old man replied affirmatively, thinking to himself that he needed to send this little imp away quickly. With a loud thud, Tang Fei unexpectedly produced a large tome, revealing a world map. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have donned a rather intimidating facade, earning yourself 500 points for showmanship. Alas, forbidden magic. The old man, startled, raked his sparse hair. No. It seems this is merely an atlas. Xiaoyu, having only glanced at the cover, remarked that she could not find the book. With a swift kick, she sent Tang Fei sprawling and then opened the book, stating that if the tome were not within the Lord's library, it could only be found in one location. Australia. Tang Fei exclaimed, "Oh dear, am I at fault for merely being an observer?" A painful kick followed. There is no one around. This is a forbidden zone. Xiaoyu noted. Indeed, there is nothing there at all. Only a fortress, Cheng Long added. The purpose of building a fortress is to guard something, Xiaoyu declared. However, it is said that anyone who approaches the fortress will be annihilated. We must devise a plan to enter, Tang Fei stated. Why? The old man queried, perplexed. Because the Lord altered history using the annals of time, Tang Fei explained. This is utterly absurd. You cannot expect anyone to believe that, can you? The old man said, directing his words toward the contemplative Lord. Cheng Long pondered for a moment and sighed. Yet, I do believe one thing. The dominion of demons over the world is indeed a dire matter. Exactly, Xiaoyu affirmed. Old man, I can prove that what I say is true. She showcased her electronic watch, exclaiming, haha, I am the waterborne elk. Oh dear. The old man yelped in fright, prompting Cheng Long to quickly cover his mouth. Speak softly, you will attract them. But it was too late. They were already surrounded by a throng of shadowy figures. The Shadow Legion. Xiaoyu trembled, leaning against Tang Fei. You little rascal. How can you still be such a child? Tang Fei summoned the Flame Dragon armor and unleashed a series of ferocious maneuvers against the Shadow Legion, striking them down like dumplings. Yet, seemingly to no avail. The shattered forms reassembled into silhouettes. What the? Tang Fei was momentarily bewildered. Why isn't this working? This isn't how the script goes. Now, it was Tang Fei's turn to be flummoxed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You executed a spectacular display of skill, earning a score of 0 out of 5, granting you 600 points for showmanship. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been ridiculed by the heavenly Tao for your foolishness, earning 100 points for showmanship. Is this considered an unexpected delight? He turned to Chung Long and the others, revealing an awkward smile. Monsters and demons, begone. Monsters and demons, begone. The old man raised a bell in one hand, placed the other on his chest, and lifted one foot, hopping about like a goat whose tail had been stepped on. Quite the sight. As his voice echoed, the surrounding shadow legion gradually transformed into wisps of white mist, dissipating into the world. Old man, you have saved us, Chung Long said, still shaken. What could I do? I am your father. The old man playfully struck Chung Long's spirit magic. I thought you wouldn't sneak a peek at the spellbook, Xiao Yu remarked, gazing at the bell in her father's hand. I merely flipped through it. Her father retorted, proudly lifting his chin. We must depart from this place post-haste. Otherwise, the saint will inevitably discover your use of spells. Father, Chung Long cautioned him. Eliminate the ninjas. Xiao Yu declared. Where shall we go? Her father inquired, puzzled, his thoughts wandering to Australia. Oh, heavens, I must be losing my mind. Let us accompany you Tang to Australia, Xiao Yu suggested, casting a furtive glance at Tang Fei, only to find him grinning foolishly, which irked her deeply. But we are mere mortals. Even if we escape, we lack transportation to a land uninhabited, her father lamented, though secretly delighted at the prospect of not having to accompany them unless they possessed divine power. Perhaps the talismans can assist us, Tang Fei proclaimed, producing a dozen talismans. The saint was his parasitic host, and thus, the saint's power was also his own, albeit slightly stronger. The talismans he created were merely a fraction of their potential power, easily retractable without burdening him. Xiao Yu stared, bewildered, at the array of talismans Tang Fei had unveiled. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a state of bewilderment, earning 150 show-off points. Indeed, this is it. But Tang Fei, from whence did you procure these talismans? The saint is still quite well, is he not? Tang Fei replied. I acted hastily, revealing them in a moment of excitement. However, this was merely his inner thought. He would not be foolish enough to voice it aloud. It is quite simple. It is merely a matter of inviting the divine presence. This is ancient Taoist magic, fear not. Xiao Yu remained puzzled but refrained from further inquiries. Chung Long had been disengaged throughout the discourse, while their father seemed lost in contemplation. Xiao Yu, do you not think we ought to construct a spaceship? Tang Fei expressed, not wishing to traverse the land on a mere rug. You mean? Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. The group seized the opportunity to escape to a desolate land, spending roughly 5 days crafting a spaceship from stone. Throughout this endeavor, their father and Chung Long exchanged heated words. As the central control area contained 12 indentations designated for the talismans, serving as the ship's energy source. If this contraption can fly, I shall concede that all you previously claimed is true, Chung Long remarked, his tone less than amiable, harboring resentment for the inexplicable labor over the past 5 days. Far above, in the celestial realm, the Tao revealed a sinister smile. Yes, let him kill you. That way, I can justifiably eliminate him. And the great Tao shall not object. Uncle Long, it might be time to trim your braids, Xiao Yu interjected with a perplexing comment. Braid? My braid? Chung Long felt his niece's sanity was in question. With a sharp slap, their father chided Chung Long. Are you trying to drive me to madness? She referred to the braids in your heart. You're even less sensible than your niece. Uncle Long, as my idol from a previous life, should not possess such a lack of enlightenment, thought Tang Fei, somewhat perplexed. System, conduct a scan for me, but refrain from disclosing how many pretentious points I possess. Simply provide me with the payment scan. As a competent system, you should generate pretentious points independently. System, apologies, we do not produce pretentious points. We merely transport them. Scanning in progress, please hold. Ding. Scan successful. Reason. The heavenly Tao is anxious and seeks to use your hand to eliminate the fated child of this world, thereby allowing it to strike you without consequence. Isn't that the case with Afu as well? Moreover, why does the heavenly Tao wish to protect me? Tang Fei could not help but feel a tinge of confusion. Ding. Afu's luck is too low to warrant intervention. Additionally, Afu has already been resurrected by the blood-eyed demon, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Host, exercise caution. Though it was a concern, why did Tang Fei always detect a hint of schadenfreude in those words? As for why the heavenly Tao protects you, the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of, it cannot be spoken of. In due time, you shall know. Down with the demonic imperialism, and welcome a new world. Humanity cannot be vanquished. The demons may strike as long as they wish, until our complete victory is achieved. If not now, when will Cheng Long awaken? Tang Fei proclaimed with great fervor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have exuded an air of overwhelming power. Reward, 10,000 pretentious points and the Heart of Humanity. Item, Heart of Humanity level. Acquired spiritual treasure effect. 1. Natural affinity with humans increased by 50. 2. All attributes enhanced by 10 wherever humans are present. With a mere thought, all 12 talismans promptly fell into the stone slot. In an instant, a flash of white light transformed the previously stone-like spacecraft into a vibrant green metallic body, reminiscent of a beloved niche streamer and writer from Tang Fei's past life, whose handle he still recalled, 3825. Returning to the matter at hand, the spacecraft elongated in shape, resembling an adult blue whale, albeit in a striking green hue. Cheng Long gazed at the transformation, his heart filled with nostalgia. Was I wrong? Yes, it is I who was mistaken. Humanity must seize its own destiny and not remain enslaved by demons. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have provoked the heavenly Tao to the point of fury. Reward, 5,000 pretentious points. Chapter 11. The golden ticket to immortality. Beneath the depths of the Pacific Ocean lies a palace, seemingly unremarkable at a glance. However, upon closer inspection, one discovers that this palace is constructed from the bones of humans. Some skeletons even retain the grotesque expressions they bore in death, blood trickling from their mouths, staining the surrounding waters. Encircling the palace are carnivorous plants, their sharp fangs emitting chilling roars. In the central hall of the palace, a plaque reads Cavern of Gods and Demons, and within the palace are various altars lacking inscriptions. Among them, one blood-red altar has shattered, releasing a black mist from which emerges a blood-red eye, glaring at those who dare to meet its gaze. The figure in question serves as a significant weapon employed by the heavenly Tao to confront the heretic Tang Fei. No one knows the origins of this palace or what it conceals within its walls. Any being approaching this palace becomes sustenance for the man-eating flowers, and even the heavenly Tao is oblivious to its emergence. When this entity first appeared, the Tao sought to investigate, but nearly met its demise at the hands of the beings within, leading it to retreat. However, upon witnessing a wisp of black mist drifting out, its curiosity compelled it to follow, ultimately merging with this black fog. To eradicate the heretic Tang Fei, the Tao invoked the demonic title of Blood-Eyed Demon, thus bringing it into existence. After successfully merging, the Tao was pleasantly surprised to discover that this dark cloud could absorb the impurities of the world, enhancing its own power, which delighted the Tao with the prospect of eliminating the heretic. It then gazed at the palace, now shrouded in dark energy, shuddered, and soared into the heavens, panting heavily. Unbeknownst to it, a flicker of derision flashed in the blood-red eyes of the blood-eyed demon that lingered in the sky after its departure. Meanwhile, Tang Fei and Xiaoyu, along with their companions, traveled aboard the Fengwei Chushin Huazhong ship to an island. This was the land of the eastern Japan, ruled by the elder sister Bagong. However, at present, it was merely a domain of subordinates. Observing the slaves around him speaking in the dialect of eastern Japan, Tang Fei felt an inexplicable thrill. Was he a pervert? Noticing the mountains of salt surrounding him, he felt a sense of wastefulness. Shaking his head to dispel these errant thoughts, he turned to his father with a smile and said, "Father, you are no longer young. Have you considered taking on a disciple to carry on your legacy?" Before his father could respond, Xiaoyu eagerly raised her hands and feet, her large eyes filled with anticipation. Looking at the expectant Xiaoyu, his father gently replied, "You are too young." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face fell in disappointment. "I cannot find anyone suitable to be my disciple," his father lamented. "What about that big fellow?" Tang Fei suggested, pointing to the worker named True nearby. "He is quite the giant." Cheng Long remarked in awe. Suddenly, a series of thundering sounds resounded, and the ground trembled as a colossal green creature appeared before them. "Oh my, Bagong is even larger," his father exclaimed in shock. "Add more salt to my meal, or it will cost you your lives." Bogang's voice boomed. "Our hero cannot contend with such a massive demon," his father said, preparing to flee, but was seized by both Xiaoyu and Tang Fei, who insisted, "You are right. You should go." "Me?" his father questioned, incredulous, pointing to himself. Xiaoyu retrieved a bundle from Cheng Long and declared, "The only way to subdue a demon is to send it back." At that moment, Bagong had already noticed Cheng Long and the others raising a large cauldron filled with insects, ready to hurl it at him. Xiao Yu directly handed the book to her father, addressing Tang Fei and Cheng Long. Tang Fei, Uncle Long, please buy us some time. She then bestowed upon Cheng Long a chicken talisman and a cow talisman, while handing Tang Fei a pig talisman and a dog talisman. With the talismans in hand, they transformed into the flame dragon armor. Tang Fei, with a sense of mischievous curiosity, placed the two talismans in the positions designated for sealing his beast abilities, eager to observe any reaction. However, a flock of crows flew by, and to his dismay, there was no response whatsoever. Frustrated, Tang Fei unleashed an air slash at Bagong. Though it proved ineffective against Bogang's resilient physique, Bagong looked at Tang Fei with a puzzled expression, wondering why his master was scratching him, his eyes filled with immense confusion. Get back to your hellish realm, you ingratiating fool, Tang Fei exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Bagong, Cheng Long, Xiao Yu, and their father were all taken aback. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acting like a fool, earning 300 show-off points. Ding ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of fool in a chain system. Your entire family is foolish. You are the true fool. Ding. Clearing show-off points, clearing parasitic points. Wait, dear system, I was wrong. Cheng Long, you must be absolutely delicious, Bagong thought. Turning his attention to Cheng Long, Tang Fei was his master, someone he could neither strike nor scold. How troublesome. Uncle Long, a flying kick, a flying kick. Xiao Yu urged anxiously. With a clap, Cheng Long, inspired by Xiao Yu, executed a flying kick that sent Bagong tumbling. Bagong staggered to his feet and hurled a large insect from a jar towards Cheng Long. The sound of impact echoed as Cheng Long was knocked to the ground by the massive creature. Father, hurry, Xiao Yu implored, glancing urgently at him. Alas, we forgot the divine artifact to subdue it. Their father replied, equally anxious. Fire with a sword, water with a ladle, use a flute for the west, no flowers. No fans, but a drum. Xiao Yu shouted at the hulking figure. Do you know me? True looked perplexedly at himself. We'll discuss this later, quickly. Beat the drum 3 times. Bagong, you truly are a talent, placing your own possessions in your own realm. Thankfully, this is merely a performance for the heavenly Tao. Tang Fei thought, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Monsters and demons, depart. Monsters and demons, depart. A portal to hell slowly opened from the void. No. Bogang's final words echoed in this world. True followed Cheng Long and the others as they boarded the flavor of originality dragon spaceship. While Tang Fei discovered a remarkable item in the system's marketplace, a one-time use golden medal of immunity. A divine grade item that could exempt him from certain death and had a significant chance of unlocking a new dungeon. This item cost him 100 show-off points. Won through a lottery in the system's marketplace. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, one should expect to encounter the howling winds along with the enigmatic bull warrior and his devoted admirer, Parker. The mere thought of Parker evokes in Tang Fei the memory of a card drawn days prior, which elicited a chilling cackle from his lips. Upon boarding the flavorful Chushin dragon ship, Tang Fei employed a soul extraction talisman, soaring forth to the remaining slaves, and with a grand gesture, he ushered them into his realm, which might prove advantageous in the future. Subsequently, Tang Fei ascended into the skies above the ocean, sensing an ominous force stirring beneath him, one that filled him with trepidation. With his gaze fixed below, his thoughts wavered, contemplating whether to descend. At that moment, the system presented him with a definitive answer. Ding. Explore the ominous depths below and return alive without utilizing a life-saving token. Reward: 1,000,000 points of bravado and the 12 capital fiend formation. The host may decline this mission without penalty. Good heavens, such generosity from the reward system, Tang Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening. To hell with it, I'll do it. Worst case, I'll use that life-saving token. Transforming into his true form, he became Shimu. Due to his cultivation, his wings sprouted blood-red spikes, and his body, infused with the blood demon body, took on a crimson hue. Armed with his bloodthirsty blade, he surged into the ocean, plunging deeper and deeper until he finally beheld a palace of obsidian. To his dismay, this was a palace constructed from the accumulated bones of humanity. Tang Fei's expression darkened as he noted that, due to some arcane influence, certain remains retained the expressions of their last moments, twisted in ghastly horror. From a distance, the palace emanated a luminous glow, appearing rather splendid, yet upon closer inspection, he saw glowing maggots sluggishly writhing across its surface. One can never fathom the repugnance that might lie beneath the facade of a seemingly resplendent exterior, a thought that crossed Tang Fei's mind. Suppressing the nausea churning in his stomach, he cautiously approached the grotesque palace. Above its entrance, the black red cave of gods and demons, flanked by inscriptions that proclaimed, heaven and earth, gods and demons as flesh, myriad beings as broth. What audacity! Tang Fei inhaled sharply, brandishing his bloodthirsty blade. He summoned the system-optimized flame dragon armor. Clad in red armor, he sprouted a pair of grotesque blood-red bone wings. Yet, overwhelmed by tension, his blood demon body surged, breaking through to the second layer. The blood demon body comprises 10 layers: blood body, muscles and bones, spirit, cave heaven, name, blood demon, undying body, soul, and burial heaven. Advancing through each layer not only demands a copious amount of blood, but also requires fortuitous opportunities and innate talent. According to the system, no cultivator has ever achieved the undying body realm with this technique. Otherwise, its rank would transcend cosmic levels. As the saying goes, one cultivates the muscles, bones, and skin externally, while internally, one nurtures the breath, which pertains to the spirit layer. This layer not only cultivates the power of the soul, but also develops the vital energy within the human body, unlocking its hidden treasures. Upon entering, Tang Fei was greeted by a dilapidated table draped in a vibrant crimson cloth, adorned with an array of densely packed spirit tablets. What struck him as peculiar was the absence of any names inscribed upon these tablets. Instead, each bore the intricate traditional character for spirit. Even more bewildering was the presence of a shattered tablet at the very bottom. Chapter 12. The Rage of the Blood-Eyed Demon. The surroundings were stark and desolate, occasionally resonating with the faint whispers of ancient deities or the distant roars of demonic entities. Yet, upon attempting to listen intently, one would find such sounds were mere figments of the imagination. How strange it was for a spiritual affair to employ red cloth. Tang Fei was both perplexed and unsettled. System, please analyze the phenomena in this location. Tang Fei implored, feeling an overwhelming sense of eeriness, as if an ancient being might suddenly emerge to sever his head. Ding. The level of this area exceeds the current version. System analysis failed. Please upgrade the system and try again. Frustrated, Tang Fei unleashed his power and struck at the spirit hall. This force, seemingly capable of tearing through space, had no effect whatsoever on the hall. In fact, a tablet beneath him shattered, releasing a grotesque creature with 3 heads and an oily green body, its surface riddled with eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the creature lunged at Tang Fei with a kick, startling him. He swiftly countered with his bloodthirsty blade, absorbing the creature's blood, thereby slightly enhancing his blood demon form. Damn it, Mad Dog! Tang Fei cast a water spirit seal on the demon den. As long as water remained in the vicinity, the seal would provide an inexhaustible source of power. Should this entity come into existence, it would undoubtedly herald a cataclysmic disaster. Though not a paragon of virtue himself, Tang Fei could not bear to witness the slaughter of innocents. At times, protecting others equated to safeguarding oneself. In the demon den, he sensed a faint power of devouring. If such beings were to emerge and consume countless lives, Tang Fei felt certain his own demise would follow. The main quest had long since diverged. Let it stray completely. With resolute determination, Tang Fei shifted his form and returned to the realm of hell. In this realm, a transformation had occurred. The 10 Yama Kings, the underworld river, and Mengpo were present. Although these were mere fabrications, as the world grew increasingly formidable, Tang Fei felt an uncanny vitality in these mythological figures. Even those who once lacked consciousness, such as Mengpo, began to exhibit more wisdom, particularly after Tang Fei imparted the blood demon form to the underworld river. It became even more extraordinary, leading Tang Fei to ponder whether this entity might eventually usurp the true underworld river's essence and supplant it. Tang Fei arrived at the assembly of demons, and after transmitting a message to the demons still on Earth, within a mere 3 seconds, all the demons had already taken their positions. The demon of fire, the Holy Lord; the demon of earth, Bagong; the demon of water, Basha; the demon of earth, Diku; the demon of the moon, Zholan; the demon of wind, Xiaofeng; the demon of thunder, Zhongsu; and himself, the demon of heaven, Shimu, were all entrusted with a simplified version of the formation 12 capital evil array. This 12 capital evil array was a recent reward from the task system after he successfully completed a mission and escaped. Additionally, he possessed over 1 million boast points. Tang Fei intended to utilize these points to purchase elixirs to enhance the cultivation of these demons. For the elevation of a parasite's cultivation inevitably augments that of its host. This was Tang Fei's expertise within the system. Ding! Congratulations! The parasite Holy Lord has achieved a breakthrough to the early stage of the Great Ascension, elevating the host's cultivation by 1 level to the early stage of Golden Immortal. Ding! Congratulations, the parasite Diku has advanced to the early stage of the tribulation crossing, elevating the host's cultivation by one level to the peak of the early stage of golden immortal. Ding. Congratulations. The parasite Basha has reached the peak of the early stage of tribulation crossing, elevating the host's cultivation by one level to the mid-stage of golden immortal. Ding. Congratulations. The parasite Bagong has progressed to the peak of the mid-stage of tribulation crossing, elevating the host's cultivation by one level to the peak of the mid-stage of golden immortal. Ding. Congratulations. The parasite Zholon has broken through to the peak of the early stage of Great Ascension, elevating the host's cultivation by one level to the late stage of golden immortal. Ding. Congratulations. The parasite Zhongsu has reached the peak of the early stage of Great Ascension, elevating the host's cultivation by one level to the peak of the late stage of golden immortal. Ding. Congratulations. The parasite Xiaofeng has achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the late stage of tribulation crossing, elevating the host's cultivation by one level to the early stage of mystic immortal. Ding. Tang Fei has directly ascended to the early stage of mystic immortal. Tang Fei now felt capable of defeating a dragon single-handedly. Ding. The malicious card for the host has been repaired. The elevation of the parasite's cultivation is now linked to that of the host. A parasite whose cultivation is 2 realms lower than the host's will be of no benefit to the host upon breakthrough, excluding skills and supernatural abilities. As Tang Fei's soul returned to his body, he realized that his father and the others had arrived in Australia. According to the original narrative, demons would typically pursue them at this juncture, yet this time there was none. The sky had transformed from red to an abyss of darkness, not the ordinary black of night, but a shade reminiscent of an overcast day, albeit darker still. While his father and the others remained oblivious, Tang Fei discerned that the gathering dark cloud was likely the absent blood-eyed demon. Without allowing it to solidify further, he struck at the cloud on the verge of becoming corporeal. A resounding crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream erupting from within the cloud. Upon hearing this, his father and the others paused, gazing up in bewilderment at the sky, where a black cloud oozed red blood, accompanied by incessant wails. From within the obsidian cloud emerged a pair of blood-red eyes, which, without uttering a word, unleashed a barrage of cataclysmic death rays towards Tang Fei. Kid, first, I thank you for waking me from this damned heavenly path. To express my gratitude, I shall ensure your demise. The beings of this world will serve as nourishment for my ascension. With a chilling cackle, the ominous black cloud unleashed a beam of death towards the heavens. This lethal ray pierced through the firmament, striking the observing Tao of heaven, and gradually transformed into sustenance for the dark cloud. What in the world is this formidable black cloud? It seems such a being was not mentioned in the ancient tales of the primordial chaos, lamented Tang Fei in frustration. The blood-eyed demon, observing the elders below, swiftly directed a beam towards them. No. Tang Fei's eyes widened in horror as he activated the rabbit talisman, chasing after it. But alas, he was a moment too late. The rabbit talisman, still unupgraded, could only enhance his speed by 60, insufficient to match the swiftness of the death ray. Yet, as the death ray approached, it suddenly halted before the likes of Chung Long and the others, as if an unseen force was shielding them. This was the power of the dog talisman. Though the death ray was formidable, the talismans were not to be underestimated. The blood-eyed demon was taken aback, realizing that his ray had not annihilated the crowd. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was momentarily stunned, Tang Fei summoned the flame dragon armor, channeling all his strength to cast the Zen seal. According to the system, this technique could temporarily imprison the blood-eyed demon for about 5 minutes. With no control over the casting range or the caster, the Zen seal could only be employed once a day, but for Xiao Yu, it was a sacrifice worth making. Descending from the sky, Tang Fei addressed Xiao Yu. I am truly sorry for deceiving you. I am, in fact, a demon. With that, he transformed into his true demonic form and reassured Xiao Yu and the others. I must now engage in battle with this demon. But I will transport you to a wondrous realm where you shall be safe. After speaking, he opened the gate to the underworld, ushering them inside, instructing the demons to take good care of them. As Xiao Yu was sent through, a tear escaped from the corner of her eye. They were rendered speechless and motionless, ensnared by the power of the Zen seal, yet they could still hear Tang Fei's words. Ding. Congratulations, host, for displaying astonishment. You have earned 500 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exhibiting devotion. You have earned 680 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for displaying fear. You have earned 300 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations, Xiao Yu, for surpassing a goodwill threshold of 100, successfully gaining an identity in this world, along with a mysterious gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the innate spiritual treasure, the Eye of Emptiness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a fragment of the cosmic level Chaos Pearl. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the acquired spiritual treasure, the Spirit Sealing Pearl. Haha. Fortune favors me. Blood-eyed demon. This time, you shall not escape. Tang Fei laughed maniacally. You dare to flaunt your prowess before me? Is that not akin to wielding a grand blade before Guangong, inviting your own demise? The art of golden words has commenced. Blood-eyed demon, your cultivation shall be reduced to my level. Tang Fei proclaimed with an air of inscrutable authority. Little imp, are you jesting with me? You are a prodigy. Why not ascend to the heavens? Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully adopting a fool's demeanor, earning you 300 boasting points. Heh. Laughter continued. A mysterious force enveloped the blood-eyed demon, instantly reducing its cultivation level from late quasi-saint to early. Do not question why it was not simply dispatched. The answer lies in the inadequacy of its level. The mocking laughter abruptly ceased, akin to consuming a dead rat. Ding. Congratulations, host, for embodying the essence of a sage, awarding you another 300 boasting points. Humph. Even if your cultivation mirrors that of an ant, I shall still crush you. The blood-eyed demon feigned composure. Tang Fei, grinning at the demon hovering in the sky, revealed his gleaming white teeth and asked, Do you enjoy dancing in the square? A card materialized in his hand, which he shot towards the airborne blood-eyed demon, proclaiming, Enjoy your delightful moments. The blood-eyed demon dared not remain foolishly waiting. A crimson ray shot from its eyes towards the card Tang Fei had launched. Yet, how could the power of a compete with a card capable of confronting a quasi-saint? The outcome was inevitable, as the blood-eyed demon watched helplessly as the card pierced through its being. Suddenly, a celestial melody, foreign to this realm, resonated through the air. The vast horizon is my love. As the music played, the blood-eyed demon transformed from a massive cloud into a humanoid form, compelled to dance along. Come on. You must dance this way. The blood-eyed demon felt an unprecedented desire to annihilate a human being. No, to torment him would be a far more fitting fate than mere death. Ding. Congratulations, host, for embodying a frustration-inducing demeanor, earning you 900 boasting points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for instilling fear, awarding you an additional 300 boasting points. It is time to conclude this farce. Tang Fei summoned the true form of the demon and donned the flame dragon armor. Chapter 13. The Triad of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. As the blood-eyed demon danced in the sky, Tang Fei raised his middle finger, declaring, Do not think you are the only one who can glare. Old Tang can too. With that, he opened the void eye upon his forehead, revealing a swirling blackness, resembling a soul-devouring black hole, ethereal and void, where all becomes nothingness. Everything witnessed would be absorbed into the abyss of oblivion. You possess a heavenly eye as well. Where did yours come from? The blood-eyed demon inquired mid-dance. Ha. My child, my heavenly eye is a paternal one, while yours is maternal. When the two meet, yours shall falter. Tang Fei laughed heartily. Cease your clamor. Let us see the true measure of your ability. With that, Tang Fei soared upwards, the void eye unleashing a stream of black rays. The blood-eyed demon retaliated with pulsating red rays from its crimson eyes, igniting an aerial battle against Tang Fei. Tang Fei's black rays, akin to the nemesis of the blood-eyed demon, absorbed the crimson beams upon contact. With each absorption, the void within Tang Fei's eye deepened ominously. Soon, a ray pierced through the blood-eyed demon's form, leading to its demise. Yet, Tang Fei remained skeptical, for the system had not signaled the completion of the task. His focus sharpened as he observed the dissipating black mist. Indeed, the mist rapidly coalesced, and the blood-eyed demon resurrected right before him, inciting a wave of revulsion. Damn it, an invincible fool. A notification chimed, indicating he had earned 100 points for instilling fear in another demon. Tang Fei unleashed a fiery punch combined with the void ray and dragon blast, resulting in a cacophony that echoed through the realms, and once again, the blood-eyed demon returned to life. I am immortal. Come forth, youth, and kneel before me, taunted the demon. Immortal? Tang Fei was unconvinced. This creature may deceive him, but it could not fool the system. The points he had just acquired for instilling fear were no mere illusion. The blood-eyed demon was nothing but a blusterous facade. Tang Fei had lost count of how many times he had vanquished the blood-eyed demon. Yet it persisted in its resurrection. He had assumed that repeated deaths would render its revival ineffective, But he had been mistaken, his hands growing numb from exertion. Damn it. Fortunately, I had the foresight. If I cannot slay you, I shall seal you away. He gazed at the grand array in the system shop, fortune array level, innate spiritual treasure function, to suppress demons using the power of the fortune child. Upon successful suppression, the array gradually devours the suppressed entity's strength to replenish the fortune child. Note: failure results in the death of the fortune child, granting the demon the child's fortune. This world mirrored the adventures of Jackie Chan, with Uncle Dragon rightfully embodying the fortune child. However, fearing Uncle Dragon's disapproval, Tang Fei devised a ruse with the demons to surreptitiously absorb fortune. Although his fortune paled in comparison to that of Jackie Chan and others, his superior cultivation offered him confidence in his endeavor, albeit he could not achieve the array's utmost strength. Upon entering the realm of freedom, which he aptly named instead of the unappealing hell, Tang Fei engaged in brief conversation with Xiao Yu before returning to the human realm. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's glistening eyes, he found himself at a loss for words, perhaps overwhelmed by an emotional connection. This, perhaps, was one of the reasons. Gazing at the blood-eyed demon before him, Tang Fei summoned the multitude of demons and instructed them to arrange the 12 capitals' great array. The participants included Shangzhu, Xiaofeng, Basha, Dikue, Zhongsu, Zhoulan, Shimu's clone, Bogan, Tang Fei, Mingyi, Mengpe, and the flame dragon armor spirit, totaling 12. The myriad beings sat cross-legged upon the ground, channeling their collective power into the grand formation. In an instant, the array radiated brilliance, transforming into a colossal figure, not Pangu, but a larger-than-life Tang Fei, brandishing the bloodthirsty blade. He unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes upon the blood-eyed demon, yet to no avail, as the creature resurrected itself on the spot. All my loyal subjects, heed my command. Establish the grand destiny formation with me as its core. Release. An array disc emerged from Tang Fei's being, enveloping the blood-eyed demon and rendering it immobile. The grand destiny formation stripped it of its freedom, while the 12 cities of calamity formation ensured it would not find respite, denying it even a fleeting moment to recover. Having completed this, Tang Fei, still uneasy, infused the primordial spirit sealing pearl into the formation, followed by the sealing techniques for various demons. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings. Tang Fei then cleaved through space, transporting the battle to the Naiha Bridge in the realm of carefree existence. At this juncture, the blood-eyed demon had been sealed into a blood-red sphere, which Tang Fei cast down into the tumultuous river below. As the sphere plummeted, the already roiling waters became increasingly sinister. Finally, Tang Fei employed the water spirit sealing technique, allowing it to savor the affections from the Naiha Bridge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have garnered the enmity of the demon clan, rewarding you with 10,000 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exhibiting an extraordinary display, rewarding you with 600 prestige points. Tang Fei then returned Cheng Long and others to the mortal realm while he prepared to refine the mortal realm, transforming it into a part of the carefree domain. The Book of Time and History, a divine artifact of this world, would serve as my benevolent vessel. What a splendid notion! He envisioned refining this vessel into the heavenly path, thus truly merging the two realms, further augmenting his power. Tang Fei cast the Book of Time into the surrounding underground, allowing it to absorb chaotic spiritual energy. Utilizing the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain sanctity, exchanged through the system, he crafted his benevolent vessel within the Book of Time, awaiting its transformation. Yet, Tang Fei was not one to idly wait. He exchanged for the transformation grass from the system space, merging it with his magical energy to form a pill, which he consumed. The world spun as the tome gradually morphed into his twin brother. I am Tang Sui. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoist. This realm shall greatly rely upon your assistance, Tang Fei declared, tearing through space towards Tang Sui. Excellent, Tang Sui proclaimed, soaring into the sky to become the heavenly path. The heavenly path is established, the earthly path is intact, yet humanity remains lacking. Why not manifest humanity now? Tang Fei mused, producing a pulsating heart, a reward from the system. The heart of humanity. Originally a postnatal spiritual treasure, it had been elevated to a prenatal treasure by Tang Fei, using the celestial materials from the system. He then refined the heart of humanity, merging it with his own heart. With humanity restored to its rightful place, the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity were aligned, though the realm of heaven was still absent. However, with the heavenly path established, the formation of the heavenly realm would not be delayed. The great Tao sensed this and bestowed upon him merit, leading Tang Fei to ascend to the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He felt the continuous flow of power coursing through his body, subtly transforming him. When the benevolent corpse becomes the way of heaven, what transpires if the malevolent corpse, Shimu, were to embody the way of earth? Tang Fei could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation. He acted on impulse. However, the amalgamation of his malevolent corpse, Shimu, with the earth's essence proved laborious, while separation was effortless. The fusion was fraught with difficulty, akin to the challenge of mending a shattered mirror. Despite exerting all his efforts, Tang Fei found himself unable to achieve this integration and ultimately chose to abandon the endeavor. It was unthinkable for him to slay his own avatar merely to elevate his malevolent corpse. In the realm of carefree existence, there now existed both the realm of hell and the human world, with only the heavenly realm yet to materialize. Tang Fei speculated that in approximately 10 millennia, the heavenly realm would fully manifest. Even with his impatient nature, he understood the necessity of patience. The current iteration of the system's marketplace lacked ample resources pertinent to world building. Cultivation encompassed not merely the enhancement of power, but also the refinement of the heart and experience. If a primitive tribe were to suddenly acquire modern technology without the accompanying modern mindset, the result would only be chaos and destruction. Tang Fei sensed that his rapid ascension and cultivation necessitated a corresponding elevation of his moral character. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to inner demons, ultimately becoming a ruthless fiend consumed by bloodlust. Sealing away his corporeal power, he commenced a period of seclusion, yet he resolved to complete his remaining tasks beforehand. The first of these tasks was to console his beloved wife. Chapter 14. The Parasitic Heart Demon Uncle Long. Do you think getting a tattoo of Shimu would be incredibly cool? Xiao Yu inquired of Uncle Long, who was engaged in exercise. Xiao Yu, have you forgotten the incident with the demon tattoo you got previously? Long chastised her. Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue and gazed distantly toward the horizon. Perhaps sometimes encounters lack conclusions, yet they invariably hold significance. Farewells are easy, but reunions are fraught with difficulty. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. Tang Fei's voice resonated in her ears, igniting a surge of excitement within her as she longed for him. Tang Fei, where are you? Have you returned? Please come out. Xiao Yu exclaimed with fervor. Do not fret. I have a few matters to attend to, but I shall seek you out once I am finished. I have left you a talisman for protection, imbued with the power of 12 charms, ensuring that few can harm you. Wait for me. The second task Tang Fei aimed to undertake was the search for the Shadow Kingdom, a realm that, according to the original narrative, existed independently and, upon consuming this realm, would propel his carefree existence to new heights, potentially even giving rise to the heavenly realm. However, despite his exhaustive search throughout the realm of carefree existence, he found no trace of the Shadow Kingdom nor its mask. Such a mystery perplexed him, and he had no choice but to relent. Perhaps concluding that the time was simply not ripe, Tang Fei sat majestically above the 9 heavens of the infernal realm, refining his own path, be it the way of heaven, the way of earth, the way of humanity, the way of destiny, or the way of the void. Various manifestations of these paths unveiled themselves around him, only to gradually dissolve into nothingness. Within the confines of his dreams, he traversed through the mortal realm, honing his heart for the Tao. In this life, he was a constable who met an untimely demise at the hands of a colleague while pursuing a fugitive, uttering the words, "Forgive me, I am a traitor." In another existence, he lived as a farmer, lacking wealth, yet blessed with a harmonious family, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. However, his idyllic life was cut short when bandits ended it with a blade, and in his final moments, he witnessed his wife being violated by those ruffians. Having experienced 9 lifetimes, all marked by either unjust death or lingering resentment, the torment of his heart demons intensified. How is it that the tropes I read in web novels fail me now? He exclaimed, spitting blood in frustration. Mom, why is this uncle spitting blood? Asked a little girl. Children shouldn't watch or learn recklessly. This man must be practicing some dangerous cult, replied her mother. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have embodied a foolish cultist. Reward, 1 flaunting point. Upon hearing this, Tang Fei spat blood again in anger. Even you, system, dare to mock me? So what if my heart demons grow stronger? I shall simply let my heart demons take root. Let us see whose heart demon prevails. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have embodied a heart demon that mocks another. Reward, 100 flaunting points. Huh. You, little heart demon, dare to speak so brazenly. I shall unveil your true form. Great heavenly dragon. Tang Fei's primordial spirit struck at his heart demon with a palm imbued with 50 parasitic points. Ding. Parasitism failed. Ding. You have embodied a heart demon filled with fear. Reward, for 100 flaunting points. What trickery is this? How can you invade my consciousness? The heart demon screamed in terror. The invasion of consciousness is traditionally the domain of the demonic race. No other beings could possibly penetrate a demon's awareness, for they are the progenitors. This was a consensus within the realm of cultivation, and thus the emergence of a being capable of invading demonic consciousness filled him with dread. Regardless of how you achieve this, know that today you must perish. Even Jesus cannot save you. Mark my words. The heart demon transformed into a multitude of skulls, rushing toward Tang Fei. Wait, are you the lord of the cosmic cave? You've mixed your roles. You should return to your bodhisattva. With that, he morphed into a monk and unleashed the Arhut's heavenly seal. Ding. Congratulations, host. Parasitism successful. Reward, 300 flaunting points. Keep it up. Indeed. The Arhut's heavenly seal counters the lord of the cosmic cave. Observing the now parasitized heart demon, Tang Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. This would be his vanguard in the demonic realm. As the heart demon became parasitized, its powers were transferred to Tang Fei, growing stronger with the might of the host. To this end, Tang Fei generously enhanced the cultivation of his parasites, for as their mystical abilities grew, so too did his own. However, a disadvantage persisted. Should a parasite perish, the skills and powers derived from them would vanish unless they were duplicated beforehand. Yet, any copied skills would also dissipate upon the parasite's death. Observing the curled figure of his inner demon, Tang Fei promptly exchanged for a panacea from the system's marketplace. Item, panacea, for realms below the Xianxian level. Primordial function, 1 vial invigorates the mind, 2 vials grant eternal vigor, 3 vials bestow immortality. Invigorate the mind, increases the strength of the soul or primordial spirit by 50. Eternal vigor, provides a continuous source of spiritual energy, never exhausting. Immortality, bestows the strength of trees. My lord, what commands do you have? The inner demon, sensing Tang Fei's silence, felt a twinge of anxiety. Having been completely transformed into Tang Fei's loyal servant. Address me as your majesty. How shall I refer to you? Tang Fei found this title quite fitting and had grown accustomed to it. Your majesty, I am known as Feng Baohua, replied the inner demon. Feng Baohua. Why not Ma Baohua? Do you possess any skill? Tang Fei chuckled upon hearing the name. Reminiscent of the teasing he experienced with a roommate from Hezi during his university days, Shandong Hezi Chaoxian is simply formidable. I am unaware of this Ma Baohua. The demon responded, yet secretly noted the name, understanding that anyone remembered by the emperor must possess some significance. Very well, after you consume this pill, return to the demon realm. You may also take these 2 sets of techniques. Tang Fei imparted 2 sets of techniques into Feng Baohua's mind, which were, item, blood demon body level. Cosmic. The blood demon body comprises 10 layers, blood body, muscles and bones, spirit of the soul, cave heaven, name and form. Blood demon, immortal body, soul spirit, and burial of heaven. Effect, completing all 10 layers grants immortality. Item, wood spirit technique level, innate spiritual treasure effect, allows control over wood. Absorbs the life essence from trees, and creates wood-based beings. Having bestowed these gifts, Tang Fei felt assured in allowing the inner demon to return to the demon realm. After all, if Feng Baohua showed no signs of progress with these offerings, it would merely indicate that he was a worthless piece of wood unworthy of refinement. With the inner demon's issues temporarily resolved, Tang Fei returned to the human realm with a sense of ease. However, trouble loomed. You dare, insolent wretch? Tang Fei erupted in fury. Chapter 15. The Gate of Realms. Ever since the system upgraded without his consent, the favorable parasitic options could no longer be purchased. Gazing at his father's interface, Tang Fei fell into contemplation. Character, Father Parasitic Mode, Favorable Parasitism, Degree of Parasitism, 9999, Fortune, 70 Skill, Chi Magic. Note, this character, at the host's current level, can only select favorable parasitism. The system does not recommend switching to forced parasitism. Any consequences arising from such a switch shall be borne by the host. As he lamented the missing 001, Tang Fei found himself cursing aloud. Reminiscent of a game from his previous life that had left him just a fraction short. How could he not afford 001? It seemed that the system, after its upgrade, had taken a turn for the worse. Yet, Tang Fei felt powerless, as he was merely a humble worker with the system as his master. Strangely enough, he sensed no malice from it. Determined to return to the human realm, Tang Fei resolved to prepare a gift for Xiao Yu before his departure. Since the human realm had become part of the carefree domain, He was well aware of all that transpired there. The Ghost Shadow Legion's masks had already emerged from the unknown Shadow Kingdom. The first gift was this small world of the Shadow Kingdom, while the second was a fragment of the Chaos Pearl. He had already acquired a complete miniature universe, poised to ascend to a grander realm. It was merely a matter of time. In the carefree domain, this artifact would merely expedite the growth of the heavenly realm. In the demon abyss, a stone tablet shattered silently, revealing a pulsating mass resembling a heart. An ancient voice resonated from this mass, proclaiming the inevitable return of the, with countless beings destined to become sustenance for their kind. This world belonged to Tang Fei, and he was immediately alerted to any disturbances. He harnessed the power of the world to inscribe a grand seal, re-imprisoning the demon abyss. Though he remained unaware of what they truly were, it did not diminish his disdain for this race. Can you seal us for just a moment and think it will last an eternity? Our will assuredly return to the void, and all beings shall become slaves to our kind. The voice grew fainter, but Tang Fei's seal silenced it entirely. Alarmed by the revelation, Tang Fei's eyes reflected a flicker of resentment as he beheld the tumultuous sea below. He witnessed a blood-soaked landscape in the human realm, shadows racing past, leaving behind only lifeless waters. There were no cries of despair nor the agonies preceding death. The beings perished in their dreams. Much of Tang Fei's ire stemmed from this, though it was not the principal reason for his fury. After all, he was no saint. Lacking the compassion of a figure like the Virgin Mary, the primary source of his anger was the mysterious disappearance of Xiao Yu and the others. One moment they were present, and the next, they were consumed by an ethereal void, a force reminiscent of the Shadow Kingdom, yet distinctly different. The space had closed entirely, leaving no coordinates for Tang Fei to follow, filling him with unease. Tang Fei then soared to the Naiha Bridge, casting spells to accelerate the operation of the Fate Array, hastening the consumption of the blood-eyed demons. Little demon, you cannot extinguish my existence. In this realm, I am merely a mere avatar. Should you slay me, you would become entangled in the web of fate, sealing your own demise. I shall accompany you on the road to the underworld. From below came a chilling wail. Yet Tang Fei remained undeterred, seated in midair, accelerating the pace of his consumption. The cries from below diminished gradually until they faded into silence. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Fei was met with disappointment. The memories of the blood-eyed demon contained no information regarding the origin of this world. However, he did uncover his true name and acquired his formidable abilities. His true name was I-Demon, a manifestation of the I-Demon from the Void Realm. The origins of their existence eluded him, but their purpose in this world was clear: to slay countless beings, akin to the demon Lord Rahu. Ages ago, they had been sealed within the abyss of gods and demons by a figure clad in a yellow dragon robe, alongside the blood demon. As for the other foreign demons, his familiarity was limited. The fragments of memory, eroded by millennia, left him unaware of what lay within that place. He understood, however, that his insignificant presence as a mere Xianxian would be a fool's errand. Provoking them would surely lead to his demise. A blood-red eyeball soared from the river into Tang Fei's grasp, a convergence of the Eye Demon's powers. With a flick of his hand, this eyeball merged with his own void eye, and Tang Fei felt as though his void eye had undergone a transformation. Yet, his current state of mind did not allow for further contemplation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the blood-eyed demon, I-Demon. Reward: God-slaying spearhead and a river god card. After resolving the remaining demons in the mortal realm, Tang Fei intended to emulate the original narrative by using playing cards to enter the Kingdom of Shadows. However, despite searching the entirety of this world, he found no playing cards. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. His body trembled, a coppery taste filled his throat, and he spat blood onto the ground. This was a consequence of his impatience as he forcibly activated the Grand Formation to consume the Eye Demon, resulting in a backlash. Fortunately, the power from the talisman given to Xiao Yu ensured she was in no peril. Otherwise, Tang Fei would have succumbed to madness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a 100 affinity with the parasitic father. Parasitism successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for becoming the first recipient of a parasitic bond with a significant figure. Reward: Zhuan card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring your first parasitic bond. Reward: Realm Door. What a delightful addition. Tang Fei gazed at the rewards, unable to contain his joy. Props: Gate of Realms level. Divine function. Traversed through the myriad worlds at that moment, Tang Fei felt the sudden disappearance of the seal on the demon abyss. His gaze turned towards the Pacific Ocean, filled with an intensity of hatred. Lacking specific coordinates, that space might remain obscured, making it impossible for even the system to locate it, unless the system were to upgrade or his own strength ascended to the level of the Great Path. As for the system upgrade, wealth alone would not suffice. It would require fortuitous circumstances. Tang Fei took out the Gate of Realms, which was entirely bronze in hue, adorned with 9 ferocious divine dragons, as if they had been forcibly sculpted into statues. The gate bore intricate murals, which Tang Fei could not comprehend, seemingly depicting ancient battles. After gazing at them for a while, he felt a sharp pain tearing at his primordial spirit. He opened the Gate of Realms, revealing a world shrouded in darkness, the destination of which remained a mystery. All Tang Fei could do was plan his actions while leaving the outcome to fate. Chapter 16. The World of Armored Warriors. Emperor Hero. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky as Tang Fei made his dazzling entrance. Observing the towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic around him, he could not help but inquire of the system, "What world is this?" Ding. This is the realm of armored warriors, Emperor Hero, a dimension known to the host. Ah, so this is the realm of Emperor Hero. This dimension offers little assistance to me, and it seems unlikely that Xiaoyu would appear here. It appears to be a pretentious realm, Tang Fei mused, swiftly determining his course of action to be ostentatious. Ding. For your impressive display of bravado in this realm, the host is awarded 400 ostentation points. Upon hearing this notification, Tang Fei felt elated. My carefree realm could certainly use a heavenly realm. By devouring the heavenly path of this world, the heavenly realm of the carefree realm could be fully realized. With a single teleportation, Tang Fei ascended to the 9 heavens of this world, which referred to the edge of the realm. He gazed at the trembling yellow orb emanating waves of fear, clearly an incomplete heavenly path lacking fully developed sentience. Tang Fei had no intention of destroying it. Instead, he stored it within the confines of his system space, where time did not flow, preventing the heavenly path from gaining consciousness. After all, a non-sentient heavenly path was far easier to manipulate and might prove useful later. He directly absorbed this world into the carefree realm, and in a mere tremor, within 3 minutes, the carefree realm had fully digested it. What does a tremor mean? And what does 3 minutes signify? Author, must you indulge in such trivialities? Tang Fei exclaimed in frustration. After consuming this world, Tang Fei felt a peculiar curiosity. He could not detect the presence of any extraordinary beasts. He took out the Flame Dragon Armor Summoner, which he had exchanged from the system. It seemed that the essence of the Flame Dragon armor had made an appearance during his encounter with the Eye Demon, but it had left without uttering a word. Tang Fei intended to summon the spirit of the Flame Dragon Hero to inquire further regarding the previous encounter where the Flame Dragon Hero departed without a word. Tang Fei could only think to himself, how proud. I like it. The summoner provided by the system required neither bloodline nor spirit stones. It could summon directly. Tang Fei directed his magical energy into the summoning device, yet it yielded no response, as if his efforts had vanished into the abyss. Tang Fei furrowed his brow, determined to test the limits of his power. Channeling his triple-tiered magic, he infused it into the device. In that very moment, an intense crimson light erupted, and the Flame Dragon Hero materialized before him. Father God, is that you? Have you returned? The Flame Dragon Hero inquired upon his appearance. This left Tang Fei utterly bewildered. Father God? What nonsense is this? I am not Pangu. Had the Father God truly lost his memories? The Flame Dragon Hero mused softly. He then addressed the still-dazed Tang Fei. When the memories of the Father God return, he will surely seek us in the light and shadow realm. With that, the Flame Dragon Hero vanished, leaving Tang Fei in a state of disarray amidst the winds. Perplexed, Tang Fei sat upon the ground, questioning his very existence, unaware of the extraordinary beast that had manifested at his side. I am but a humble extraordinary beast, and I yearn to feast upon humans. The inner thoughts of the creature echoed. The extraordinary beast darted towards Tang Fei and attempted to bite him. But, snap, run. Li Xiannan shouted urgently as he rushed towards Tang Fei, nearly wishing to fly directly to him. However, he was still too far away, and even summoning the Fire Shadow Steed would not suffice to reach him in time. Yet, an astonishing event unfolded. Tang Fei remained unscathed, while the extraordinary beast's teeth shattered upon impact. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a state of bewilderment, awarding you 400 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a state of bewilderment, awarding you 400 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a state of terrifying bewilderment, awarding you 400 show-off points. Li Xiannan, utterly astonished, halted in his tracks, observing Tang Fei and the extraordinary beast. Were it not for the urgent voice of Mei Zhen echoing in his ears, he might have thought they were rehearsing a play. Forcing himself to regain composure, he summoned the flame dragon armor, ready to unleash a flurry of action. Just then, Tang Fei emerged from his reverie, swiftly transforming the extraordinary beast into a card with a single strike. Tang Fei examined the card closely, discovering a trace of the bloodline of the otherworldly demons within the extraordinary beast. Curiosity ignited within him, deepening his interest in this world. Although it had become part of the leisure realm, the otherworldly demon race remained shrouded in mystery for Tang Fei. Consequently, he recognized the necessity of approaching anything related to the otherworldly demons with caution. If he could not uncover their secrets, it implied that Xiaoyu might also exist in this realm. Albeit the chances were slim, it was better to remain hopeful than to dismiss the possibility altogether. Witnessing Tang Fei's formidable transformation into the flame dragon hero left Li Xiaonan in a state of triple bewilderment, standing there dumbfounded with the flame blade in hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a state of astonishing bewilderment, awarding you 300 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a state of astonishing bewilderment, awarding you 300 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a state of astonishing bewilderment, awarding you 300 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a triple bewilderment reward, a pack of spicy strips and a pack of peppered pigskin. Please continue your efforts. System, are you out of your mind? You reward me with snacks? Host, do not question this system, as it holds the key to your prowess, the system replied playfully. All right, you win. Tang Fei responded, speechless. Are you all right, senior? Sinan cautiously inquired. Nothing to worry about. Tang Fei waved his hand and smiled at Sinan. Sinan, invite the senior to join our organization. Mei Zhen whispered in Sinan's ear. Such whispers could hardly escape Tang Fei's keen ears. Before Sinan could extend the invitation, Tang Fei interjected, I agree to join the organization. However, it feels somewhat akin to joining a sinister group. A peculiar sensation washed over him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have attained a prescient reward, granting you 400 prowess points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a senior expert status, granting you 300 prowess points. Accompanying Sinan back to the base, Tang Fei marveled at the advanced technology within. It could be considered the pinnacle of contemporary innovation. In the transporter lay 2 spirit stones, the fire shadow stone and the wood shadow stone. Gazing at them, Tang Fei felt an odd sensation, as if he had crafted these stones himself. This feeling was peculiar. He had only ever experienced it with his parasitic hosts. Could it be that these were remnants of something he had once inhabited, inadvertently finding their way into this world? Tang Fei fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him as he coughed up blood. His obsession had summoned a heart demon that inflicted harm upon him. With a surge of energy, Tang Fei unleashed all his magical power, obliterating the heart demon. Chapter 17, Foundation Establishment. That was a close call. Tang Fei exhaled a breath of relief. Before him, the virtual combat chamber system stirred a faint sense of foreign power within him. He had sensed this previously in the Flame Dragon hero. Undoubtedly, this was a teleportation array capable of drawing the summoner's consciousness into the material realm. Harnessing the power of the world, Tang Fei quickly realized his conjecture was correct. This was indeed a teleportation array for transferring the consciousness of armor. Through the array, he sensed a realm that did not even qualify as a minor universe. Merely a secondary dimensional space. Tang Fei's own carefree realm lay between the minor and medium universes. He understood that his invincibility here stemmed from the heavenly Tao's relative weakness, which could not suppress him. Should he find himself in the greater universe, he would be at the mercy of its laws, potentially losing his strength or even being annihilated by the heavenly Tao, becoming an ordinary mortal. The system warned Tang Fei that if he traversed to the greater universe, he would only temporarily assume its identity or seal his own cultivation, becoming a mere mortal. The heavenly Tao of the greater universe far surpassed that of saints. As it governed the hierarchy of realms, this was no empty boast. Tang Fei joined the armored squad, becoming an ephemeral guest. Initially perplexed by the term guest until it was elucidated to him. It meant that, in the absence of pressing matters, he should refrain from disturbing his seniors, seeking their counsel only when faced with insurmountable challenges. He procured a residence, investing a staggering 5 million soft currencies, an expenditure that did not cause him the slightest distress. As the system interface indicated, 1 show-off point could be exchanged for 100,000 soft currencies. 1 parasitic point could be exchanged for 200,000 soft currencies. Thus, Tang Fei briefly savored the lifestyle of the affluent. In another realm, A man clad in a dragon robe sat upon a throne. Observing the despondent Tang Fei with a shake of his head. With a grand gesture, a beam of golden light descended upon Tang Fei, infiltrating his being. Ding! The host's inexplicable energy realm has been sealed to the initial stage of the profound immortal. Ding! The host's inexplicable energy realm has been sealed to the initial stage of the golden immortal. Ding! The host's inexplicable energy realm has been sealed to the celestial immortal. Ding! The host's inexplicable energy realm has been sealed to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Before Tang Fei could fully comprehend the situation, his power was abruptly sealed at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As he lay in the bathtub, realization dawned upon him, his expression resembling that of a donkey's grin, fueled by indignation. Damn it, who was that? I swear, I will make you pay, he muttered vehemently while reclining in the tub. Yet, his face bore a radiant smile. To openly curse the one who so easily sealed his powers would be tantamount to courting death. It was a juxtaposition of poison upon poison. As he lay in the warmth of the tub, Tang Fei pondered the identity of the formidable being who had toyed with him. The fact that he had not been killed suggested that he still possessed some value for exploitation. Damn it, should I rise again? You shall witness the vibrance of blossoming flowers. Tang Fei internally raged. After all, this individual could not hear him, even if he could. It was unlikely he would choose to end his life. As to him, killing Tang Fei would be akin to crushing an ant. Given that he had not been slain then, it was improbable he would be later. Unless, of course, the entity possessed an unusually eccentric temperament. However, Tang Fei dared not dwell on such misfortunes. Once endowed with the powers of a profound immortal, he now found himself reduced to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Observing the transformation of his celestial energy from the vast ocean of the cosmos to a mere trickle, he lamented silently. Fortunately, the strength of his physical form, his weaponry, and the power of the world remained at his disposal. Otherwise, he might have been vanquished by a beast. It seemed he could only rely on the world's power to assert his presence. He had initially planned to traverse the realm of light. But with his current cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment, such an endeavor would be tantamount to seeking death. Tang Fei reclined in his luxurious abode, indulging in services previously unexperienced in his past life, savoring the comfort they provided. With leisure at hand, he endeavored to breach the energy membrane that sealed his powers. However, he ultimately faced failure and chose to abandon this pursuit, contemplating a complete recultivation. This, in truth, could be deemed a fortuitous turn of events. His prior rapid advancements had left his foundation precarious. While the initial stages might not reveal such discrepancies, the later phases would undoubtedly expose vast differences. It is akin to a game where one individual possesses fully upgraded runes while another lacks them entirely. Thus, is fortune intertwined with misfortune? Tang Fei channeled all his magical energy, employing his self-derived technique, the 9 turns profound art. However, as it was based upon the aforementioned art, he deemed it inappropriate to continue calling it by that name, opting instead for the title 9 turns immortal decision. As of now, he had only succeeded in deducing 3 transformations, with subsequent ones remaining elusive. Tang Fei resolved to explore the myriad of martial arts across the world, aspiring to amalgamate them into his own unique method. Upon completing the first transformation, he ascended a significant realm, entering the initial stage of divine enlightenment. Yet, as he sought to progress further, he found himself stalled at his dantian, realizing he had reached a saturation point that necessitated a change of scenery. This time, he refrained from relying on the system for assistance, having grown wary since the inexplicable sealing of his powers, hoping his caution was unwarranted. Standing upon the bloodthirsty blade, Tang Fei took flight, only to descend shortly thereafter, as his energy was depleting far too rapidly. He abstained from utilizing the world's power to test the differences in his strength compared to before. The results were akin to a man in his 20s suddenly transformed into an octogenarian. Frustration welled within him, yet he feared the wrath of a certain formidable figure. In his distress, Tang Fei harnessed the world's power to transport himself to the Hell Realm within the carefree domain. The Hell Realm had evolved into a realm reminiscent of the mythical underworlds of yore. However, aside from the inability to reincarnate and the soulless beings he had created, it was relatively pleasant. He had attempted to evolve the cycle of reincarnation, yet it seemed incomplete, as if something essential was missing. Souls entering this realm would simply vanish without a trace. Despite previous attempts to cast 100,000 malevolent spirits into this realm, no alterations occurred. The Wheel of 6 Paths merely took on a more archaic appearance without any other changes. Unwilling to accept defeat, Tang Fei cast all the evil spirits into the Hell Realm, yet still, No transformation took place. Instead, the ancient aura intensified. Reluctantly, he posed a question to the system. Do you know the reason for this? He voiced his inner confusion, yearning for an answer. Ding. The power of the calamity is lacking. Only the strength acquired post-calamity can grant the Wheel of Six Paths its reincarnation function. Otherwise, it remains merely a wheel. Ding. The reason the beings you created lack intelligence is due to the absence of primordial energy. With primordial energy, intelligence will surely awaken. Ding. Would you like to spend 50,000 prestige points to exchange for primordial spiritual energy? Ding. Would you like to spend 80,000 prestige points to unlock your memories? The concept of exchanging the essence of creation is comprehensible. However, the notion of unlocking one's own memories is perplexing to Tang Fei. Chapter 18. The Cycle of 9 Lives. Ding. The host will naturally understand upon selection. For now, I can only reveal why you are so concerned about Xiaoyu. Then let me choose to unlock it. At the moment Tang Fei made his choice, the scenery before him began to shift. If one were to describe the sensation, it felt akin to dreaming. In the first life, you were a scholar, while she was a renowned courtesan. She waited for you for years, spending her wealth for the sake of a promise. 10 miles of bridal attire. I shall not fail you. Yet, after achieving success, you married a princess. And the reply to her letter contained only 14 heart-wrenching words. How could a mere scholar like me be worthy of your exquisite lips? In truth, there were 28 additional words you dared not voice. 10 miles of bridal attire. Your clan extinguished. Weeping willows in the courtyard. Tears like flowing ink. May my wife find solace in new love. Do not despise me, the successful scholar. Up until your last breath, you never confessed. Ultimately, you betrayed her. In the second life, you were a monk of profound Buddhist understanding, who encountered a small fox spirit that had successfully cultivated its powers. Unable to bear harming her, you spared her life. However, due to various circumstances, you broke your vows of desire and of love. Ultimately, humans and spirits cannot coexist, even if you renounce your vows. The fox spirit was gravely wounded by her enemies, her soul descending into the underworld. You knelt before the Buddha for 3,000 years, pleading for mercy, yet the Buddha showed none. As the saying goes, kneeling for 3,000 years before the Buddha yields no compassion. You succumbed to darkness, slaying countless deities, yet ultimately fell into defeat, cast directly into the cycle of reincarnation. In the third life, you became a monarch, surrounded by countless beauties, indulging in a life of excess and revelry. Until you encountered her, she was the most resplendent flower. However, your empire was on the brink of collapse, and once again, fate separated you. You sought counsel from the Buddha. Is there any chance for us? The Buddha replied, if you wait 1,000 years and relinquish your empire, you may see her once. You agreed, yearning solely for this connection. In the fourth life, you soared as a free eagle in the sky, while she was a star teetering on the brink of falling. No matter how loudly you called, she could not hear you, destined to await the next life to listen. In the fifth life, you were an ordinary farmer, yet it was lamentable that you were not born in the same era. She had long since passed into the grave, while you remained outside, destined to meet again only 300 years later. In the sixth life, you stand as a feudal lord, while she has long since aged. Alone, you gaze from the golden tower, yet she remains oblivious to your presence. In the seventh life, you are a chilling breeze, and she transforms into a beacon of light. On that night, as the clock strikes 3, you observe her life from afar. In the eighth life, you embody an ancient tree, and she arrives at this place, silently guarding you. In the ninth life, you are a monk embarking on a pilgrimage to the west, while she ascends to the throne as the queen of the kingdom of women. Ultimately, you fail to navigate the trials of love, disappointing both the Buddha and her. Enraged, the Buddha strikes down the queen, leaving you in profound despair, your heart shattered, yet you are mercilessly cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Your resentment intensifies, prompting you to split a fragment of your soul's essence and cast it into other realms. This essence is you, Tang Fei. As the golden Zen master lacks a portion of his soul, the heavenly Tao becomes incomplete, and the trials of the journey to the west are temporarily suspended, plunging into the primordial chaos beyond time. Thus, do you comprehend, esteemed host? The trials of the journey to the west have not commenced. You must venture into the primordial chaos to consume Tang Sung and become the true seeker of scriptures. Once the trials begin, the cycle will naturally restore itself. The system posed and answered its own question. Tang Fei gradually emerged from his astonishment, realizing he was but a fragment of Tang Seng's soul essence. Yet, an unsettling feeling persisted, as if something were amiss. Where, he pondered, had his memories of the reincarnation gone? System, what is this? Tang Fei queried. That does not constitute a full life. The system responded. It could not yet disclose the reasons, but assured the host that in time, enlightenment would come. The host needed only to trust that the system bore no ill will. After this declaration, the system fell silent. Following a moment of impotent rage, Tang Fei regained his composure. Even if the system harbored malicious intent, he felt powerless to resist. Overthinking often leads to unhappiness. Perhaps it was wiser to take each step as it came. After all, the system might genuinely have his best interests at heart. If it ultimately demanded his life, so be it. Everything he possessed now was bestowed by the system. Without it, he mused, he might have languished through a mundane existence at a vocational school. With a newfound clarity, Tang Fei felt liberated. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, he greeted everyone with a smile. Ding. The host has displayed a heartfelt act, rewarding 100,000 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting a friendly demeanor, rewarding 300 show-off points. Wow, that's quite a sum. Tang Fei exclaimed, taken aback. In another instant, he found himself in the realm of hell, suddenly recalling that he owned a house there, which he had yet to enjoy fully. In a surge of inspiration, Tang Fei decided to indulge himself. According to the original narrative, no significant altercations had unfolded. Even if they had, he had established a barrier in his earthly abode that would activate upon intrusion. Tang Fei lay in his abode, his heart yearning for Xiaoyu. It was no wonder that deep within him, he harbored an inexplicable affection for her. As memories of his past 9 lives flashed before his eyes, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart, leaving him at a loss, for he could not discern Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Yet, he sensed that her soul remained intact. The system had once issued a mission, and her attribute panel lingered within its confines. Unless her essence were to be utterly extinguished, that panel would not vanish. Even if she were to reincarnate, should Tang Fei encounter her in a new form, the system would refresh automatically. As for his father, Tang Fei was assured of his safety due to their bond. However, he could no longer sense the presence of Cheng Long and Tulu. It seemed they were not in mortal danger. On the other hand, Mei Zhen faced considerable distress. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect of Tang Fei's arrival in this world, for despite gathering 5 sets of armor, Bei Miao had ultimately perished, struck fatally in the heart by his childhood companion, leaving no chance for revival. Meanwhile, the dark beast had resurrected through the vessel of a human body, heralding an imminent cataclysm. Without Bei Miao's armor, their team was being relentlessly pushed back by the dark beast. The second team of armor had long since dispersed abroad, seeking employment. It was utterly impossible to regroup in such a short span. Ha ha ha, my minions, this is our most formidable moment in history. Allow me to present the fireworks I have prepared for you. The dark beast cackled maniacally, a truly repugnant sight. We must not allow this creature to return to Earth. We must eliminate it, Dihu declared. After uttering those words, he unleashed a barrage at the dark beast, yet it seemed utterly futile. The beast retaliated, nearly dismantling his armor. For to do so in the expanse of space was tantamount to courting death. No, it was a direct path to annihilation. Yanlong caught Dihu, who was on the verge of losing his armor, and faced the dark beast with resolve, declaring, "Today, we shall fight to the death to prevent you from entering Earth. Brothers, charge." Mei Zhen observed through the satellite that the energy reserves of the armors were depleting rapidly, her palms slick with sweat upon the microphone. She dared not blink. Fully aware that this battle determined the fate of all humankind, defeat was not an option, lest humanity face utter ruin. In a military base in Huaxia, the commanding officer solemnly addressed his comrades. "Regrettably, I must inform you that we may be under attack from an extraterrestrial civilization. This battle could claim your lives. I must ask, are you afraid?" "Not afraid." A thunderous response resonated across the distance. The commander, standing at the forefront, found himself engulfed in conflicting emotions, for he understood that this battle was destined for failure. Yet, as a soldier, he could only stand and face death, not kneel and survive. For behind them were countless civilians. "Oh heavens, is this true? You must be jesting." A politician from the nation trembled as he surveyed the reports before him. News of the impending crisis had reached the upper echelons worldwide. Chapter 19, Mei Zhen's Despair. The gravity of the situation had spread to the highest levels across the globe. Leaders from various nations are endeavoring to prevent the populace from becoming aware of certain events, striving to avert potential riots. However, despite their intentions, dissenting voices within are advocating for transparency, believing that the public deserves to know the truth. Many share this sentiment, leading some to disseminate information online. Initially, skepticism prevailed, but it became impossible to deny the revelations, especially when accompanied by a photograph of an official identification from a certain country. Once the first revelation emerged, a cascade of disclosures followed, and attempts to erase them proved futile. Oh God, this must be false. Is the apocalypse upon us? Some lamented, seeking divine forgiveness, while others unleashed their inner demons, revealing horrors surpassing even those of demons. In the land of Yamato, disbelief reigned as an individual shouted, "This cannot be true." Meanwhile, a charming little girl ambled down the street, one hand clutching a lollipop, while the other waved at an older boy, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, evoking a desire to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Yet, the seemingly benevolent boy unwittingly led her into despair, his smile morphing into a sinister grimace. In Huaxia, Mei Zhen gazed anxiously at the battles unfolding in space. The Wind Shadow and Earth Tiger armors had lost their combat effectiveness, leaving only the Flame Dragon and Snow Mastiff armors still capable of fighting, though their endurance was waning. The combined might of the five guardians had birthed a black beast whose power rivaled that of the Shadow Emperor. As long as the Emperor remained inactive, the defeat of the armor warriors was merely a matter of time. Amidst the cosmos, the black beast cackled, "Oh, insignificant insects, why not surrender?" It unleashed its fury without mercy, targeting the Flame Dragon and Snow Mastiff with 3 relentless energy lasers. Depleted of energy, the two armors could not evade the attack, leading to their disarmament and leaving their bodies adrift in the vastness of space, uncertain of their fates. The Snow Mastiff, witnessing this, attempted to engage but was swiftly cast aside, lost to the void. The remaining Wind Shadow and Earth Tiger armors had succumbed to unconsciousness, though fortuitously, they had not relinquished their protective forms. The Black Beast, indifferent to their plight, soared toward Earth, where it encountered 5 nuclear warheads. In a moment of crisis for humanity, nations united, only to find themselves momentarily relieved before the Black Beast devoured the warheads and regurgitated them upon the human realm, resulting in the tragic demise of nearly 800,000 souls. The Black Beast's laughter echoed like that of an ancient demon. Daredevil squads from various nations launched successive assaults, yet they proved futile as the Black Beast opened its gaping maw and swallowed them whole. Online forums erupted in chaos, filled with anguished cries. "Curse that monster. I wish I could feast on its flesh and drink its blood. Just moments ago, I was video calling my mother, and now, that was our final conversation." A netizen expressed their frustration in a forum, exclaiming, "Damn it, this monster is so formidable. Are we not doomed? We might as well surrender, for I have never lived well anyway." This sentiment came from a disillusioned individual. Astonishingly, the post garnered over 10,000 approvals. Another user remarked, "Those who complain incessantly while being lazy themselves, who can they blame for their failures? Although I too have not fared well, I am aware of the noble pursuits, to establish a foundation for the world, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for a peaceful future." This phrase has always resonated with me, yet I have never lived up to it, remaining compliant throughout my life. I know I will die today, but I, Feng Hualong, shall not kneel in life. I shall stand firm in death. A fellow user echoed this sentiment, and within moments, the likes soared to 12,000. A high-ranking military official, watching the videos online, could not suppress his tears. United, the military and civilians stand as one. No hardship can deter us. Relay the order. Let Jiang Xiaoyu hold the line. If he cannot maintain the defense, he need not return, for I shall already be gone. Indeed, the antagonist perished due to indecision. Perhaps the dark beast believed victory was assured, abstaining from direct confrontation while summoning other supernatural beasts from the shadow realm to revel in the slaughter of humanity. These creatures flew across the globe, killing indiscriminately. Upon reaching China, they encountered unprecedented resistance. The Chinese military fought valiantly to prevent the beasts from breaching their borders, often sacrificing themselves in the process. This spirit of self-sacrifice was broadcasted worldwide. Initially, Chinese netizens, witnessing the fallen soldiers, could no longer contain themselves. They surged across the border, engaging in desperate battles against the monsters. Yet, even a fully armed Special Forces soldier might struggle to defeat one beast, let alone untrained civilians. Within 5 minutes, those who rushed out were slaughtered, their remains devoured. Still, they fearlessly charged forth to assist the soldiers, whether by cooking meals or carrying ammunition, with some joining the fray at the front lines to confront the beasts, who, frankly, do not even deserve the title of beast. United, the military and civilians. Others around the world were deeply moved. Foreign soldiers and civilians alike began to join their respective forces, recognizing that this struggle transcended national boundaries. As it concerned the survival of all humanity, leaders from various nations convened once more, resolutely declaring their commitment to fight to the bitter end against the monsters, refusing to surrender. For if they capitulated, even if they survived, future generations would lead lives worse than that of pigs or dogs, lives devoid of dignity. Nations prepared for the worst, collectively formulating a contingency plan known as the Spark Plan. This initiative entailed launching a spacecraft containing the cultural heritage and technological advancements of various nations, alongside 500 infants and over 10,000 individuals, along with 4 representatives tasked with nurturing these children and seeking suitable planets. These 500 infants and the accompanying thousands would represent humanity's last hope for continuity. Meijin lay languidly on her bed, consumed by a profound sense of despair as she awaited the inevitable arrival of death. Her mind wandered through a tapestry of memories, from the moment of her birth to the present. Suddenly, an idea flickered in her consciousness. She recalled a particular individual whom she believed might be capable of salvaging her dire situation. Though she recognized the likelihood of success was virtually nil, in her desperate state, she resolved to seek help. With renewed determination, she dressed and set off in the direction of her recollection. The remnants of a fierce battle littered her path. Rivers of blood flowed amidst the debris. However, Meijin, cloaked in her guise of indifference, pushed forth, driven by an inner voice urging her onward, closer to her destination. As she sprinted, the monstrous entities became aware of her presence and began pursuing her relentlessly. Just as she reached the threshold of Tang Fei's abode, the ferocious beasts closed in behind her. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she flung open the door, only to find the room eerily vacant. A wave of despair washed over her. Simultaneously, in the realm of the underworld, Tang Fei awakened with an acute awareness of the turmoil unfolding in the world above, his fury palpable. "You wretches shall pay," he exclaimed. With the power of his third eye, he unleashed a beam of energy that struck the dark beasts hovering in the void, sending them reeling for miles. In an instant, Tang Fei transported himself to the realm of light and shadow, a world intricately woven with that of the legendary adventures of Jackie Chan. While these realms were distinct, they were inseparably linked across different planets and star systems. Tang Fei named the planet of the armored warriors Light and Shadow Star and designated the realm of Jackie Chan as Jackie Star. As Meijin resigned herself to the embrace of death, a formidable figure materialized before her. Our protagonist, Tang Fei, made his grand entrance. Although his powers were sealed within the realm of the divine, he was undeterred. This was his domain, where the pathways of heaven, earth, and humanity were extensions of his essence. Harnessing the force of his world, he obliterated the menacing beast that had threatened Meijin. Had it not been for the necessity of evolving into his true self within the vast universe, he would have unleashed divine retribution upon the dark beasts long ago. Why should he sully his hands in such matters? Tang Fei grumbled under his breath. Turning to the tattered Meijin, he declared, "There is no need for further words. I am already aware of everything." With a sweeping motion of his hand, he healed her wounds and even mended her clothing. Meijin, astonished at the restoration of her attire, felt a surge of joy. If he possessed such abilities, perhaps humanity could indeed be saved. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a remarkable feat. Reward, 490 prestige points. Ding. New task initiated. Revive the deceased. Uncover the secrets of the mutated beasts and eliminate the malevolent entities. Reward, 1 divine and mysterious treasure box. Fortune smiles upon me. I am quite fond of this task. The system truly arrives like a pillow during a moment of drowsiness. Even if the system had not issued this task, Tang Fei was determined not to let these monstrous beings escape. Ascending into the sky, Tang Fei waved his hand, resurrecting all of humanity, while the anomalous beasts were swiftly reduced to mere dust. Jiang Xiaoyu battled fiercely against the anomalous beasts upon the sea, feeling her legs and arms crushed by their bites. Knowing that her sacrifice was imminent, as she gazed at the once blue ocean, now transformed into a dark crimson, her eyes hardened, and she cursed vehemently, "You wretched beasts! Perish!" With unwavering resolve, she embraced 4 or 5 anomalous beasts and ignited the explosive strapped to her body. "Stinky fish! No!" Lu Yin cried out, tears welling in his fierce eyes. "Damn anomalous beasts! I will fight you to the bitter end." Suddenly, they all froze. For the deceased humans began to resurrect one by one, while the anomalous beasts disintegrated into dust. What in the world is happening? Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for causing a collective state of bewilderment, rewarded with 8 million points for showmanship. Stinky fish, tell me about your feelings after death. Such scenes unfolded across the globe. While it was understandable for individuals from certain countries to embrace Christianity, Tang Fei could not fathom why people from Huaxia would do the same. Was it a lack of rich mythology? Was the historical depth of our great China insufficient? Why turn to foreign faiths? In response, Tang Fei manifested his divine presence and proclaimed, "You ignorant souls, I am the master of the heavenly way, passing through this realm. I have found it plagued by demons, hence I save you, the human race. I do not seek your faith. Yet why do you believe it was Jehovah who saved you?" Ding. Congratulations to the host for manifesting divinity, rewarded with 1 billion points for showmanship. When Tang Fei spoke these words, he utilized his divine powers, enabling all of humanity to witness, resulting in global astonishment. "Oh my, is that the master of the heavenly way, one of the 3 purities of Taoism?" exclaimed a netizen. "Yes, indeed, this is our Taoist deity, our Huaxia god." Another chimed in. What deity? Why not appear sooner? Why wait until now? What a show." A dissenting voice criticized, revealing the nature of an internet hero. Upstairs. Crowdfunding can cure cerebral palsy, but it cannot remedy the water in your brain. Meanwhile, Tang Fei had dispatched all the minions and was left with but one final opponent. With a gleeful grin, he gazed toward the heavens. In an instant, he transported himself into outer space, observing the unconscious black demon beast, and could not help but display a hint of wicked delight. Tang Fei conjured a massive pot, and, harnessing the power of the world, altered the rules of existence to establish a great pot in the cosmos. He ignited the oil, added chili peppers, bean paste, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce, and finally placed the now unconscious black demon beast into the pot. Then, Tang Fei took out the mobile phone awarded to him by the system. Since the last time he dealt with some acne scars, it had been gathering dust in the system space. Tang Fei upgraded the phone and tempered it with the power of the world. Now, this device could transmit live content directly into the minds of humans, in a 3-dimensional format, making it exceptionally user-friendly and convenient. Of course, one could still opt to watch on the phone itself. With a spirited exclamation, "Let us do this." My friends, Tang Fei initiated a live broadcast with the title, "Do you hate the black demon beast? Do you wish to feast on it? Do you desire its broth? What are you waiting for? Come and watch the celestial master of the eat live." This enticing title attracted a large number of viewers, predominantly driven by a sense of curiosity, although there was some lingering resentment towards the black demon beast. The fact that their loved ones had been resurrected by the celestial master of the had considerably diminished their animosity. After all, harboring anger would not bring about revenge. The broadcaster knew how to ride the wave of popularity, truly a master of trends. As the live stream commenced, more and more viewers flooded into Tang Fei's broadcast room, with a barrage of comments flowing in, most of which were criticisms of Tang Fei for riding on the coattails of fame. However, as the footage continued to play, the derogatory remarks began to dwindle, replaced by enthusiastic messages praising the host. "The host is amazing. Host, do you accept disciples?" Yet this was quickly overshadowed by another comment. "The celestial master of the possesses boundless magic and great powers. Burn the black demon beast." Tang Fei glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments and couldn't help but sigh. He had indeed become a sensation on the internet. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward for riding the wave of popularity, 470 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward for astonishment, 30 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward for being a wise figure, 40 points. Ding. As the number of viewers surged, Tang Fei decided to mute the system's notification sounds. With the excitement reaching a fever pitch, the black demon beast began to awaken from its stupor. Upon surveying its surroundings and noticing a lecherous young man leering at it, it roared in fury, seeking death. Its voice was an awkward blend of male and female tones, driven by rage. It forgot that an ordinary human could not survive in the vastness of the cosmos. It was destined to witness its own demise. Annoying. The food intends to escape? Seeing the black demon beast attempting to break free from the pot, Tang Fei, utilizing the power of the world, inscribed a large seal upon it, instantly subduing the creature. Compliance was not in the nature of the beast. It was merely restrained by its inability to escape. The dark demon watched helplessly as its corporeal form gradually ripened, ultimately leading to the complete incineration of its very soul. As for the source of their demonic bloodline, Tang Fei discovered a method revealed to him by Tang Sui. He mentioned that after his recent breakthrough, he sensed a connection between his true self, the Chronicle of Time, and the Gate of Realms, allowing for a fusion that would enable traversal through both future and past. Tang Fei presented the gate to Tang Sui, and the moment it made contact, their essences merged with astonishing speed, affirming that they were once a singular entity. In the 21st chapter, titled Tang Fei Opens the Heavens, Armor chapter completed, it is revealed that the incarnation of the Chronicle of Time, known as Tang Sui, is also Tang Fei's benevolent corpse. The earthly realm of Tang Di was originally just that. However, Tang Fei extinguished its consciousness and inhabited its corporeal shell, thus becoming his avatar. Tang Fei had long intended to merge his malevolent corpse, the sky demon Simu, with this incarnation, but all attempts had ended in failure. Now, Tang Fei's true self has become entirely human, having transferred the malevolent aura of the sky demon to the evil corpse, Tang Mo. Nevertheless, in times of dire urgency, Tang Fei could still merge with his avatar, a technique he had devised himself. The persona embodying the essence of humanity, named Tang Ren, serves as Tang Fei's purest avatar. This delineates the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity that Tang Fei embodies, as he could not perpetually refer to his avatars merely as incarnations or puppets, thus opting for proper names instead. With the gate now fused with the Chronicle of Time, Tang Sui's power is destined to ascend further. Observing Tang Sui in the midst of this fusion, Tang Fei seated himself in meditation to provide protection. Time is merciless, and the years of cultivation are even more so. This fusion consumed 300 years. Upon awakening, Tang Sui found his strength had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage golden immortal. He stated that he had not fully merged with the gate, only a fragment, yet he could now traverse the past and future of this realm. However, Tang Fei found this unnecessary, for his system had upgraded over the past 3 centuries to include the ability to traverse celestial worlds, albeit not across time. Nevertheless, time-traveling items have been made available in the system's marketplace, potentially a delightful surprise. Tang Fei had initially intended to accompany Tang Sui to witness the events of the past, but with this new item, that was rendered moot. It is noteworthy that Tang Fei's current strength remains largely unchanged from 300 years ago, still at the divine level. Each strand of spiritual energy he cultivates is sealed away, prompting him to repeatedly curse the family member responsible for his confinement. Yet, to be candid, the divine level of cultivation serves as an excellent guise. Although Tang Fei's true power may not seem formidable, his penchant for ostentation compensates for it. Thus, we conclude that with an abundance of ostentatious items at his disposal, Tang Fei has not been diminished. Even a powerful being at the quasi-saint level could falter if not vigilant around such items, leading us to infer that Tang Fei's intellect remains intact. Tang Fei instructed Tang Sui to return to the 33 heavens to continue his cultivation, for emerging from the Tao ahead of time would compromise his foundational strength. Item: Hourglass rank, divine function. Capable of traversing both the future and the past, entities beyond the realm of Tao cannot perceive it. Ding. Would you like to spend 1 billion boast points to purchase the hourglass? Ding ding. For heaven's sake, stop with the incessant notifications. Despite his outwardly cheerful demeanor, Tang Fei felt a surge of exasperation within. Yes, he reluctantly affirmed. Tang Fei produced an ancient hourglass, its appearance nondescript, merely revealing itself as an antiquity that could fetch a handsome price. Upon activating the eye of nihility on his forehead, he scrutinized the hourglass closely. To his astonishment, he discovered that even a speck of dust could fill the ocean, and a single blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars. An overwhelming revelation. As he infused his magical energy into the hourglass, a black hole materialized at its center, engulfing him entirely. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Tang Fei gazed upon a vast expanse of gray, feeling a sense of disquiet. Where on earth am I? Have I perhaps traversed to the wrong dimension? He was utterly bewildered. Ding. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. This is the origin of this realm, still in an unsevered state. A realm of chaos. Chaos. Father God. The mention of chaos reminded Tang Fei of the words spoken by the flame dragon armor. No wonder that lad referred to me as Father God. It seems I am the one who cleaved this realm. Understanding his mission, Tang Fei grasped the Pangu axe he had just exchanged from the system's marketplace and squeezed forth 14 drops of his essence blood, along with 5 superior spirit stones, which would become the 5 shadow stones. His primordial spirit was immensely powerful, and from it, he extracted 3 strands of memory-less spirit imprints, casting them into the chaos to absorb its essence and strengthen themselves. Having prepared everything, Tang Fei seized the axe and commenced his monumental endeavor of creation. With a few decisive swings, distinctions between heaven and earth began to emerge. However, if Tang Fei were not to support it, the chaos would swiftly reclaim its dominion. Not one to be foolishly steadfast, he exchanged for a divine-grade golden cudgel from the system, allowing it to bear the weight while he focused on catalyzing the armor. His instincts told him that the otherworldly demons would soon arrive. Tang Fei then exchanged for a divine-grade 5 elements array from the system, capable of absorbing any energy from the cosmos and transforming it into the purest elemental energies. At the center of the array lay a radiant stone, the future Emperor Hero. After an indeterminate number of cycles, the armor had fully hatched. One by one, they began to call out Father God, causing Tang Fei's eyes to gleam like crescent moons. The Emperor was the first to awaken, thus claiming the title of the eldest. At this juncture, it was indeed the time of the Lich's great calamity. Tang Fei had initially intended to experiment with whether he could transfer the essence of calamity into his own carefree realm, thereby allowing his 6 paths of reincarnation to realize its inherent value. Alas, it was not to be. Perhaps I am destined to be a creator of worlds. The 3 pure ones became Tang Fei's disciples, and he ascended as the Tao ancestor. After 5 cycles of the Yuan festival, as Tang Fei contemplated departing this realm to traverse the myriad worlds in search of his beloved, a familiar aura finally manifested. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could locate a nascent world. Thus, he decided to seize the opportunity without hesitation. With a resounding clap, he appeared at the horizon and hurled a pair of sandals into the distance. The aberrant demon, incensed, charged toward Tang Fei, only to inflict harm upon itself in its frenzy. The blood it shed surged forth like a torrential river, tainting a planet known as Shadow Star and corrupting its inhabitants. This was the progenitor of the aberrant beasts. In a twist of fate, Tang Fei's self-inflicted damage inadvertently turned against the demon, leaving it quaking in fear, yet it remained determined to rend Tang Fei to pieces. Due to his insufficient cultivation, Tang Fei could not annihilate the aberrant demon entirely. Thus, he opted to seal it within a demon sealing box, entrusting it to the care of the Imperial Hero and others. He then decreed the rules of this world. Any being possessing the blood of the aberrant demon would be transformed into a card and sealed within the box. The demon sealing box had been irrevocably fused with the armor, and the demon's furious roars echoed within, yet they bore no consequence. Shadow Star itself was sealed away until a being named Lu Fa shattered the seal. Tang Fei subsequently crafted the Shura armor, the Vajra armor, the Flying Shadow armor, and the Xingtian armor. As the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity could not manifest, Tang Fei infused the power of the heavenly Tao into the Imperial Hero, who became its embodiment, wielding the strength of the heavenly Tao to uphold justice. As for the human Tao, Tang Fei intended to bestow it upon the future Yatali's armor. Tang Fei was certainly capable of creating this armor now, but doing so would disrupt the narrative, a consequence he sought to avoid. For the Xingtian armor, Tang Fei painstakingly exchanged 10 drops of the great, which Xingtian's blood from the system space, reflecting his meticulous efforts. As the kingly armor, the Shura armor naturally received even more of Tang Fei's investment. He even incorporated the tip of the god-slaying spear awarded by the system into it. Similarly, the Shura armor could harness the power of the Earth Tao, transforming into it to wield dominion and execute judgment. Between the Imperial Hero and the Shura armor, neither was superior to the other. Tang Fei also devised a small world known as the Light and Shadow Realm for them, creating a summoning device so that ordinary humans could also summon armor. This realm possessed its own unique heavenly Tao, which Tang Fei had embedded from the original world of the Emperor Hero, and he successfully nurtured this Tao, making it another realm of Tang Fei's creation. In this realm, both the Imperial Hero and the Shura armor could draw upon the heavenly Tao and even the power of Tang Fei's true self. The 5 Elements armor was established in the Earth's 5 Elements village, where the inhabitants were endowed with the ability to summon the bloodline of armor. Those of high blood purity do not require summoners or shadow stones. They can summon directly. The reason Earthlings can upgrade their armors is that these armors were originally crafted for humanity. To preserve the integrity of the narrative, Tang Fei decided to place the summoners for Azura, Xingtian, Jingang, and Fei Ying on the planet Ares. As for the armors themselves, they have all returned to the realm of shadows for cultivation and cannot appear without a summoner or in the event of a great calamity. Tang Fei exchanged numerous books from his previous life in the system's marketplace for the humans created by Nuwa to study. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones, along with the myriad gods and the great deity Nuwa, were all sealed by Tang Fei, as his intuition warned him that should their cultivation surpass that of the immortals, they would be detected by the essence of the primordial world. Thus, he had no choice but to seal them. However, Legends of their existence would continue to circulate in the mortal realm. Time passed, and eventually, the era of magic waned, giving rise to new stories with the emergence of extraordinary beasts. After completing these tasks, Tang Fei departed from this world, setting forth to explore the myriad realms in search of his beloved wife. Chapter 22. The Divine Condor and the Heroic Couple, Chun Xiao version, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly traversed into the world of the Divine Condor and the Heroic Couple. Note, this is the Chun Xiao version of the world. Ding. This realm will soon face an invasion by the evil demons. Please await their arrival and eliminate them. The reward shall be the integration of this realm into the realm of freedom, elevating it to a middle thousand world. System. Does this realm harbor any traces of Xiaoyu? Tang Fei inquired breathlessly. Ding. I regret to inform you, host, that there are no signs of Xiaoyu in this realm. The system has rapidly upgraded and is now capable of detecting traces of the evil demons and information regarding Xiaoyu. Tang Fei had now crossed into the world of the Divine Condor and the Heroic Couple. He surveyed the ancient architecture around him, concluding that it must be the Chuanjian sect. According to the original narrative of the television series, Tang Fei perceived Li Macho merely as a lovesick woman. He intended to alter this perception. Although he had Xiaoyu, his doppelganger, Tang Mo, remained without a partner. Tang Fei resolved to pair her with Tang Mo. Though his evil corpse was a part of him, it possessed its own consciousness, akin to another being. Due to the system's influence, the doppelganger could never betray him. Rather, if it grew stronger, it would enhance the original, reminiscent of a parasitic relationship. Master, why have you summoned me? Since Tang Fei imparted the blood demon body to Tang Mo, she had increasingly taken on a demonic essence. The evolution of the 6 paths of reincarnation seems to be progressing. You can seal yourself, undergo reincarnation, experience tribulations, and refine your being, which would also accelerate the evolution of reincarnation. By your command, esteemed master, Tang Mo replied with a playful demeanor. Enough of your antics, we are one and the same. Tang Fei sighed, feeling that this entity was even more malevolent than himself. Tang Mo entered the cycle of reincarnation. Since the evolution of reincarnation was not yet complete, Tang Fei had to manually rotate the wheel of reincarnation to facilitate Tang Mo's rebirth. With thoughtful consideration, he designated the place of rebirth as the Lu family, where she would be named Lu Zhanyuan upon her arrival. This is Tang Fei's wicked whim, and indeed the best means to facilitate this union. Unbeknownst to the gods and spirits, he chuckled softly to himself. Next, Tang Fei would prepare diligently to host this guest from the foreign demon clan. At present, Yanghua seems to be nothing more than an infant, and Munianci has yet to pass away. Thus, Tang Fei has no intention of visiting him. Fate shall bring them together in due time. Perhaps, on some distant day, a master-disciple bond may yet flourish. The afflictions of the 7 emotions and the perils of the 6 desires are among the most dreadful phenomena in this world. Ensnaring one in a web from which escape proves impossible. Only by relinquishing these feelings and desires can one attain the profoundest skills of our ancient tomb sect. Do you understand? A woman of regal grace addressed the 2 young maidens beside her. Li Macho, harboring some disbelief, inquired, Master, are men truly so fearsome? Indeed. The master affirmed without hesitation, continuing, they are like floods, like ferocious beasts. They are the root of all suffering. Our revered ancestor was heartbroken by a man, which caused her sorrow for a lifetime. Thus, you 2 are forbidden from leaving the ancient tomb or engaging with men. Do you comprehend? Li Macho and the little dragon maiden responded in unison, yes. Upon hearing her master's words, Li Macho felt an intense curiosity for the outside world, yearning to escape the tomb and explore what lay beyond. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? The little dragon maiden, like a sweet dumpling, inquired as she noticed Li Macho applying blush to her cheeks. Shoo, little junior sister, do you wish to taste the candied figures from the outside world? Do you want to play with spinning windmills? Li Macho coaxed like a cunning wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. I do. But those are things only found in Granny Sun's stories. Senior sister, have you ever seen them? The little dragon maiden asked, her adorable eyes blinking in confusion. Beyond this ancient tomb lies a world resplendent with blossoms, a realm abundant in wonders, 1,000-fold larger than our tomb. Nay, 10,000-fold. Though I have not set eyes upon it myself, if you heed my words, ask no questions, and speak not a sound, I shall return with all manner of delightful treats and amusements for you. Li Macho replied with a smile. Mocho, little dragon maiden, what is going on? Why are you still awake at such a late hour? Granny Sun emerged from the secret chamber, chiding Li Macho and the little dragon maiden. Upon hearing her approach, Li Macho swiftly concealed her makeup box. Granny-san, look. I have developed many little red dots on my face and body, and I cannot fathom why. Perhaps it is a result of my training. Li Macho indicated the spots on her skin. How could such a thing occur in the first place? Our ancient tomb sect's internal cultivation requires focus of the mind, with minimal joy or sorrow. When practice reaches a certain level of refinement, ailments cannot invade, and one's beauty may endure. I know not the cause of these red dots. I must consult your master. But alas, she is currently in seclusion, practicing the Heart Sutra for women, and will not emerge for at least 2 to 3 months. Granny-san scrutinized the red spots on Li Macho's skin. Upon hearing that her master had entered seclusion, Li Macho could not contain her joy. However, when she learned that Granny-san intended to speak with her master, she grew anxious and exclaimed, Granny-san, please do not divulge my intentions to my master. You are well aware that I often take matters into my own hands, seeking to forge my own path. If my master were to discover this, she would undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon me. Granny-san, recognizing her intelligence, gently admonished, you possess great potential, yet the skills of our ancient sect are inherited from our venerable matriarch. Even with your talent, it will take decades of diligent practice to surpass your predecessors. Thus, it is imperative that you adhere to the established training methods. Indeed, it is my fervent desire to enter seclusion and meticulously refine the martial arts I have learned over the years. I hope to surprise my master with my progress before her return, bringing her joy. So, Granny-san, I kindly ask for your understanding during this period, Li Macho replied, her words betraying her inner conflict. Your aspirations reveal your promising nature. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall deliver meals to your stone chamber daily. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to your training. Granny-san beamed at Li Macho with satisfaction. Thank you, Granny-san, Li Macho responded with a beaming smile. Once Granny-san departed, Li Macho eagerly activated the mechanism, revealing the gateway to the outside world, a portal that could lead to either opportunity or tragedy. Had it not been for Tang Fei's interference, perhaps her misfortunes would have begun the moment she left the ancient tomb. The bustling streets were alive with activity, dragon dances, line performances, and an array of delectable street food. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, resembling red stars scattered across the night sky. Hey, look at this clay figurine. The lively voices echoed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The mundane world is a poison that corrupts the innocent heart, she mused, reflecting on her master's warnings about the dangers of the outside world. In truth, it was her master who lacked the spirit of adventure. The world beyond was indeed splendid. Grateful that she had not heeded her master's words, Li Macho reveled in the joy of the bustling night market, dancing with delight. Chapter 23. When will the Tang demon awaken? Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Those with wealth, support us with your riches. Those without, lend us your presence. Witness the heroes from the south and the north. As the saying goes, at home, we rely on our parents. Outside, we depend on friends. We brothers have just arrived. And today, I shall showcase the renowned iron palm technique. The crowd erupted in applause. Esteemed audience, before you is a pot of boiling oil. Which brave soul dares to plunge their hand in and test their mettle? The juggler gestured towards the bubbling cauldron of heat. Seeing no volunteers, he took a deep breath, assumed a posture of concentration, and plunged his hand into the oil. Moments later, he withdrew his hand and faced the audience, who erupted into cheers. Hearing the applause, the juggler couldn't help but burst into laughter, proclaiming, ladies and gentlemen, were it not for my profound inner strength, how could my flesh withstand the oil without harm? Upon hearing these words, Li Macho, who was observing the surroundings, could not help but smile disdainfully. Just as she was about to depart, she found herself targeted by those demanding a monetary reward. My dear lady, how can you expect to benefit from martial arts without compensating for it? One of them inquired. Firstly, I have no money. Secondly, you are deceiving me. Why should I pay you? Li Macho declared, crossing her arms with a look of contempt. Nonsense. How dare you claim that our elder brother's iron palm technique is a hoax? The aggressor replied, unwilling to engage further. Li Macho, wishing to avoid further conflict, turned to leave. Do not walk away. You must clarify your statements. The man insisted angrily. My lady, we are all part of this world. Why act so ungraciously? If you assert that my skills are fraudulent, then why not extend your hand and test it? Upon hearing such a challenge, the onlookers, drawn in by the spectacle, rallied in support, saying, come on, let us see it. Li Macho was not one to be trifled with and felt the flames of anger beginning to rise within her. What shall we do about this woman? Someone asked, panic evident in their voice. Patience, patience. Let us observe, the leader feigned calmness. Noticing the anxious murmurs of the crowd, Li Macho reassured them. Fear not. You have all been deceived. This is not a pot of genuine oil, but rather a half-filled pot of oil and vinegar. Vinegar is denser than oil, hence it settles beneath the surface. When ignited, the vinegar will boil before the oil, causing bubbles to rise, misleadingly resembling boiling oil. In truth, what lies within this pot is merely warm. As she spoke, Li Macho plunged her hand into the pot, withdrawing it moments later, unscathed and as pale as jade. Lo and behold, no harm. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Do not take my word for it. Inquire among yourselves. This is clearly the smell of vinegar. Li Macho teased playfully. Vile woman, what are you doing? Get lost. This show is over. How dare you undermine me? Brothers, arm yourselves and teach her a lesson. Oh, it is you who deceived first, yet you seek to resort to violence. Li Macho retorted, hands on her hips, brimming with indignation. Strike you? I intend to capture you and sell you to a brothel. The leader hissed, gritting his teeth. Indeed, men are rarely noble. Thus, I shall not hold back. Li Macho resolved, preparing for a fierce retaliation. Within the span of an hour, these men were reduced to mere fragments of ice. After slaying them, Li Macho found herself pursued, but her assailants were mainly insignificant lackeys, swiftly dispatched. Soon after, she earned the moniker Crimson Serpent Fairy among the martial world, a notorious figure, wreaking havoc and resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. We have encountered her before, and many brothers have perished. Those who survived bear grave wounds. A middle-aged man proclaimed with righteous fury. The female fiend not only possesses a deadly array of hidden weapons and an astonishingly swift martial arts technique, but her agility is also beyond belief, a young man remarked. Pray, what is the name of this woman? Lu Zhanyuan queried in perplexity. Oh, she claims to be the descendant of the ancient Tomb sect, calling herself the Crimson Serpent Fairy, Li Macho. Yet I wonder, is there truly any ancient Tomb sect in our martial world? The middle-aged man responded. We have gathered here at the Lu family manor in Jiangnan, with the sole purpose of requesting the venerable Lu elder to emerge and subdue this female demon. The Lu family swordplay is unparalleled in Jiangnan, and I am certain we shall achieve success, the young man asserted. Young Master Lu, we have partaken of your tea and snacks. It is high time you summon the elder, he urged. Dear friends, if you have come to seek my father, I fear your wishes may be in vain. He departed this world 2 months ago. Are you not aware? Lu Zhanyuan replied. What? The elder has passed away. What shall we do now? The middle-aged man stood, astonished. Is the martial world of Jiangnan doomed to face a calamity? Is there truly no one capable of subduing that female demon? The young man exclaimed in frustration. Fear not. Among the 5 greats of the realm, the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar still remain. Though the renowned Zhong Shintong, the real man of Chongyang, has long since departed, the Taoist priests of the Chuanjian sect, including Daoist Chiu and others, are still present. How can one say there is no one to tame her? Lu Zhanyuan stated. Yet these esteemed masters are elusive. Where shall we find them? Even if we do, they are but distant waters that cannot quench our immediate fire. The middle-aged man lamented. Very well. Given the urgency of the situation, perhaps it is best for me to take matters into my own hands and subdue this female demon. Lu Zhanyuan proposed. However, he was swiftly subdued by the middle-aged man. With a hearty laugh, the man helped Lu Zhanyuan to his feet, saying, with your skill, you could last but a mere 10 exchanges with that demon. You cannot withstand even 3 of my strikes. What do you possess to subdue her? I suggest you refrain from throwing away your life. My good fellow, has the outcome yet been determined? What leads you to such a conclusion? Lu Zhanyuan replied with a hint of disdain. I would like to see what other tricks you have. Do not move. Lu Zhanyuan commanded, as he deftly manipulated a mechanism. Instantly, a flurry of arrows pierced the edges of the garments worn by those present, pinning them to their seats without inflicting fatal harm. Observing their awkwardness, Lu Zhanyuan chuckled and said, this mechanism has yet another 2 features. I need not even touch it to unleash 108 steel needles. Tell me, is this skill of mine not sufficient to capture this female demon? Are you suggesting we lure this demon into the main hall of the Lu Manor and ensnare her with this device? The middle-aged man inquired. Nay, why should I lure her here? I could subdue her anywhere. In the realm of martial arts, strength is not the sole means to triumph. Strategy and intellect are the true treasures that conquer the enemy, Lu Zhanyuan asserted, pointing to his own head. And what then? What does your esteemed self imply? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Rest assured, I have my own ingenious plan. Lu Zhanyuan spoke mysteriously. Tang Fei gazed upon a vast field of sunflowers and was struck by the irony of their symbolism. Silent love, admiration, loyalty. Loyalty? In the original tale, would he truly be loyal? As long as a new love is sufficiently splendid, one cannot forget the old. This sentiment may seem unrefined, yet it rings true. Conversely, as long as an old love is profound, no new affection can intrude. Tang Fei turned and soared back to his abode, which stood in the realm of hell. Named the Leisure Palace, it was not yet time to awaken the demon of Tang. He needed to bide his time. During the last celestial event, the great Tao had astonishingly failed to bestow merits, leaving him feeling as though he had initiated a false heaven. Tang Fei continued to curse inwardly, unaware that the seal within his body had absorbed all the merits before they had fully taken shape, inadvertently reinforcing the seal. Perhaps he would have to remain in the realm of divinity for a little longer. What is love in this world? He pondered. At the Liu clan's estate, Lu Zhanyuan inquired, Uncle Zhong, Uncle Lu, where could they be? Confusion clouded his mind. For some reason, I feel that something is amiss, Li Macho remarked. Before she could finish her sentence, the mechanisms surrounding the hall activated, catching both Lu Zhanyuan and Li Macho off guard. With Lu Zhanyuan's modest cultivation, he was fortunate for Li Macho's protection, otherwise, he would have surely been left vulnerable. Let us go, Li Macho exclaimed, grasping Lu Zhanyuan's hand to flee. But he held her back, aware that he had crafted the very traps that were now set against them, knowing the arrows had not yet been fully discharged. Ha ha. Lu Zhanyuan, did you not foresee this? Your meticulously designed traps have become our instruments of capture. A minor character laughed mockingly. What has become of my family? Lu Zhanyuan asked urgently. Fear not. Your family is well. However, if this female demon is not eliminated today, I cannot guarantee their safety. The minor character cackled. They are innocent. Lu Zhanyuan exclaimed, filled with rage. Innocent? Just ask this female demon beside you how many innocent lives she has harmed. Today, I aim to eradicate evil and uphold justice. A few sacrifices are but trivial, the minor character retorted, wielding the control device toward the two. Lu, you may wish to spare them, but if you do not act, they will not spare you. With those words, Li Macho struck decisively, and within mere moments, their assailants lay sprawled upon the ground. She had spared them, considering both Tang Mo and Lu Zhanyuan, but had she not, she would have long since employed the Eye Soul Needle. Observing from the shadows, Tang Fei felt as if he were watching his daughter-in-law in action. Lu, I have not taken any lives. How should we proceed? Li Macho addressed Lu Zhanyuan. Just as he was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind. Tang Mo. If not now, then when? Chapter 24, The Wild Demon. In the heavens, the sovereign and other demons were also calling out to awaken Tang Mo, their primary purpose being to maintain appearances and garner a bit of prestige. What is that in the sky? Everyone ceased their activities, some gazing at the sky in confusion, while others whispered among themselves. Ding! Congratulations to the parasite for assuming the guise of a demon, rewarding the host with 30 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to the parasite for adopting the form of a divine dragon, rewarding the host with 500 points of pretentiousness. Ding! We are the divine generals under the guardians of this world. Herein shall be born the holy son of the Void Sect. The Void Sect has entrusted us to protect its holy son. You mortals shall disperse. Ding! Lu Zhanyuan fainted from the pain, and upon regaining consciousness, he could not help but raise a middle finger to the sky. He was no longer merely Lu Zhanyuan, but a fusion of Tang Mo and Lu Zhanyuan. Although Tang Mo's persona dominated the body, Lu Zhanyuan's essence subtly influenced Tang Mo. However, this was not a grave issue. With a period of seclusion and cultivation, the matter would naturally resolve itself, advancing his powers, a balance of risk and reward. Lulang, how are you? Li Macho tenderly inquired, wiping Tang Mo's body. Gazing at this woman who was so devoted to him, Tang Mo silently cursed his own existence. His feelings towards Li Macho were complex, yet, as Tang Mo's beloved, he vowed not to let her suffer as she had in the past life, especially since he had inherited the memories of Tang Fei. Grasping her delicate hand, as white as jade, Tang Mo reassured her, Macho, rest assured, I will not allow you to face any grievances. After uttering these words, Tang Mo pressed his lips against Li Macho's crimson ones. After a passionate interlude, Tang Mo lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, while Macho drew circles on his chest, her face radiating happiness and contentment as she envisioned the joyous moments with her Lu Lang. Yet, fate did not align with everyone's desires. Suddenly, Tang Mo vanished, his form slowly dissipating. Lu Lang, what has happened to you? Li Macho exclaimed in alarm, her voice filled with urgency. Damn the foreign demon, appearing at such a moment. Tang Mo inwardly cursed. Macho, wait for me for 15 years. I will return. But before he could finish, he was summoned away by Tang Fei. In an unknown cosmos, you are insane. Can you not hold your ground? Tang Mo angrily berated Tang Fei. Tang Fei replied, Little one, do you have many questions? Though Tang Mo grumbled for a moment, he soon set off to confront the foreign demon, discerning right from wrong in significant matters. After all, in a certain sense, he was the true self. And the true self was him, as he could resurrect the true self, just as the true self could bring him back. The foreign demon bore the head of a great white shark and the legs of a deer, wielding a golden scepter with 4 limbs, charging at Tang Mo menacingly. Tang Mo immediately revealed his demonic form, summoned the Azura armor, and harnessed the power of the path of the carefree realm to unleash a Shura-rending claw upon the foreign demon. A cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air, yet the damage he inflicted upon the demon was negligible. Amidst the tumultuous laughter, the shark demon proclaimed, You insignificant ants should hasten to surrender and allow me, the great shark demon, to devour you as my sacrificial feast. It is indeed an honor for you. Shark demon? Tang Fei and Tang Mo exchanged amused glances, bursting into hearty laughter. Oh my, you truly are a fool, Tang Fei remarked, still chuckling. This is absolutely hilarious. You are courting your own demise. Enraged, the shark demon brandished its staff and charged forward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for embodying an audacious spirit that disregards the otherworldly demons. Reward, 400 points for bravado. Please continue your impressive efforts. Imperial armor merge. Tang Fei summoned the Imperial armor, although he could wield the power of the heavenly Tao without it. The armor was a symbol of grandeur, an artifact of ostentation. Indeed, when the Imperial armor manifested, the demon trembled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exuding an enigmatic aura. Reward, 500 points for bravado. Humph. Fooling around, are we? Behold the might of my white shark staff. A surge of energy erupted from the staff, hurtling towards Tang Fei and Tang Mo. They deftly evaded, but a distant planet was obliterated by the energy sphere, reduced to nothingness. How audacious! You think you can intimidate me? I shall set a formation that will bring about your demise. At that moment, the lords of the demons, fire, earth, mountain, wind, thunder, sky, Tang Mo, water, and moon, were summoned by Tang Fei. They established a grand fortune formation, for they were once beings of fate in their original world, akin to the children of destiny. At the heart of this formation stood Tang Fei, poised to amalgamate the fortunes of the carefree realm and utterly refine this otherworldly demon. Humph! Do you dare to contest against the brilliance of the full moon with your meager strength? Break for me! The shark demon struck the formation with its staff. Before long, fissures appeared within the formation, and the demon erupted into laughter, intensifying its assault. Did you think Tang Fei was prepared with only this? The answer, of course, was negative. He retrieved a card from the system space. Item, River God card level. Divine effect. You may choose whether to discard this silver axe, this golden axe, or this iron axe. Tang Fei cast the card upon the grand formation. Dear young one, will you discard this cosmic river formation, this 9 curves of destiny formation, or this shattered fortune formation? Cosmic river formation, Tang Fei declared. After bestowing the formation upon him, the river god vanished, for this was power that transcended the great paths. As Tang Fei observed the description of the cosmic river formation, joy surged within him. Item, Cosmic River Formation Level. Divine effect. Absorbs the stellar energies of the universe to repair the formation. Tang Fei cast the formation disk into the array, and instantly, the stars within the formation blazed brilliantly, drawing in the celestial energies and negative ion energies from the cosmos, mending the grand formation. The foolishness of the fool is indeed remarkable. The shattered formation was mended in an instant, yet he continued to strike with relentless enthusiasm. This reminded Tang Fei of Wu Gang from the Moon Palace. Tang Fei was not foolish enough to alert his adversary. Who could tell if it was merely a ruse? To show mercy to one's enemy is the greatest cruelty one can inflict upon oneself. Tang Fei commanded the myriad beings to intensify their magical energies, striving to refine this creature within the great formation, thus allowing him to directly acquire its memories and powers. As for the parasitic point, Tang Fei was not disinclined. But the current version of the system did not permit the parasitism of alien demons. Time passed, and at long last, Tang Fei and his companions succeeded in refining the alien demon, gaining access to its memories. However, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. It was a free-range alien demon, utterly ignorant of the location of its stronghold. Yet, Tang Fei was somewhat satisfied with the absence of supernatural abilities. Chapter 25. Smoking is harmful to health. After refining the alien demon, Tang Fei felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. and his gaze instinctively turned to the star of light and shadow. He desired to refine that alien demon as well. Tang Fei promptly relocated the Fortune Great Formation into the space of the sealing demon box, instructing everyone to activate the formation and directly refine this alien demon as well. This particular demon was known as the Dark Demon, a member of the alien royal family, and the information gleaned from its memories was limited, influenced by an inexplicable force over Tang Fei's perception. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the alien demon. Reward. Integration of this realm into the Carefree Realm. The Carefree Realm has ascended to a Middle Thousand world. During the world integration, Tang Fei distinctly sensed the rapid growth of the realm. The energy that returned to him from this growth was beyond imagination. The functional beverages, cough. Tang Fei believed these drinks could elevate him to the threshold of the Saint Realm. Alas, the accursed seal devoured all his energy, leaving him not even a drop. Tang Fei could not help but curse inwardly in frustration, yet it bore no fruit. With the matter of the alien demon resolved, Tang Fei prepared to set forth once more. Before departing, he imparted the divine wanderer's sword technique to Tang Mo, entrusting him to teach it to the future Yanghua. Tang Fei could envision the scene, Yanghua and Xialong as destined partners, with Xialong's senior sister being Li Macho, and Li Macho's partner being Tang Mo, a veritable love triangle. System, initiate immediate traversal. Tang Fei commanded. A black hole engulfed him, and Tang Fei was off to explore another world. This planet was gifted to Tang Mo for him and his wife to enjoy their honeymoon. Once the system rewarded him with fragments of the Chaos Pearl in the future, Tang Fei would personally create a world for Tang Mo. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Tang Fei found himself in a bustling metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers. Ding. Congratulations, host, on traversing to the world of the Lotus Lantern. Ding. Regrettably, no trace of Xiao Yu has been detected in this realm. Ding. Alien demons will emerge in this world. Please eliminate them to receive the burial heaven coffin as a reward. Still no sign. Tang Fei felt a deep sense of disappointment. Upon opening a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, Tang Fei ignited one with his unique flame and began to exhale clouds of smoke. However, feeling unsatisfied, he took a deep drag, allowing the smoke to enter his lungs, which caused him to choke violently. It was only through the use of his magical powers that he managed to regain his composure. Glancing around cautiously to ensure no one had witnessed his ordeal, he sighed in relief. It would have been utterly humiliating to be seen as the first cultivator almost choked to death by smoke. Smoking is detrimental to health. For the sake of your family and friends, please consider quitting. Tang Fei carelessly discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, intending to seek out the mischievous Xinxiang for some playful interaction and perhaps impart a few techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the very cigarette but he tossed aside would soon lead to catastrophic consequences. But that is a tale for later. For now, let us return to the present. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Tang Fei finally discerned the current progression of events. Xinxiang had already taken Sun Wukong as his master. Tang Fei had planned to join in on the fun and indulge in a little showboating, but unexpectedly, calamity struck the mortal realm, with the root cause being none other than himself. In a moment of realization, he understood the chain of causality. Heavens above, never should one carelessly discard cigarette butts, nor indulge in smoking. It can lead to unprecedented disasters. Cursing under his breath, Tang Fei made his way to the human realm. What he encountered was far from the semblance of a normal world. It resembled a hellish inferno, blackened and filled with the cries of the suffering mortals. In the center of the ocean, an elderly man gazed towards a bright light ahead, a fierce fire burning intensely. This fire was peculiar. It could not be extinguished by water or soil, and despite the court's desperate attempts, it continued to rage on, slowly consuming the despairing souls. Some had fled into the sea, yet the water proved utterly ineffective against this demonic fire, merely delaying their inevitable demise. "Oh heavens, please open your eyes and save us," cried an old woman in the ocean, cradling a sleeping child in her arms, blissfully unaware of their dire situation. "Compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, please, we implore your salvation." "Where are you?" shouted another, as the flames boiled the sea water, threatening their lives. The four most powerful cultivators of the mortal realm stepped forward, the Knife Elder, the weak old man, the Shark Beauty, and the empty young master. They intended to use their esteemed magical powers to help the mortals through this calamity. The Knife Elder sought to save lives with his abilities, yet tragically, he could not withstand even a second. His once proud cultivation became the very fuel for the flames. The other three displayed expressions of valiant resolve as they summoned their powers and advanced towards the sea of fire, but to what avail? All four perished. By the time Tang Fei arrived, these four had already been reduced to ashes. He admired their chivalrous spirit, but felt that such fearless valor was ultimately in vain. Fortunately, their true spirits had not yet dissipated. Should the realm of leisure engulf this world, Tang Fei could harness the power of the universe to resurrect these individuals. However, given Tang Fei's current strength, he felt it was implausible. No, simply impossible. He needed to dismiss such thoughts. Thus, he resolved to utilize an item from the system. He focused on a particular item. Heavenly Tao Borrowing Card, one-time use, level, divine price, 6 million prestige points function, allows the user to borrow the power of the universe and the Heavenly Tao twice, with each duration lasting 5 minutes. Decided, the Heavenly Tao Borrowing Card shall be my choice. Tang Fei activated the card on his own body, and a familiar sensation surged through him. It was akin to being the sovereign of the realm of leisure. Without pausing to indulge in his feelings, he waved his hand, extinguishing the sea of flames, and with another gesture, he initiated the revival of all that had perished. What is this? Did I not perish amidst the flames? The Elder Blade exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his features. This is impossible. The Shark Beauty gazed at her own form in astonishment. The path of salvation may have eluded you. Yet your selfless spirit is worthy of emulation, Tang Fei proclaimed, floating in the sky. A halo of merit appeared behind his head as he addressed those he had resurrected. I hereby designate you as divine generals of salvation, guardians of peace in this world. The radiant points he bestowed upon them were, of course, parasitic points. Ha ha ha. Gratitude to the Supreme for our rescue. We shall surely safeguard the tranquility of the mortal realm. The four foremost cultivators knelt before Tang Fei, their hearts brimming with excitement at the miraculous appearance of the Supreme. Tang Fei, generous to his parasitic recipients, bestowed upon them an abundance of elixirs, techniques, and divine powers. To the Elder Blade, he imparted the Whirlwind Blade technique and Blood Demon Body. To the frail old man, he granted Death Curse and Blood Demon Body. To the Shark Beauty, he offered Dragon Transformation Technique and Blood Demon Body. To the Void Young Master, he bestowed True Sword Control Technique and Blood Demon Body, along with divine foundational elixirs to aid their recultivation, laying a solid foundation for their future paths. Chapter 26. Incense? My son. After completing these tasks, Tang Fei intended to seek an audience with the Heavenly Court. Although the chaos had originated from his actions, the lack of response from the Heavenly Court left much to be desired. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, heralding the arrival of a raucous procession filled with drums and thunderous claps of lightning. Mortals, I have come to save you. Quickly, kneel and worship. A creature with a sharp beak and white wings bellowed. Gabriel, you wield quite the authority. Instead of remaining within your Western divine realm, you dare to imprison me in the Eastern mortal world? I shall ensure your demise is without a grave. The Erling God thundered, having just escaped his confinement. The Erling God encountered an inexplicable otherworldly flame that he could not extinguish, despite exhausting all his means. To his astonishment, the otherworldly fire suddenly vanished, and everything reverted to its original state. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao had intervened? The Erling God mused quietly. Suddenly, a thunderous shout shattered his thoughts, inciting even greater fury in its source. Humph, Erling Shun, you have dared to escape. Enough of your nonsense. Let us engage in battle, Gabriel declared, with a gleeful anticipation. Tang Fei produced a luxurious office chair, a round table, a refreshing beverage, a sunshade, and a pair of sunglasses, conjuring a pristine beach around him with his magical prowess. Reclining in the chair, he called out to the two, Erling Shun, unleash your wrath. Sever his wings, and let us feast together. Tang Fei boasted shamelessly from his position. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying a fool, earning the host 500 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying a weakling, earning the host 500 show-off points. You seek death. A cold glint flashed in Gabriel's eyes as he moved to tear Tang Fei apart, only to be halted by Erlang Shun's intervention. Our Eastern mortals are not to be chastised by your Western deities. Return to whence you came. With that, Erlang Shun unleashed his full power, obliterating Gabriel. Goodness, you are merciless. Those wings were a great boon, and you left not a single feather behind. Tang Fei chattered incessantly around Erlang Shun. The latter, nearly overwhelmed, inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? Though Tang Fei's cultivation was modest, Erlang Shun could not discern its depths, sensing a terrifying energy within him. Erlang Shun, bearing humiliation for the sake of your nephew. Willing to be the greatest villain in this world? I must admit, I admire you, Yang Jian, Tang Fei remarked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying a figure of dread, earning the host 600 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for inciting murderous intent in a deity, earning the host 300 show-off points. Who are you truly? Erlangshun tightened his grip on his trident. I am Hongming Tianzuan. I know much. Would you like assistance in toppling the heavenly court and reforming it? Tang Fei stroked his chin, though it bore no beard. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embodying a fool, earning the host 300 show-off points. Hongming Tianzuan? I have never heard of you. Erlangshun bellowed. I care not who you are. A mere cultivator of the divine realm dares to be audacious before me. Witness my 5 Thunder True technique. The sky darkened ominously, and bolts of lightning surged toward Tang Fei. Humph. Tang Fei shouted defiantly. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? Behold my great might Tianlong. He confronted the lightning with sheer physical strength, meeting a bolt with an open palm. He felt the electric force refining his body. His blood demon body surged with vigor. He sensed he was on the brink of breaking through to the soul realm, where his 7 souls would receive unparalleled enhancement. The 7 souls are: the first soul, Tian Chong; the second soul, Ling Hui; the third soul, Qi; the fourth soul, Li; the fifth soul, Zhong Shu; the sixth soul, Jing; and the 7th soul, Ing. The 7 souls also embody the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Reaching the realm of the soul god allows one to master their emotions entirely, even possessing the ability to directly influence the emotions of others. Currently, Erlangshun resides at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. While the soul god realm within the blood demon body corresponds to the peak golden immortal level, yet still does not surpass Erlangshun. Unless Tang Fei transcends to the celestial realm, he will inevitably be at Erlangshun's mercy, enduring torment despite being unable to be slain. Tang Fei is acutely aware that he should retreat, otherwise he might truly find himself outmatched. Casting a playful kiss toward Yang Jian in the sky, Tang Fei exclaimed, Erlang dog, until we meet again in the future, Erlang dog. Upon hearing this, Erlangshun was infuriated, his rage akin to the emergence of a Buddha. You seek death. Come and face me. Erlangshun seethed, wishing to remove Tang Fei's head and use it as a ball. Yet, Tang Fei had vanished without a trace, leaving only vast oceans in his wake. Reclining in his carefree palace, Tang Fei reflected on his battle with Erlangshun, feeling his fighting spirit intensifying. This burgeoning willpower emerged from his physical form after attaining the soul god realm, fueling his desire for combat. With a flicker of thought, Tang Fei returned to the world of the Bao Lian Deng, intending to seek out the Jade Emperor while awaiting the arrival of the foreign demons. According to the original narrative, the Jade Emperor is depicted as a henpecked husband, lacking the imposing majesty befitting an emperor, which starkly contrasts with Tang Fei's conception of the Jade Emperor. He was not naive enough to believe matters would be so straightforward. In an instant, he arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, teleporting directly to abduct the Jade Emperor. The 3 holy mothers of Mount Hua felt increasingly feeble, sensing that their time was drawing near, and feared they would not live to see Qinxiang's arrival. Qinxiang, I am sorry, lamented the 3 holy mothers, tears streaming down Yang Chan's face. No, you must wait. At that moment, Tang Fei appeared, accompanied by the Jade Emperor, who had informed him of everything while on their way. It turned out that the current Queen Mother had long been infiltrated by a demon, now merely a fiend masquerading in the guise of the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor had discerned this unfortunate truth, but, knowing he was no match for the foe, feigned ignorance. Moreover, the celestial edicts were established by the ancient Enhua, leaving the Jade Emperor unable to defy the will of the sage. After setting the edicts, Enhua vanished, resulting in this series of events. Tang Fei, how did you get in here? Yang Chan inquired, her expression a mix of confusion and delight. What? Tang Fei, how do you know my name? You should be addressing Lu Yinchang instead. What s with calling me by my name? Tang Fei was bewildered, realizing he had traversed to the world of the Bao Lian Deng and was now recognized as Lu Yinchang, with Chun Xiang as his son. Wait, something is amiss. This is the aura of Xiaoyu. System, come forth. I will not rest until I drive you out. Ding. Ah, dear host, due to a system malfunction, it has caused you an unpleasant experience. Here, I shall compensate you with 6 million prestige points. How does that sound? The system emitted a voice akin to that of a customer service representative, sending shivers down Tang Fei's spine. Wait, this does not resemble the entirety of Xiaoyu's essence. It appears that she has been reincarnated, and what I sense is merely a fragment of her soul. Channer, I have returned. You shall no longer suffer, Tang Fei proclaimed as he gazed at the heavens, clenching his fists. determined to ensure that the demon who harmed his beloved would face utter annihilation. Chapter 37. I have long discerned that you are not human. Upon realizing that Yang Chan was his wife, Tang Fei abruptly lost his composure, intending to ascend to the heavenly realm to confront her oppressor with fervor. Fei Lang, do not go. You are unaware of the heavenly realm's might. Promise me you will take good care of Qin Xiang. Yang Chan's tear-filled eyes only deepened Tang Fei's anguish. Rest assured, my dear, you are unaware of your husband's strength. If need be, I shall recreate this world. Tang Fei declared with commanding confidence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exhibiting an aura of commanding presence. You are awarded 300 prestige points. Channer, I shall first rescue you from this prison. Then, I will slay that scoundrel in the heavenly realm. Tang Fei declared through gritted teeth, staring resolutely at the sky. Tang Fei utilized the second opportunity granted by the Heavenly Tao borrowing card, swallowing the mountain into the realm of carefree existence. Though this realm allowed him to harness its divine power, he felt the unease of reliance on borrowed strength. Such borrowing could be enforced by the system. Tang Fei could not take that risk. Ding. Congratulations, host, for embodying an elusive presence. You are awarded 500 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for astonishing those around you. You are awarded 400 prestige points. These points could likely belong to the Jade Emperor, discarded in his previous location. However, Tang Fei paid it no mind, as he was preoccupied with the plight of the three holy mothers. Channeling the power of the world into the eye of void, Tang Fei discerned the dire state of the three holy mothers. She was in a most lamentable condition, with her essence and corporeal form intricately intertwined with Mount Hua. These connections resembled neurons or blood vessels, transforming Mount Hua into a source of sustenance for the three holy mothers. At this realization, Tang Fei's emotions became indescribable. He yearned for the Queen Mother to experience the agony of being treated as mere nourishment. Fei Lang, where are we? The three holy mothers inquired, perplexed, sensing that the mountain had departed from its original location, no longer within their world. The surrounding spiritual energy surged eagerly into the three holy mothers' body, aiding in her restoration. Ding. Congratulations, host, for embodying an aura of confusion. You are awarded 390 prestige points. In response, Tang Fei smiled and planted a gentle kiss on the forehead of the three holy mothers, saying, "This is a place where Channer shall be freed from her suffering." The original barrier lost its potency upon entering the realm of carefree existence. Unless one surpassed this world's level, be they dragon or tiger, they must abide by the rules. Fei Lang, what are you? Before she could finish speaking, Tang Fei pressed his index finger against her lips, offering a charming smile as he said, "Do not speak. Allow me to rescue you first." With the power of the world at his command, Tang Fei slowly began to extricate the essence of the three holy mothers from Mount Hua. He found this task far more arduous than performing surgery, as he was uncertain how many nerves had fused with her essence. Utilizing the world's power, he meticulously identified and severed each connection, ensuring that after cutting, he used his abilities to prevent the nerves from reconnecting. After 10 long days and nights, Tang Fei finally eradicated all the nerve connections from the three holy mothers' essence, leaving only her physical form. Approximately 10 days later, he completely liberated her from Mount Hua, embracing her for a passionate kiss. "You have suffered, Channer. Now that I have returned, I shall not allow you to endure any further grievances." The heavenly Tao Tang Sui addressed the earthly Tao, proclaiming, "Channer, I am back. I shall not permit you to suffer even the slightest injustice." His laughter rang out, full of joy. The earthly Tao Tang Di chuckled heartily, remarking, "This is indeed a level of eloquence that we cannot aspire to." The human Tao Tangren also laughed, suddenly exclaiming, "It seems none of us have a partner." Upon hearing this, the others felt as if they had been grasped by the throat, squawking in disbelief. Tang Mo, pushing away the beautiful Mo Cho resting in his arms, laughed heartily. "Those two fools. Mo Cho, let me explain, I was merely sleepwalking." Mo Cho, with her stunning beauty, sat beneath the window and offered him a bewitching smile. Soon, a cacophony akin to the wailing of pigs echoed through the street. Marriage is akin to a wall. Those within wish to escape, while those outside yearn to enter. Whether one marries or not, there will always be regrets. The cat in the alley enjoys freedom, yet lacks a home, while the dog within the walls has a place but bows its head for life. Life presents a series of choices with inherent regrets, nonetheless. Tang Mo finds not regret, but happiness. Returning to the matter at hand, after Tang Fei rescued his beloved Yang, he resolved to seek out his son. Tang Fei aimed to ensure absolute certainty. Although he felt no affection for the child, It was undeniable that this child was his, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He did not wish for his enemies to exploit this weakness. When Tang Fei encountered Chen Xiang, the latter had just consumed a pill from the Supreme Old Lord and was in the process of refining its power. Tang Fei swiftly sealed the chaotic energy within him, as it could easily dissipate too much power and lead to instability. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Chen Xiang inquired, looking at the kindly man before him with confusion, as the tumultuous energy within him calmed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for displaying a cool demeanor. Awarding the host 500 points for style. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exuding a warm charm. Awarding the host 600 points for charm. This young man has quite the discerning eye, Tang Fei thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy. "Who am I? I am your father." Tang Fei gazed at Chen Xiang and remarked, "How can you insult me, old man? My father has long passed away." Chen Xiang retorted. Upon hearing this, Tang Fei's face turned as red as a boiling pot. "Old man, am I truly that aged? Furthermore, how could I possibly be dead when I am standing right here?" Tang Fei nearly lost his temper, but managed to force a grotesque grin, saying, "I truly am your father. Otherwise, I would summon your mother to clarify." Chen Xiang rolled his eyes at this statement, unwilling to engage with what he perceived as madness, especially since his mother was still suffering on Mount Hua. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for successfully acting like a fool. Reward, 800 points." Tang Fei promptly summoned Yang Chan from the immortal realm to speak with the young lad. Upon their first encounter, Tang Fei had the system assess their blood relationship, and the outcome was evident. Chen Xiang was biologically his son. "Mother!" Chen Xiang exclaimed joyfully as he saw his mother materialize, but his expression quickly shifted to one of fierce suspicion. "You must be sent by Erling Shun. How could my mother appear here when she is imprisoned on Mount Hua? Do not disturb my resolve. You demon, I have long perceived that you are not human. Behold my axe." Tang Fei, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in bewilderment. Chapter 38. Sun Wukong. "Who are you?" Chen Xiang, "This man is indeed your father. The reasons remain unclear even to your mother, but he is your father. Do you remember when you fell from your bed at 3 years old, wailing? Or when you wet the bed at 17? Familiar tales spilled from the lips of the holy mother Yang Chan, shattering Chen Xiang's heart. "Mother? Is he truly my father?" Chen Xiang's lips trembled. "You may visit Mount Hua. It has long ceased to exist. Your father rescued me," Yang Chan continued. A mix of fear and joy surged within Chen Xiang, who hesitated to accept this overwhelming revelation, fearing it might all be a deception. "Such a nuisance," Tang Fei exclaimed, grasping Chen Xiang's arm with one hand and Yang Chan's with the other as they soared toward the remnants of Mount Hua. Upon witnessing what had once been Mount Hua transformed into a chasm, Chen Xiang was overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face. "This is real. My mother has truly returned. My father is alive and has saved her. Father, you are so incredible. When did you become so powerful?" A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for impressively displaying prowess. Reward, 700 points." Tang Fei felt a surge of satisfaction from Chen Xiang's words, yet a shadow of doubt lingered in his heart. Why had Yang Chan recognized him immediately while Chen Xiang remained oblivious? Had the future self truly aged and perished? "Channer, I must ask you something. Did I possess no magical powers in the past?" Tang Fei inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the enchanting visage of Channer. "Fei Lang, have you lost your memory? Why do you speak such nonsense? You were once a destitute scholar. How could you have possessed any magical powers? Years ago, after my second brother subdued me at Mount Hua, you entrusted Qinxiang to Aunt Wang in the village and set off in search of immortality, hoping to rescue me upon your success. Now, Fei Long, have you not succeeded? Why then do you inquire about me?" Yang Chan gazed at Tang Fei with her perplexed, beautiful eyes. Ahem. Tang Fei cleared his throat, attempting to convey his inner discomfort. After bringing Qinxiang and the 3 holy mothers into the realm of carefree wandering, he proceeded to Guanjingku to seek out Erlang Shun, his esteemed brother-in-law. It would be remiss not to pay a visit, both for courtesy's sake and to alleviate the awkwardness lingering in the air. Although the 3 holy mothers were no longer before him, the palpable tension remained. Furthermore, he owed his brother-in-law an apology, considering their last encounter had involved some teasing on his part. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, left bewildered in the cave, pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? Should I follow them?" Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a formidable figure from the west struck down the Buddha. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong wasted no time in tailing Tang Fei and the others. He had no intention of waiting for the arrival of the spiritual mountain's aid, only to become a pawn in their scheme. At Guanjingku, Yang Jian glared menacingly at the suddenly reappeared Tang Fei, recalling how this fellow had once dared to tease him. How could a dignified celestial judge be toyed with by an unknown ruffian? Intolerable. He immediately brandished his weapon, prepared for a confrontation. Ahem, dear brother-in-law. Let us refrain from hostility. I come in peace. Tang Fei slowly retreated. Peace? What could I possibly discuss with a monster like you? Wait, did you just call me brother-in-law? Yang Jian brandished his trident towards Tang Fei. In response, Tang Fei activated the celestial eye on his forehead, unleashing a beam of affection directed at him. Tang Fei, possessing unparalleled physical prowess and having ascended to the realm of spirit and soul, wielded an extraordinary spiritual strength. Even without the ability to summon divine powers, he was more than sufficient to give Yang Jian a run for his money. As Tang Fei evaded the affectionate rays that Yang Jian shot forth, they struck the stone pillars and buildings behind him, reducing them to dust in an instant. Fortunately, these structures were uninhabited, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Enough. Cease your fighting. At that moment, Yang Chan emerged from the realm of carefree wandering. Tang Fei had granted her the exceptional ability to traverse this realm freely, a rare privilege he had only previously bestowed upon parasitic entities and avatars. Sister Chan, what brings you here? Were you not at Mount Hua? Yang Jian queried, his tone laced with confusion. Then, his gaze shifted sharply toward Tang Fei, seething. Did you rescue her? Did I? What of it? Shouldn't a brother like you be ashamed? Your own sister endures such suffering, and you do nothing to confront the heavenly court? Shouldn't you take vengeance for her? Tang Fei retorted fiercely, realizing that his previous humble demeanor was misplaced. For Yang Jian had indeed fallen short in this matter. Brute, what do you know? Do you have any understanding of my plans? Yang Jian roared, tears dampening his shoes. To speak frankly, I genuinely admire your indomitable spirit of perseverance. However, my brother-in-law, I have already acquired the strength to contend with the celestial realm. Rather than engaging in these futile discussions, it would be more prudent to strike against the heavens. Tang Fei gazed up at the sky and declared, You? Even I could easily defeat you. It would be wise not to squander your life in vain. Yang Jian scoffed dismissively. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have donned a facade of weakness and received 30 points for your pretense. I merely inform you that on the 1st of next month, I shall officially launch an assault on the celestial realm. Whether you join me or not is entirely your choice. My words are final. After uttering this proclamation, Tang Fei vanished completely. Who exactly is this Tang Fei? Never mind. I, the old son, can barely manage myself, let alone concern myself with such matters. As he turned, he was taken aback. There stood Tang Fei, clad in white, playfully holding the hand of the 3 holy mothers, smiling at son Wukong. Wukong, do you still remember your master? Tang Fei employed his art of persuasion, for he was not entirely deceitful, as he was indeed the genuine reincarnation of the golden cicada. Huh, my master was not even this handsome. May I inquire who you are? The victorious fighting Buddha inquired cautiously. Alas, you are no longer the same. Once proud and unyielding, what has caused you to fear now? Tang Fei sighed after speaking these words. Who are you truly? Why do I possess no memories of you, yet feel an inexplicable familiarity? The victorious fighting Buddha cried out, clutching his head. Foolish child, go forth. In time, you will come to understand. The cycle of fate. The blooming and withering of flowers. Once, you have grown, and now you are transformed. Tang Fei's voice gradually faded, leaving no trace behind. The victorious fighting Buddha remained silently in place, watching Tang Fei's figure recede, filled with a tumult of emotions. Unbeknownst to Tang Fei, his words would one day save his life and lead him to a formidable ally. Tang Fei had now ascended to the 9th heaven, the abode of the Tao of heaven, a place inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Yet, Tang Fei was no ordinary being. Although he was shielded by the blood demon body, he lacked formidable Taoist arts and cultivation, causing him to feel a deep-seated trepidation. He resolved to completely merge with this heaven's Tao, thus enabling him to contend with the otherworldly demons. I must take a leave. I shall not write tonight. I am utterly exhausted from this day. Good night, everyone. Chapter 39, Battle. Tang Fei intended to refine the heavenly Tao of this world with his magical powers, thereby allowing his blood demon body to manifest its own celestial realm. This realm would not only enhance his physical form, but also connect him to mysterious opportunities, potentially leading to immense fortune and great transformation. For days and nights had elapsed, and 3 years had passed in the mortal realm. Tang Fei's sweat flowed like a waterfall into the earthly domain. His current state was exceedingly uncomfortable, for he felt an overwhelming weakness. If he did not withdraw his magical powers soon, he sensed that death was imminent. Yet, he was unwilling. He truly did not wish to rely on parasitic means. Listen, are you speaking in human terms? The system is somewhat at a loss for words. Everything it does is for your benefit, you know. This time, unexpectedly, Tang Fei did not utilize the system's parasitic points. A voice within him urged, persevere a little longer. Indeed, diligence is rewarded. Tang Fei succeeded in refining the heavenly Tao with his own mystical powers. In a certain realm, a man clad in a dragon robe, holding a jade seal, couldn't help but smile. Why did you refuse to assist him before, yet now you extend your help? Ahua, you do not understand. The man gazed at the grand formation in the sky, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. To return to the main topic, after absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao, Tang Fei felt himself drawing closer to the realm of Dongtian. Yet there remained a thin veil he could not penetrate. It seemed he must undergo a tribulation of life and death to achieve a breakthrough. Tang Fei mused, let this war become the stepping stone for my ascension. His gaze was filled with a sinister determination. As for shattering the heavenly court and the realms below, he had no qualms. After all, Tang Fei was now the heavenly Tao of this realm. Even if he were not, he possessed the ability to instantaneously transfer the beings of the other two realms to the carefree realm, untroubled by any karmic repercussions. Before heading to the heavenly court, Tang Fei made another visit to Guanjinku. During his previous visit, he had overlooked a crucial detail. In the original work, the television series, Erlangshun endured humiliation for the sake of the beings in the human realm, countless common folk. Tang Fei felt a mix of admiration and resentment towards this. Had he been the original Tang Fei, he would undoubtedly have felt nothing but admiration. However, now that Erlangshun was his brother-in-law, Tang Fei felt a twinge of displeasure. I say, Erling dog, have you considered my proposal? Tang Fei addressed Erlangshun, who was lost in thought gazing at the moon. Due to a flicker of resentment, Tang Fei referred to him as Erling dog instead of brother-in-law. Erlangshun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. What brings you here? Perhaps accustomed to Tang Fei's manner of addressing him, or for other reasons, Erlangshun did not take offense. Tang Fei glanced at the moon, smiling as he said, do you like it? If you do, then pursue it. If you don't, I shall. You dare. I mean, if you wrong Chanmei, Yangjian will not spare you. Erlangshun replied, a hint of unease in his voice. Join me in causing an uproar in the heavenly palace, to establish new heavenly laws for the benefit of the three realms. Rest assured, the lower realms are not a concern, do not resist, and I will take you to a place. Tang Fei had put considerable effort into persuading his brother-in-law to join him in the heavenly palace. Perhaps due to a peculiar fondness for Erlangshun stemming from his previous life of reading the original work. After an hour had passed, Tang Fei and Erlangshun soared towards the heavenly court, ready to undertake an endeavor that would resonate through the ages. Tang Fei pulled out his phone, activated the long-unused app, and began a live stream. Hello, my darlings, do you know where I am? I currently find myself at the southern gate of heaven. Friends, do not merely stand by. Take a stroll with your beer and lollipops. Tang Fei, transformed into a live stream host, speaks to the phone that only he can perceive in the sky. The broadcast has commenced once more. Hurry and share. Host, are you still alive? How are you speaking from above? Ding. Is this fellow insane? Erlangshun's mood now resembles that of a child besieged by countless questions. He begins to doubt whether accompanying this individual was a wise choice or a grave mistake. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have assumed an unreliable persona and earned 400 points of arrogance. Queen Mother, come forth and face your demise. Tang Fei shouts. Unwilling to harm the celestial soldiers at the southern gate, he swats one aside. The Queen Mother, engaged in flirtation with a celestial servant, feels a chill at the sound outside. Her eyes gleam with a blood-red light, and the servant she was courting is immediately obliterated. In an instant, she appears before Tang Fei and exclaims, how dare you? This sacred domain of heaven cannot tolerate such audacity. Someone seize this fiend. However, there is no one left in the heavenly court. They have all perished or fled. Enraged at the absence of assistance, the Queen Mother scorns. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Where's the God of justice? Bring me this fiend's head and consign its soul to the depths of hell for all eternity. The Queen Mother cries out. Yet, what responds to her is a chilling blow from Yang Jian. As the creature's facade shatters, revealing a grotesque visage, the demon rages. Yang Jian, you seek death. Glancing at the fleeing celestial maidens and soldiers, it emits a voice that is neither masculine nor feminine. You are responsible for their demise. The list of deities is revealed. The true spirits manifest. The gods of heaven. Arise. The demon produces a scroll resembling a royal edict, and as its incantation is uttered, Beams of yellow light surge forth from the list of deities, summoning figures from the past, a cadre of gods once inscribed upon the list, now seemingly devoid of intellect, resembling mere puppets. Kill the rest. Leave no survivors. They are my finest sustenance. The demon commands the summoned deities. Imagine a creature of exquisite beauty with a head resembling a toad, licking its lips. This is not merely grotesque, but the sight of its head composed of toads of varying sizes and colors is utterly revolting. Moreover, this creature emits an unbearable stench, suffocating all in proximity. Tang Fei need not imagine, for he witnesses this horror firsthand, his stomach churning despite not having eaten. Did you consume the Jade Emperor? Yang Jin gasps in astonishment at the list of deities. Huh, consider it so. If the Jade Emperor has uncovered my secret, then let him be devoured. The demon states nonchalantly, I cannot endure your repulsiveness any longer. Tang Fei summons the Tana armor and unleashes 4 or 5 powerful attacks upon the demon. While ineffective, they serve to disperse the foul odor. If we are to fight, let us do so and cease this verbal sparring. Yang Jian's eyes glimmered with a frigid light as he summoned bolts of lightning, directing a flurry of attacks towards the otherworldly demon. Humph, do you think you can tickle me? The demon scoffed. All shall be consumed by me. Witness my devouring magic. In a moment of carelessness, Tang Fei was drawn into the demon's maw. Chapter 40, a disgrace to the Transmigrators. Is it truly over? Yang Jin's expression was one of disbelief. Only a mobile phone remained, along with a bewildered Yang Jin suspended in the sky. Ha ha ha. This brat actually dared to enter, sensing no resistance from Tang Fei at all. The demon laughed heartily. Yang Jin, fixated on the demon's belly, could hardly believe that Tang Fei had met such an easy demise. He resolved to tear open the demon's abdomen to retrieve him. There's no need to look. That fool cannot escape. He has entered the heart of our realm. And if he does emerge, I shall eat my own words. The demon cackled, watching Yang Jin's intense gaze. Who said I cannot return? A commanding voice suddenly captured everyone's attention. The demon's laughter faltered, akin to a duck being strangled. Ding. Congratulations, host, for displaying your weakness. You have earned 300 show-off points. Yang Jin actually doubts me, Tang Fei muttered angrily. Tang Fei now found himself amidst a blood-red starry sky, surrounded by the remnants of shattered planets. Feeling utterly out of place, with his appearance, circles of black holes manifested around him, each encircled by rows of jagged, crimson teeth, a sight most dreadful. Yet undaunted, Tang Fei bellowed, how dare such trivial skills challenge me? Behold my mighty celestial dragon. His proclamation was fierce, yet he was soon consumed once more. In a void of nothingness, Tang Fei found his eyes unable to open. He felt no connection to his body nor to any surrounding objects, as if he were perpetually plummeting into an abyss. How careless I have been, what a blunder. Why is this demon's belly so bizarre? Tang Fei cursed. Fortunately, he could still sense the system, otherwise, he would truly be at a loss for tears. System, can I activate the multiverse traversal in my current predicament? Tang Fei implored, his consciousness waning under an inexplicable force that gnawed at his awareness, filling him with dread. Ding. System diagnostics in progress. Ding. Diagnostic failed. This realm exceeds the system's version. Please upgrade the system before reattempting. Ding. The multiverse traversal feature can be activated, but with a 10 chance of unforeseen consequences. Does the host wish to proceed? The system inquired. Traversal? I refuse to languish here and await death. Tang Fei exclaimed anxiously. Ding. Initiating traversal. Ding. System interference detected. When Tang Fei regained consciousness, he found himself devoid of memories. Indeed, a most cliché twist. He could only recall his previous life, forgetting all that had transpired since his arrival in the realm of Jackie Chan adventures. Meanwhile, the system, having forcefully activated the multiverse traversal function, succumbed to a deep slumber. At present, Tang Fei is merely an ordinary man with a bit greater strength, impervious to common injuries. He gazes at his soiled white attire, rubbing his aching head, pondering his whereabouts. Have I traversed through time? Is this the temple of the 3 holy mothers? He calls out for the indispensable system of traversers, but alas, his voice falters, failing to summon it. Heaven, if you have granted me another life, do you intend for me to languish in mediocrity? Tang Fei howls at the sky, lamenting his plight. Why is it that other travelers possess systems while he is left bereft? He feels the unfairness of fate weigh heavily upon him. Exiting the temple of the 3 holy mothers, he gazes at the misty sky, shouting, where is my system? He wanders aimlessly, akin to a lost soul. Hidden in the shadows, the 3 holy mother observes this seemingly madman with an inexplicable twinge of sadness. Ah, To encounter a fallen scholar here. It seems the Three Holy Mother has not forsaken me in my hunger. A man appears before Tang Fei. After uttering this, he picks up a stone and hurls it at Tang Fei's head, thinking that to survive, he must consume Tang Fei. What are honor and integrity? Can they be eaten? Tang Fei, in a daze, sits on the ground, oblivious to the man eyeing him hungrily. Just as the stone is about to strike his head, the Three Holy Mother intervenes, casting the man into the underworld, ensuring he shall never be reborn. Who are you? Tang Fei stutters in fear. With a wave of her hand, the Three Holy Mother sends him into slumber. Upon awakening, he is greeted by the sight of a woman resembling a celestial being. As he attempts to rise, a sharp pain pierces his mind, causing him to faint once more. Why is his spirit so gravely damaged? The Three Holy Mother, Yang Chan, senses Tang Fei's weakened essence. Without the nurturing of celestial treasures, he would not survive beyond 3 months. However, with the treasure of the Lotus Lantern, she can gradually restore him. After a month of deep slumber, Tang Fei's injuries have nearly healed. Observing this, the Three Holy Mother seals his memories and casts them down the mountain. Yet, this sealing technique poses no challenge to Tang Fei. Despite his amnesia, his instincts shatter the seal. Reviving, he remains unaware of how he broke the seal, but this is inconsequential. What matters is that he has entered a mythological realm, inhabited by deities such as the Three Holy Mothers and perhaps the Three Pure Ones. His mood darkens, for he, a modern man, feels somewhat ashamed among travelers. Yet after enduring so much, he finds acceptance. In this life, I shall not lead a life of mediocrity, Tang Fei vows within himself. He finds a tea shop at the foot of the mountain. What a coincidence, to encounter the Three Holy Mother here. Have I stepped into the tail of the Lotus Lantern? Have I become Lu Yanchang? Tang Fei is momentarily taken aback. Hey, young lady, come sit with me. Ding. The malevolent figure addressed the tea-drinking San Shengmu beside him. She, however, chose to ignore him and continued sipping her tea. Ding, displeased by her indifference, exclaimed, Dingin, how can you exhibit such a lack of awareness? Yes, my lord, replied Dingin. My lady, our master invites you to join us for a moment and get acquainted. San Shengmu contemplated using her powers to teach them a lesson, but was abruptly restrained by Tang Fei, who grasped her hand and urged, we must take our leave. The thought that he dared to hold her hand perplexed San Shengmu. Who is she to you? Ding inquired. She is my kin, Tang Fei responded, taking advantage of the situation. Kin? Just moments ago you were unfamiliar, now she is kin? Ding questioned incredulously. We exchanged a few words. You two should rest for a while. We are in haste. With that, he took San Shengmu by the hand and exited. Chapter 41. The rich woman is wonderful. Reflecting on the familiar narrative, Tang Fei mused that if he were indeed Lu Yanchang, it might not be so bad. Though relying on a woman for sustenance was hardly the mark of a true man. He recalled a saying from his past life. In youth, one fails to recognize the allure of a wealthy woman, mistaking a maiden for treasure. In youth, one fails to appreciate the charm of soft living, misjudging youthful exuberance. When one seeks a wealthy woman later, she may have already vanished. The rich woman is splendid. She shines like a beacon in the darkness. If only one can seize her, one could swiftly move into a grand villa. San Shengmu was resolutely his. Even Jesus could not keep her, he declared. Recently, his appetite had waned, and the doctor advised him to indulge in soft living. He chuckled to himself, tightening his grip on San Shengmu's hand. Third sister, I've been searching for you. How did you end up here? Called Ao Tingxin, the fourth princess of the East Sea from a distance. At the sound of her voice, San Shengmu snapped back to reality, releasing Tang Fei's hand and rushing over to grasp Ao Tingxin's hand, saying, Fourth sister, what brings you here? Is this no longer kin? Ding, emerging from the tea house, leered at Ao Tingxin. Another wealthy woman. No need for words. I shall pursue her directly. As the saying goes, if I charm my girlfriend's friend, should my girlfriend falter, I still have her companion. Tang Fei was determined not to let this splendid opportunity slip away. This is my cousin Qin Jianwei's kin. She is already married, he asserted, echoing a line from the original text. Married already? Very well, let us move on, Ding responded, rolling his eyes and waving his hand dismissively at Tang Fei. With one hand holding a pristine, delicate hand, Tang Fei ran off with them. Alas, such a beautiful young lady is already taken, Ding muttered behind them. Hey. Ao Tingxin raised her hand, calling out to Tang Fei. Tang Fei was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of trepidation. He had forgotten that he was in ancient times. Fortunately, the original narrative maintained this consistency, otherwise, he would have been utterly embarrassed. Alas, how rude of me. How truly impolite. He lamented, flustered. Grasping the hand of the three holy mothers, he felt a surge of youthful ardor. How delightful! You, mere mortal, have been quite forward with us. Pray tell, who are you? Asked Ao Tingxin, perplexed. I am but a humble scholar, Tang Fei, hailing from Chao County in Hezi, Shandong. As for my origins and destinations, I seem to have forgotten, Tang Fei continued. Unbidden, a curious phrase often surfaced in his mind. Hezi, Chao County, exceedingly remarkable, the three holy mothers. Ao Tingxin. With a flourish, Tang Fei bid farewell in the manner of a cultured scholar and turned to depart, aware that lingering would impede the unfolding narrative. Hey, scholar, what of your family? Tang Fei chuckled. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Family? What family? He feigned ignorance. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a fool? Not at all. You must have encountered a scholar remarkably similar to myself, but I assure you, that was merely my distant cousin's nephew. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Tang Fei spoke with such fervor that even the villain Ding almost believed him. Yet, shaking his head, Ding declared, regardless of relation, I shall deal with you first. Oh dear, I am doomed. Tang Fei exclaimed, taking flight while uttering Wang Dachui's catchphrase. Stop. Don't run. Where do you think you're going? I'll have your head. The shouts of Ding's henchmen echoed behind him. At last, Tang Fei reached the precipice depicted in the original tale, halting in fear. What if something befell the three holy mothers? After a moment's turmoil, hearing the shouts grow ever closer, he steeled his resolve, shut his eyes, and leapt. Remarkably, he felt no pain. Fortune favored him, for the three holy mothers had indeed saved him. Before the temple of the three holy mothers, Ding the villain raged. Oh, three holy mothers. Year after year, I have presented offerings and incense, only to be blessed with 12 daughters. If I do not demolish your temple today, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. Yes, boss. Ding's henchmen chorused loudly. Cease. Who dares to act insolently before the divine? Tang Fei made a dramatic entrance, proclaiming, Here I come, bearing wealth. I am a brother who can uphold the heavens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for putting on a show that captivated the audience, earning the host 5 charisma points. What? A system? Have I acquired a golden finger? Tang Fei exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. He had called upon this system countless times in his mind. Yet there had been no response. It appears I may have misheard. The ups and downs of life left Tang Fei momentarily despondent. Oh dear, you actually didn't fall to your demise. Ding, the nefarious villain, gazed at Tang Fei in astonishment. Are you blind? Tang Fei silently berated him, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Not at all. I landed quite steadily. Tang Fei replied. Beat him up. Ding's ire was palpable as he glared at Tang Fei. Stop right there. Don't run. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tang Fei suddenly felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through his body. He moved with the swiftness of a hare, effortlessly shedding his pursuers in less than a minute, only to turn back again. My lord, he has escaped. One of the henchmen reported to Ding. Escaped? Never mind him. Smash everything. Smash. Stop. At that moment, Tang Fei returned, shouting loudly. Ding, the villain, was taken aback by the audacity of Tang Fei's return. Congratulations, host. You have successfully displayed an impressive FAAD. Reward, 5 points for bravado. This time, Tang Fei was certain he had indeed received a notification from the system, yet he wondered why he could not see the system itself. Bewilderment washed over him. Why was his system different from theirs? Go ahead and smash. If you dare, then do it. Fear not the consequences, just smash away. Tang Fei shouted defiantly. Beat him up. Ding's eyes bulged with rage as he pointed at Tang Fei. Stop. Don't run. Tang Fei felt a fiery vigor within him, running faster than a rabbit. In no time, he had distanced himself from his pursuers. My lord, this fellow is faster than a rabbit. One henchman reported back to Ding. What? Escaped again? Ding's eyes narrowed, sensing something was amiss. He began to suspect that his subordinates might be deliberately allowing this fellow to escape. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ding, plotting yet another scheme. Chapter 42. Salutations to the Dragon King. Smash the Holy Mother Palace. Ding's face trembled with rage as he pointed at the three Holy Mother Temple, shouting furiously. Damn it. I let the dignity of the traveler be tarnished. Tang Fei resolved not to flee any longer, although he had the ability to escape. Constantly running about hardly befitted a traveler of his stature. I have my pride, Tang Fei declared. Ding, let me impart a truth to you. Today, you tread upon my head, but tomorrow, I shall stand upon your grave. Be as arrogant as you wish. I shall reign as I please. The heavens may reign, and mothers may remarry. Why do you pretend to be a person of stature? Tang Fei unleashed a torrent of street wisdom, infuriating Ding to the point of eruption. Onward. Beat him up. Ding's voice rose, sounding almost like a eunuch's cry. Congratulations, host. You have enacted a particularly spirited display, rewarded with 300 points for bravado. System Restoration 07. So that's why my system has remained silent. It's a broken one. Oh heavens and earth, if I have sinned, may I be punished by the law. Who does this wretched system think it looks down upon? As the henchman charged towards him, Tang Fei leapt into action, executing a left kick followed by a right whip kick. Within a mere 3 minutes, he had dispatched more than a dozen of the small-time thugs to the ground. Astonished, he gazed at his own hands and muttered, "Is this the strength the system has bestowed upon me? Indeed, it must be. Ding the evil man, heed my words. I can converse with you amicably, yet I can also swiftly teach you the meaning of decorum. The temple of the three holy mothers stands before me, and if you dare to defy it, you shall face the consequences. You wish to reason with me? Then let me impart this lesson. Those who swagger and bully the innocent, terrorizing the countryside like you, deserve nothing less than utter annihilation. The three holy mothers have granted you 12 daughters as a form of punishment, hoping you would mend your ways and cultivate virtue. Yet, you remain unrepentant, preoccupied only with offerings and incense. Today, you dare to bring violence upon the holy temple? Should you lay a finger on the temple of the holy mothers, the repercussions will be far graver than mere extinction. After delivering this scathing rebuke, Tang Fei regarded Ding, the evil man, with a mocking expression, inciting such fury in him that he contemplated using Tang Fei's head as a ball to kick. Bring me that scoundrel. Find him. I shall offer him as a fiery sacrifice before the temple of the holy mothers. Ding, the evil man, now consumed by rage, had lost all reason. Meanwhile, his henchmen lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Tang Fei continued, "Let me impart 3 words of wisdom. In moments of glory, remember that such times are fleeting and should not be mistaken for permanence." With that, he approached Ding, the evil man, and gently patted his shoulder, continuing, "You may strike my face or demand I leave, but perhaps you have forgotten the cunning nature I possessed before my reformation. In life, do not overreach. In your endeavors, do not err. Life is fraught with ups and downs, yet you must navigate it yourself. Even amidst life's bitter trials, we must walk forward with a smile. My dear little Ding, I cannot believe how much you have grown, how the world has changed." Little Ding? The cunning from before? Could it be? Ding, the evil man stammered, pointing at Tang Fei as if realization dawned upon him. "Indeed, it is I. I am surprised you recognized me, you foolish child." Tang Fei feigned ignorance, maintaining an air of composure. The 4 great families pay homage to the Dragon King. Upon confirming Tang Fei's identity, Ding, the evil man, was filled with joy and immediately knelt before him, exclaiming loudly, "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully donned a persona even you were unaware of. Reward, 15,000 points for your display of bravado. System restoration complete." Tang Fei thought to himself, realizing he had encountered a side quest. How delightful. He patted Ding, the evil man's head, recoiling at the greasy residue. How long had it been since he washed his hair? "Return to your family and await my arrival. I shall seek you out in 3 years. Tang Fei declared. "Why 3 years?" Ding, the evil man queried, perplexed. "How dare you ask? Had you not sent your minions to hunt me down, would I have fallen from the cliff? Without that fall, would the Holy Mother have rescued me? I owe her my gratitude. I shall guard the temple for 3 years to repay my debt." Tang Fei exclaimed, berating him while delivering blows. "He is to guard the temple for you for 3 years. Ao Tingxin addressed the 3 holy mothers. "Indeed, what shall we do? Must I hide away for 3 years? The 3 holy mothers felt a pang of urgency in her heart, mingled with a subtle sense of delight, perhaps even unbeknownst to her. The origin of this delight was unclear. Perhaps he merely uttered those words casually. "Let us go, accompany me to the East Sea, and by the time we return, he may no longer be present." Ao Tingxin grasped the hand of the 3 holy mothers as she spoke. "Very well. I shall first attend your brother's full moon banquet, then visit my second brother, and subsequently, seek out Chang Yi for a game of chess." The 3 holy mothers contemplated thoughtfully. "Indeed. Let us proceed." The original work by Lu Yinchang introduced a place for alleviating worries. Today, I, Tang Fei, shall create a hall for dispelling concerns. May I inquire, what does this hall signify? A patron, observing Tang Fei setting up a stall devoid of any merchandise, could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. This so-called hall for alleviating worries serves to relieve the 3 holy mothers of her burdens, and likewise to ease the worries of the common folk. What does it mean to relieve the 3 holy mothers? The patron continued to inquire. Those who come to burn incense do so with their requests to the deities. Such requests vary, and the deities must respond accordingly, or not respond at all. When shall they respond? When shall they refrain from responding? The patron pressed on. Those with ulterior motives in their requests are not worthy of divine response. And the requests of the ignorant are surely burdensome to the deities. This is the very reason for the existence of this hall, for alleviating worries. Tang Fei lamented inwardly, regretting not having studied diligently in the past, resorting to the original text instead. Please pardon my ignorance. I still do not comprehend. And I must trouble you for further explanation, he said, scratching the back of his head. For instance, if you come to seek peace for your son, yet remain oblivious to the fact that your son is disloyal, unfilial, unjust, and commits crimes, then you are indeed ignorant. How dare you insult me? It is your son who is disloyal and unjust. The patron, infuriated, nearly overturned the stall in his rage. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully played the fool, earning 6 points of pretentiousness. System restored to 101. No need to be angry, I understand your point. One person emerged from the hall addressing Tang Fei. I am not angry at all, Tang Fei replied awkwardly. Your alleviation of worries is undoubtedly reasonable, but what of this hall? This hall lies within the hearts of the people. Tang Fei gestured with his hands as he spoke. How much silver do you require to alleviate the worries of the people? The patron continued his inquiry. To dispel concerns and difficulties for the populace. I do not charge a fee, Tang Fei declared with a sense of righteousness. Chapter 43, Writing a Book. As the saying goes, one who does not care for their reputation is invincible. Tang Fei now embodied this spirit of shamelessness. He had acquired a system and could roam the world freely. As long as he repaired the system, wouldn't he perfectly fit the mold of a protagonist? Yet for reasons unknown, he found himself reluctant to part with the 3 holy mothers. Tang Fei admitted to himself that he had developed feelings for her. Is that what you call liking? That is merely lusting after her body. How base. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a peculiar thought suddenly emerged in Tang Fei's mind. He realized something rather alarming. He felt no sensation of hunger whatsoever. Initially, he suspected a problem with his own body and sought the counsel of various physicians. Yet, how could these ordinary doctors discern any underlying issues? Their explanations were utterly devoid of logic. In despair, fear, and loneliness enveloped him completely. He sat quietly before the statue of the 3 holy mothers and succumbed to slumber. In another realm, a figure clad in a yellow qipao, seated upon a dragon throne, observed the slumbering Tang Fei and shook her head. With a mere wave of her hand, the 3 holy mothers appeared in Tang Fei's dream. Captivated by the beauty of the 3 holy mothers, Tang Fei could no longer contain his affections and declared, Chan'er, I adore you. Will you remain by my side for all eternity, growing old together? Just as in the original tale, the 3 holy mothers entered Tang Fei's dream. Witnessing his earnest confession, she felt a surge of anger and her heart raced. How naive of you. Yang Chan huffed, pouting like a petulant kitten. Tang Fei, you have desecrated the divine and offended the 3 holy mothers. You can no longer reside on Mount Hua. Depart at dawn. Yang Chan, embodying the 3 holy mothers, spoke imperiously from within the statue, addressing the dreamer. With a start, Tang Fei blinked his bleary eyes and gazed at the statue. Chan'er, how have I desecrated the divine? He exclaimed, awakening abruptly, nearly spilling his innermost thoughts. You, Yang Chan, hidden within the statue, fumed, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. The 3 holy mothers, incensed, revealed herself and, with a grand gesture, cast Tang Fei into the sky, sending him to an unknown destination. I shall return, Tang Fei declared from the heights. With that, he was hurled over 3,000 kilometers to the shores of the East Sea. How outrageous. The man has departed, yet his shadow lingers here. The 3 holy mothers, gazing at the familiar scenery, found her mind drifting back to the dream. Princess, what brings you here? The 3 holy mothers inquired of a woman descending from the heavens. I've brought you an ancient zither. One can feel quite lonely atop the mountain. Play the zither, dear, instead of merely sipping tea. Princess Ao Tingshin replied to the 3 holy mothers. As the 3 holy mothers caressed her beloved zither, Tang Fei approached. Isn't that the mortal Dragon King? Ao Tingshin remarked with a unique inflection. Dragon King? I dare not claim such a title. It is merely a moniker bestowed by acquaintances in the realm. Tang Fei responded, feeling somewhat awkward. Why have you returned? The 3 holy mothers questioned. The 3 years are not yet complete. I cannot depart. I must uphold my promise. Tang Fei proclaimed with righteous determination. With only 9 months past, and after deducting the 3 months he spent away from Mount Hua, he still owed the 3 holy mothers 2 years and 6 months of service. Thus, in a bid to evoke sympathy, Tang Fei chose to return at a measured pace. Step by step, this is the revered San Sheng Mu. With her presence alone, There is no need for you to guard the temple. I suggest you return once you came. Ao Tingxin pointed at Yang Chan and declared, a gentleman's word is his bond. I am determined to fulfill my promise. Tang Fei asserted with righteous indignation. Are you planning to linger at San Sheng Mu's side indefinitely? Ao Tingxin retorted, hands on her hips. I have been away for 3 months and have no desire to leave now. Tang Fei lamented. No desire to leave. Then I shall force you to depart. With a swift motion, Ao Tingxin sent Tang Fei flying. An elderly man, fishing in the East China Sea, remarked, what brings you back here again, young man? Rubbing his head after landing, Tang Fei gazed towards the direction of Mount Hua. Angered, he unleashed his supernatural abilities, propelling himself to the foot of Mount Hua in less than 5 minutes. He ought to abandon this notion, lest he develop feelings over time and create unnecessary troubles. Ao Tingxin stated, where did you run off to? San Sheng Mu, blushing, playfully scolded Ao Tingxin. Alas, it is the likes of you, lonely for over a millennium, who pose the greatest danger. Furthermore, even if you were to entertain feelings for him, he is hardly worth it. He can only live for a few decades. Ao Tingxin responded, indeed, brothers advise separation while close friends advocate for reconciliation. Tang Fei, seething with rage, wished he could hurl his size 32 shoes at her face. Yet he dared not. I simply adore San Sheng Mu. What can you do about it? Come on, strike me. Though he refrained from physical confrontation, his words were unyielding. Look at you. After thousands of years, you have yet to find a partner. Is your psyche twisted, unable to bear the sight of your friend's happiness? Tang Fei launched into a rapid-fire speech, leaving both women astonished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully bewildering others, earning a reward of 19,000 points in the show-off system, with a restoration of 20. As the points increased, Tang Fei eagerly anticipated what capabilities would emerge upon completion of the restoration. San Sheng Mu, I love you. Will you be with me? Tang Fei grasped San Sheng Mu's hand, gazing at her with longing. Ah, you seek death. At this moment, Ao Tingxin, the 4th princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace, finally reacted, yelling at Tang Fei. Summoning her weapons, she aimed to take his life. Princess, do not succumb to the path of darkness. San Sheng Mu called forth the Bao Yen lantern to shield Tang Fei behind her. San Sheng Mu, you will inevitably meet your ruin at his hands. Ao Tingxin stormed off in a fury. After her departure, San Sheng Mu embraced Tang Fei, igniting a fierce passion between them. In an indescribable moment that followed, Yang Chan drew circles on Tang Fei's chest, exhaling celestial breath. Tang Fei pondered how to accumulate enough show-off points swiftly to complete the system restoration. After considerable thought, he concluded that writing a book might be the answer. What then? Should the first book be about? In Tang Fei's mind, memories of the novels he had perused in his previous life, such as Zhu Xian, Zhetian, and Wukong Chuan, began to resurface. An idea struck him. He would write about it. Chapter 44. Buddhism must be exterminated. In the West, as the influence of Buddhism flourished, Taoism waned. This was a decree from the heavenly Tao. The Buddha spoke to a winged being, adorned with white feathers, standing beside him. The West shall surely thrive. We have a fleeting opportunity to diminish the Eastern fortune, which lies in the hands of the 3 holy mothers. I have dispatched the water angel, Gabriel, and the light angel, Michael, to detain Yang Jian, her brother, who is a disciple of the Jade Ding real person. Thus he is temporarily beyond our reach. We only need to hold him in the heavenly court for 3 years, and the Eastern fortune will inevitably weaken once more. Zeus interjected, as long as the Eastern sages remain absent, the rest shall be but mere ants. Laughter erupted from the assembly of Buddhas and angels within the sacred hall. Wukong Chuan, Tang Fei declared with conviction, for he retained a rough outline of the narrative in his mind. After 3 years of diligent writing, he had largely restored the text, and his system repair had reached 78. The fruit of his love with the 3 holy mothers had also been born, a child named Tang Chenxiang. Just as he intended to publish and distribute the work, fate intervened with an unwelcome guest, Yang Jian. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, the 3 holy mothers had been sealed within Mount Hua, and Tang Fei watched helplessly, his heart aching. Curse it. In my youth, I was unaware of the allure of the wealthy. I could not even protect my beloved. I was so close. Why did he arrive prematurely? Tang Fei bellowed in frustration. Holding Tang Chenxiang, he was whisked away by the 3 holy mothers' Bao Yen lantern. Yet, as a mere mortal, devoid of any magical prowess, he found himself powerless. Even the limited power bestowed by the 3 holy mother was insufficient, and he fell to the ground. According to the original narrative, he could have escaped unscathed. But this was no longer the original tale. Ever since the Queen Mother had been possessed by a foreign demon, the world of the Bao Lantern had transformed entirely. A deep sense of unease enveloped Tang Fei as he traversed a village, where he entrusted his child and the Bao Lantern to a local couple, along with a letter penned in his own blood. After executing this desperate act, he exited the village, his anxiety mounting. Indeed, it was not long before he was captured by the counterfeit Yang Jian. How could a mere mortal hope to stand against an immortal? His hands were severed effortlessly, and the counterfeit Bao Lantern was seized. Yang Jian, I swear I shall kill you in the future, Tang Fei shouted, his voice a desperate howl. He found himself utterly powerless, his legs and hands severed, his face a gruesome mask of blood and flesh. Kill me? You likely do not even know who I am. The counterfeit Yang Jian laughed heartily in response. Who are you? You are not Yang Jian. Who are you truly? Tang Fei demanded, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the figure before him. Humph, Aunt, you are fit only to lick my boots. I am the Buddha Maitreya. The being transformed, revealing a visage that appeared gentle, yet to Tang Fei's eyes, it resembled that of a demon. Maitreya Buddha? Buddhism. The West. Tang Fei gazed upon the West, filled with animosity, yet he found himself utterly powerless. He had been taken away by Maitreya Buddha, and he could not fathom why Maitreya did not simply end his life, nor did he wish to dwell on it, for he had already lost too much blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered himself immersed in a golden sea. The shimmering liquid seemed to be mending his wounds, restoring his severed limbs. Is this treatment? He pondered, bewildered. Yet he was not naive enough to believe they would genuinely heal him. Indeed, his instincts were correct. The golden fluid was subtly altering his thoughts, nudging him towards a belief in Buddhism. It appeared that the tales he had read in his previous life were not entirely unfounded. Buddhism, at least, was not to be trifled with, he mused inwardly. Realizing this, Tang Fei sought a method to counteract this insidious indoctrination. To his surprise, he found a solution, the technique of meditation. As he sensed the influence of conversion upon him, he recalled the educational films he had watched in his past life, which had proven effective time and again. Maitreya, you have outdone yourself, the Tathagata remarked while seated upon a 12-petaled golden lotus, addressing the jovial Maitreya beside him. Not only have you weakened the fortunes of the East, but you have also discovered the legendary son of all Buddhas, for which your contributions are invaluable. Maitreya Buddha, the son of all Buddhas, is cleansing his impurities in the waters of conversion. In less than a century, our Western doctrine will surely yield another quasi-saint, Maitreya replied, patting his belly in delight. Tang Fei counted the days. 18. If all proceeded without incident, 18 years must have passed in the mortal realm. He hoped his plans would unfold seamlessly. During these 18 days, he had not been idle. He had gained a modicum of magical power, and his system repair had reached 98, with just a mere 2 remaining. He had also acquired some functionalities, one of which was the ability to disseminate false information. Tang Fei intended to release the legend of Wukong to fully restore his system. Rumors began to circulate in the martial world about a prodigious treasure at Mount Huashan, said to grant immortality to those who consumed it. Regardless of the truth behind these whispers, the old monsters of the mortal realm, those who dared not face tribulations or had failed their ascension, went wild, for they were the pinnacle of martial prowess. Mount Huashan was abuzz with activity, as the martial community gathered at its base, eager for the night of the full moon when the 3 holy mothers would ascend the mountain, promising great fortune and opportunities. Some might even gain extraordinary fortunes in this land of miracles. The proprietor of the tea house at the foot of the mountain was overjoyed, astonished at the bustling business his establishment enjoyed. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in tattered garments and wielding a kitchen knife appeared amid the throng, his expression one of irritation at the bustling crowd. Old knife demon, to think you would show yourself. It has been ages since you graced the martial world, exclaimed a beautiful young woman in a blue dress adorned with a large red flower, her appearance pure and enchanting, as she addressed the knife-wielding elder. Sharp beauty. It is rumored that great fortune awaits at Huashan. If I do not emerge now, my next appearance may be as my successor, the old knife replied with a grunt. Ahem, dear child, might you offer this old man a seat? My health is rather poor. An elderly figure, leaning on a cane, addressed a young man seated at a table, sipping tea. Weak old wretch, do not bully the child. We wouldn't want to frighten him into stunted growth, lest he becomes a menace to the young maidens, remarked the shark beauty, directed at the cane-bearing elder. How could such a lively scene unfold without my presence? The Void Prince? Suddenly, 4 matrons appeared, carrying a palanquin. Ah, I must say, Void Prince, your entrance is quite unique, the shark beauty commented. Are these the renowned 4 great practitioners of the Jianghu? Their appearance surely validates the matter. Someone recognized them and exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, reactions varied. Some rejoiced. Others remained silent, while a few harbored deep-seated resentment. Chapter 45. The Buddhist must be punished too. The 4 great practitioners bore both fame and infamy within the Jianghu. Where adoration existed, so too did disdain. Scoundrels! Return the lives of my family. The moment the 4 practitioners made their entrance, they were assaulted by an armored figure with a masked visage, wielding a golden sword. The Xuandu dynasty, a once mighty dynasty, now obliterated, rumored to have offended a mysterious woman, resulting in its overnight demise. Someone recognized the emblem on the sword and shouted, "How noisy! Humph! I wondered who it might be. Turns out it's merely remnants of the former dynasty. I didn't expect you to escape, but since you've come seeking death, I shall oblige." The shark beauty, without even summoning her treasures, waved her hand, and the assailant was reduced to ashes, vanishing into thin air. Could this be the pinnacle of the 4 great practitioners' power? It was said they were practitioners who had failed their tribulations and transformed into scattered immortals. It appears the rumors hold truth, several whispered amongst themselves. A thunderous sound jolted them from their musings, prompting everyone to gaze curiously toward the source. At their feet, a large pit had mysteriously formed, within which lay an ancient tome titled The Chronicles of Yukon. Could this be an extraordinary method of cultivation? The crowd erupted with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on the book until the frail old man among the 4 practitioners grasped it and began to read its contents, bringing a hush over the assembly. Why did the other 3 not rush forward to seize it? Was the allure of longevity not enticing to them? Or had they transcended worldly concerns? Neither. It was because their cultivation had already allowed them to perceive the book's essence through their spiritual senses. It was merely a mundane text. Their skepticism stemmed primarily from the inscription on the first page. Whoever disseminates this book shall be richly rewarded in the future. Though they appeared outwardly adversarial, the 4 shared a profound camaraderie, living in mutual fortune and facing challenges together. The frail old man approached without a hint of dissent from the others. Initially, the audience below held some contempt, yet as they listened, they became increasingly captivated. The old man's narration grew more impassioned, drawing them into a vivid experience. Because I yearn to live, I cannot conceal the desires that dwell within my heart. Just as I love your beauty, how could I feign indifference? Should the heavens weigh upon me, I shall cleave them asunder. Should the earth restrain me, I shall shatter it beneath my feet. We are born free. Who dares to elevate themselves above us? Though I may be but a swine, I shall not submit to your slaughter. As I have said, should the heavens oppress me, I shall rend them. Should the earth confine me, I shall crush it. Listening to this fervent declaration, some of the female disciples present began to weep, pointing to the skies and vehemently exclaiming, "We are born free. Who dares to elevate themselves above us? Where there is one, there will surely be another. Where there are 2, a third will follow. In the face of oppression, resistance shall arise. If the divine is not greedy, why can it not tolerate even a modicum of disrespect? If the divine is not malevolent, why must it hold the fates of countless beings in its grasp?" A voice rang out, piercing the heavens. This book has been transcribed countless times, disseminated across the mortal realm. And the initial reaction of those who read it was to curse at the heavens. Some even went so far as to smash statues of deities. We wonder if our actions are right or wrong. The elder with the blade observed this scene, concern etched upon his face. The book's arguments are not without merit. The celestial hierarchy is more formidable than our own. Indeed, they regard us as mere ants. Once, I was among them, a vacant air, idly waving my folding fan as I gazed into the distance, lost in thought. In the celestial palace, the Jade Emperor was in exceptionally high spirits, for it was time for the peach banquet. Stroking his beard and holding a half-eaten peach, he turned to a nearby celestial servant and declared, "Bestow." A thunderous sound erupted. The heavens brightened and cracked open. This was a divine warning. The celestial realm had lost the favor of the people. The Jade Emperor peered into the mortal world through the heavenly mirror, witnessing the mortals uttering words of treason, which incited his wrath to the point of divine emergence. "Unleash floods, unleash plagues. I shall teach this disobedient rabble a lesson." The emperor's voice thundered with ferocity. "Your Majesty, there is no need to unleash disasters upon the lower realms, for an inexplicable fire has appeared, unlike any earthly flame. The mortal realm has already suffered greatly. Should we not provide assistance?" The plague god awkwardly suggested. Assistance? What purpose would it serve to save these unruly subjects? Would it merely allow them to continue cursing your Majesty? At that moment, the Queen Mother emerged, her words laced with sharpness. Humph. This is a punishment for the ignorant rabble. The divine must not be insulted. To insult the divine is to invite calamity. With that, the Jade Emperor turned and departed, leaving the assembled celestial ministers to sigh in silence, acutely aware that great tribulations were not far off. Their true spirits were sealed within the list of deities. Deprived of freedom, they had long since lost faith in this so-called celestial realm that promised blessings to the three realms. It was the greatest malignancy of all. In the Western Buddhist realm, one gazed at the handwritten manuscript in hand and addressed the 3,000 Buddhas. What are your thoughts on this matter? 3,000 Buddhas, under the gaze of the Tathagata, either bowed their heads or gazed into the distance, inciting such ire in the Tathagata that he felt an overwhelming urge to smite these worthless beings. With a gentle exhale, he reminded himself, I must not succumb to anger. I must not succumb to anger. In the realm of water, Tang Fei was abruptly awakened by a series of notifications from the system. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired a literary prowess, rewarding the host with 333 points for ostentation. System repair, 100. System is detecting the host. Please wait. Ding. The host's primordial spirit is flawed. It is recommended that the host purchase the 3 light divine water to restore the primordial spirit. The system has detected that the host is currently asleep and will automatically confirm the purchase. Ding. The primordial spirit has been restored. Memories have been recovered. The host's seal has been lifted, and a breakthrough has been made to the early pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Oh my head aches. So this is how I became acquainted with Chonner. How utterly embarrassing. Tang Fei reflected, feeling a twinge of shame at his former thoughts. Regaining his composure, he consolidated his cultivation, cycling through the blood demon body technique, elevating himself to peak condition. He was now ready to pursue what he had once yearned for but lacked the ability to achieve. Down with the Buddhist sect. Tathagata's son, I, your grandfather, stand at your doorstep. Why do you not come forth to honor me? Tang Fei bellowed at the great heroic hall. Chapter 46. Down with the Buddhist sect. Seeking death. One of the Buddhas, irate, struck out with a palm. Tang Fei met this challenge head-on with his bloodthirsty blade, severing the Buddha's arm and draining his blood and magical energy, leaving behind a mere skin that writhed as if attempting resurrection, only to be sent flying by Tang Fei's blade. Ding. Congratulations. The host has displayed formidable prowess, rewarding the host with 600 points for ostentation. Ding. Congratulations. The host has displayed formidable prowess, rewarding the host with 800 points for ostentation. This is the sacred ground of Buddhism. How dare you, demon, act with such impunity? Behold my great might heavenly dragon. Witness the power of my Vajra bracelet. Ding. Congratulations. The host has displayed formidable prowess, rewarding the host with 800 points for ostentation. Ding. Congratulations. The host has displayed formidable prowess, rewarding the host with 800 points for ostentation. A deluge of divine abilities and treasures surged toward Tang Fei, who merely smirked and remarked, Can starlight contend with the brilliance of the full moon? He summoned the demons of the Holy Lord and commenced a ruthless slaughter against the Buddhas. Enough. Benefactor, this is the sacred ground of Buddhism, not a place for your reckless antics. In a short span, 5 Buddhas had already perished, prompting the Tathagata to finally call out to Tang Fei and the other beings. Ding. Congratulations. The host has displayed formidable prowess, rewarding the host with 800 points for ostentation. Ding. Congratulations. The host has displayed formidable prowess, rewarding the host with 800 points for ostentation. Milo, do you still remember me? Tang Fei inquired, gazing at the ever-smiling Maitreya Buddha. Benefactor? Who are you? Maitreya Buddha responded, puzzled, wondering when he had offended such a formidable figure without his knowledge. Ding. Congratulations to the host for displaying a surprise, earning the host 8,000 points of pretentiousness. Just a few days ago, you transformed into Yang Jian and sealed my wife, bringing me here. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Tang Fei said with a grin, tightening his grip on the bloodthirsty blade. A few days ago? This is impossible. You are merely a mortal. Maitreya Buddha seemed to recall something, his face reflecting disbelief as the ever-present smile finally cracked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for displaying surprise, earning the host 8,000 points of pretentiousness. Just remember this. You must also remember that I am the one who will send you to hell. Tang Fei said cheerfully to Maitreya Buddha. The remaining Buddhas observed the smile on this man's face juxtaposed with the corpses on the ground, feeling it was the smile of a devil. Ah, so it is you. Our paths have crossed due to fate. Bringing you to the West is guided by the will of heaven and is also a bond of destiny. Maitreya Buddha, with a mind of great strength, quickly regained his composure and spoke to Tang Fei. Ding! Congratulations to the host for displaying a connection to our Buddha, earning the host 3 points of pretentiousness. A connection to the West? Indeed, quite a connection. Your Western teachings are what I seek to eradicate. Tang Fei shouted. All demons, heed my command. Summon the grand array of fate. Today, I shall refine the multitude of Buddhas. I want all these divine beings to vanish without a trace. As you command. Subordinates comply. Lord of Fire, take your place. Lord of Water, Basha, take your place. Lord of Earth, Dikoe, take your place. Lord of the Moon, Zholan, take your place. Lord of Heaven, Tang Mo, Shimu, take your place. Lord of the Mountains, Bo Gang, take your place. Lord of Thunder, Zhongsu, take your place. Lord of Wind, Xiaofeng, take your place. Emperor Xia, take your place. Shura Armor, take your place. Thunderous Yetari's Armor, take your place. The grand array of fate opens. Gather the essence of all spirits, unite the fortunes of all realms, and refine them for me. At Tang Fei's level, there was generally no need to chant spells. The laws would manifest instantaneously. However, once incantations were uttered, they would possess the power to astonish the world. You dare! The Buddha of Enlightenment, in great anger, exclaimed, casting an array beneath my very eyes. This is seeking death. The Buddha, a disciple of the sage who has studied the sacred formations, can easily discern any array and how to break it. As some formations can be directly shattered without meticulous observation. The grand array of fate? The Buddha rubbed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for displaying surprise, earning the host 8,000 points of pretentiousness. To dare to cast the grand array of fate before our Buddha is merely a trivial skill. How audacious to showcase your abilities in front of the master. Upon hearing the Buddha's words, the assembly of Buddhas could not help but burst into laughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for displaying foolishness, earning the host 8,000 points of pretentiousness. Humph! Activate the grand array of fate. The fortune of the Buddha's teachings has come to an end. Bestow the fortune of the Buddha upon me. To confront the demons. With a resounding roar, the Buddha, Tathagata, summoned a cascade of ethereal power that enveloped his being. He directed a powerful shout at the grand array of fortune that encompassed the Buddhist realm, causing it to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. Huh, a mere trap. Tang Fei scoffed disdainfully. If this were solely a matter of the fortune array, perhaps it could indeed face obliteration. But was that truly the case? Setting aside the formidable 12 capital fiend array laid by the demons, even the Star River array alone would prove a formidable challenge for Tathagata. As a premier formation, even a sage would exert considerable effort to breach it. How could it be shattered by a mere great Luo golden immortal? It was tantamount to courting death. Humph. Do you think it is merely the fortune array at play? Unleash the Star River array. Meteoric flames. Tang Fei proclaimed loudly. Suddenly, the skies of the Buddhist realm were illuminated by inexplicable meteors, which rushed towards the gathered Buddhas, leaving behind a scattered bounty of relics. You audacious wretch! The 3 Buddhas shouted in unison. The 3 Buddhas, Tathagata, the Lamp of Wisdom, and Maitreya, unexpectedly fused into a colossal form before Tang Fei's astonished gaze. What manner of being is this? Such a phenomenon is absent from mythology. Tang Fei was utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he ruthlessly activated the great array. The 3 formations harmonized and complemented one another. Yet this massive amalgamation of flesh was ultimately refined by Tang Fei in a mere 3 minutes, granting him the inheritance of Buddhist memories, divine abilities, techniques, and more. So this was the truth? Tang Fei gazed towards the forbidden zone of the Buddhist realm, where a terrifying aura seeped forth. This must be the entrance of the Buddhist realm into the primordial chaos, where a sage had laid a curse. This was not merely a world of the pure lotus lamp. It was a creation of the primordial sages, a world crafted from their essence. The sages were indeed true sages, preoccupied with their own realm, akin to a head office too busy to oversee its subsidiaries. Chapter 47. The World of the Pure Lotus Lamp concludes. Tang Fei had initially presumed this to be merely a parallel world, only to discover it was a realm jointly fabricated by the sages. It was time to settle the score. Tang Fei led a host of demons towards the heavenly court with fervor. Yang Jian fixed his gaze upon the belly of the alien demon. Utterly unconvinced that Tang Fei could have perished so easily, he intended to breach the demon's abdomen and extract Tang Fei. Don't even think about it. That brat cannot emerge. He has entered the heart of our stronghold. If he does, I shall feast upon my own words. The demon laughed maniacally, observing Yang Jian's fixation on his belly. Who says I cannot emerge? A commanding voice captivated everyone's attention. Congratulations, host. You have executed an unexpected display, rewarding you with 5,000 points of audacity. It is impossible. The demon shrieked, his voice echoing through the skies like a banshee's wail. Congratulations, host. You have executed a frightful display, rewarding you with another 5,000 points of audacity. The fiend, I have long discerned that you are not of this world. Behold my formidable might. Tang Fei unleashed the newfound Buddhist divine powers against the otherworldly demon. 9 golden dragons surged forth from his palm, their roars resonating like thunder, shattering the heavens above and creating a rift through which chaotic energies began to seep. Fortunately, the souls of the earthly realm had already been gathered by Tang Fei into the realm of carefree existence. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared by boundless karmic retribution. The 9 golden dragons, infused with the essence that devours the cosmos, hurtled towards the demon with a mighty roar. Devour the demonic art. Consume. The dragons were swiftly engulfed. Humph. Mere trifles, the demon scoffed, laughing derisively. Little one, do not swallow everything without caution, lest you upset your stomach. Allow your uncle to massage it for you. Golden dragon lock. Fortune great formation seal. Refine for me. Tang Fei cried out. The 12 capital divine formation was activated. The Star River formation was initiated. Fortune great formation. Refine for me. Lacking a complete method to dismantle the devouring demonic art, Tang Fei resorted to rudimentary means to momentarily seal the demon's maw, which, though brief, proved sufficient. Without the demonic art, the fiend was directly refined, leaving Tang Fei astonished that there was no memory of divine techniques retained. The demon was transformed into a blood-red orb. Yang Jian, standing nearby, was left agape. Was that it? Why summon me, then? To spectate? Yang Jian was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for displaying overwhelming prowess. The host is awarded 5,000 points for bravado. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the demon. The realms of this world and the carefree realm shall merge. Prepare accordingly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the demon. Points for bravado are sufficient for the system to automatically upgrade. Please prepare for the ensuing trials. What does it mean to prepare for trials? Can I not exist without you? Tang Fei silently scoffed. He intended to have the system conduct a scan, but it was in the midst of an automatic upgrade and could not address Tang Fei's confusions. With the demon resolved, the world of the Lotus Lantern was nearing completion, and Tang Fei pondered his son's situation. Xinxiang had nearly mastered the powers akin to Sun Wukong's, lacking only practical experience and weaponry. In the original tale, he acquired the heaven-splitting divine axe, and Tang Fei resolved to follow this path, both to temper the impudent boy and to hone his skills. The power of this realm was intricately tied to emotions. Though Tang Fei disdained such force, he could not haphazardly erase the world's rules. A single misstep could lead to the collapse of the entire realm, akin to a programmer making a mistake in their code. One incorrect symbol, one misplaced digit, or even an errant space could spell disaster, which is one reason why programmers often lose their hair. Tang Fei wished for a retraining, but Xinxiang stubbornly refused. He could only assist him as best he could. Previously, it had been his uncle who motivated him, and now it was his turn as a father. A wicked smile crept across Tang Fei's face. In the realm of carefree existence, Xinxiang involuntarily shivered, plagued by an ominous premonition. Evidently, his intuition was not misplaced, for Tang Fei appeared before him, grinning mischievously. Father, why do you gaze upon your child so? Xinxiang asked, shielding his chest with his hand. This action left Tang Fei visibly perturbed, his expression dark as night, reminiscent of the stern Judge Bao. He sealed Xinxiang's memories, casting him out of the carefree realm, while he himself indulged in a life devoid of shame or restraint. Where am I? Xinxiang pondered, bewildered. I distinctly recall studying under Sun Wukong. How did I end up here? His memories sealed, he wore a perplexed expression. Unbeknownst to him, 30 years slipped by. Xinxiang had long since acquired the heaven-splitting divine axe, cleaving open Mount Hua. This mountain was a gift from Tang Fei, who had concealed numerous treasures and a tome titled 10 Techniques of Creation within, all intended to lay a solid foundation for Xinxiang. As Xinxiang shattered Mount Hua, he appeared utterly dazed. Fortunately, Tang Fei promptly lifted the seal on his memories. Otherwise, Xinxiang might have succumbed to madness. The system had already undergone a complete upgrade, and it was time to embark on a journey. Tang Fei aimed to gradually locate the remnants of Xiao Yu's soul and obliterate the demonic race. He sensed that the future would not be solitary. With a flash, the system transported him. Following a swirl of dark light, Tang Fei found himself amidst a blood-soaked battlefield, teeming with soldiers wielding machine guns. who immediately opened fire on him without hesitation. What in the world is this? He exclaimed, exasperated. System, come forth. Tang Fei was not afraid of the bullets. Rather, he was miffed at being shot at so relentlessly upon his arrival. With resolve, he froze time on the battlefield, soaring to an altitude of several thousand meters. Fighter jets soared through his ethereal form, a manifestation of the Void Eyes technique. Ding. Host, please explore this world independently. The system will keep certain information confidential. The system enigmatically declared. Confidential? That is hardly a challenge. I'll just grab someone and ask, Tang Fei retorted, promptly seizing a soldier. Yet this soldier proved to be formidable, biting down on a concealed poison capsule, spewing forth dark blood. Just as Tang Fei anticipated the end, the corpse unexpectedly detonated. While it inflicted no real harm upon him, it left Tang Fei in disarray, his garments, crafted from earthly materials by the three holy mothers, reduced to tatters. Damn it, Tang Fei fumed, extracting the soldier's soul and delivering a thorough thrashing to it, unleashing his pent-up frustration.